just over 5 minutes until our slightly delayed start of play here on day 3. Just to run you through timings once again. So 11:10 start, lunch at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock. That's fixed at 4 o'clock, contrary to what I told you earlier.
Good morning and welcome to the third morning of the County Championship clash between Surrey and Hampshire here at the Kia Oval. And some good news out in front of me here. The stumps are in, the covers are off, and yep, it'll be a 10-minute delayed start. They'll get going in about 5 to 6 minutes from now at 10 past 11. But a massive day of cricket coming up. 102 overs scheduled after we only got 24.4 in yesterday. That was enough time for Surrey to pick up 3 wickets, which you'll see highlights of in a moment. Hampshire moving from 17 for none to 122 for 3 when play finished last night. With Lehman still there on 32 in a partnership with Sonny Baker of 12, which of course required that night watchman because they lost Nick Gubbins late in the day for 51. So the visitors trailing by 299. Here are the highlights from that shortened day, then live action here at the Oval.
It's incredibly glued.
I also think we missed a trick in how we described it at the time. Or clipped, dare I say it, Burns-esque there from Gubbins with that flourish through square leg, put away to the long side of the ground. First boundary of day 2. Gubbins in a double figures. Oh, what a delivery that is. Angling in, swinging away, off stump, cartwheeling, superb.
He's done it. And
what a delivery that is. Unplayable. From that angle angling in, swinging away, off stump. It is a stunner. Oh, what a delivery that is. To play that line. Shot. Gubbins well forward, making solid contact. The second boundary of the session. Squeezed off the inside part of the bat. Through a gap. Short side of the ground. It'll reach the rope. That is gallops along. If there was the risk that umpires would call them for them to be squeezed off the inside part of the bat. Through a gap and bolt. Short side of the ground. It'll Doug Bracewell reach the rope. That is 26. Oh, again, balloons up. It gets to mid-wicket. They set the trap and it works. Great captaincy, fine bowling. Fisher's on a roll.
You watch this, the bat's just going to turn slightly in Orr's hand.
Oh, again, balloons up. It gets to mid-wicket.
Driven through the offside. And that'll be for Jake Lehman. Up and running. He's been Hampshire's star man with the bat so far this season. 105 half centuries from 6 games so far. Yes, I remember.
You do want to do a lot different. He is going to play as he has done there, a very fine cut shot. But there's plenty happening in the wicket. I've seen a lot of movement. Ollie Pope's having a great time behind the stumps. It's not very easy behind there. See him hit the numbers he's hitting at his age now. He's quite frightening.
That'll be 4 more. Story of the game so far. If you get the ball through the infield, the ball has. That'll be 4. Swinging in to Lehman, but he's able to just direct the ball.
If you haven't yet seen it, then do check it out. Squeezed away by Nick Gubbins, and that will run away 4-4. Then the full one. Lehman alert to it though. Punched it through the covers for 4. Beautiful shot there to hit, short and wide. Nick Gubbins has deserved these runs. That was airborne, probably on the drop to where fourth slip would have been. 3 slips in place. And another cheeky cut. Not deliberate by any means, but it will run away for 4. More runs. Again, through, wide, deep third. Where fourth slip would have been again. No chance, but gone up for it, given immediately. No doubt at all. Clark gets his man, squares him up.
They want them, and he's got a perfect line. Played around it, and that's quite an easy decision for Paul Pollard at the pavilion end.
Yeah.
It's a nice ball, actually. It's sort of swung in and held its line.
It's a beauty, and as you say, won't be too many easier decisions for umpire Pollard across the course of this summer. It's a signature ball by Jordan Clark. There are few better in the English game on that angle against left-handed top-order players. Coming round the traps, holding against the line, against the angle, squaring up the left-hander, and either nicking him off as he almost did.
That was the third and final wicket yesterday in a shortened day. 24.4 overs were available. Hampshire from 17 for none to 122 for 3, where they're about to resume at 10 minutes after the schedule begin at 11. We had a little bit of rain about half an hour ago, but good to go now. The sun poking through, a lot brighter than it was yesterday, and indeed on day one. Adam Collins with you. Daniel Norcross with me to begin our coverage, as always, here at the Kia Oval. Matt Fisher, who bowled magnificently in that shortened session yesterday, picking up the wickets of Albert and Orr. Will start us off from the Vauxhall end at Lehman. He's there on 32. He'll move along to 33 right away. Nicely placed into the onside to get Hampshire away. They trail by 298. A reminder that Surrey were all out 421 late on day one after that Daniel Lawrence stunner, making 218 comfortably top scoring. And yesterday the wickets were Fisher, Clark. Good morning, Daniel.
Good morning, Adam. So we've got a night watcher.
We do.
That's task 1 for Surrey. And we've seen this script before sometimes. It's such an important day for Surrey today. Their bowlers, there's 5 seam bowlers there. There's a couple of spinners should they be required, but if they are required, it'll be that seamers haven't got the breakthroughs. Oh, now that he's got a little tickle on that. There was a little noise, but
there was something
decided,
noisy, but even Fisher sort of put the hand up
and then put it straight down
in such a way that bowlers are duty bound to do in a situation like that, but nothing going on.
But to talk about today, we've got the 102 overs in there. I'm not sure we're going to get them because weather's a little bit in and out.
It's okay.
Yeah,
there's a little burst at 1 o'clock.
Little
burst. I think we're going to be okay today. Okay. I've got faith.
96 tomorrow. Not sure we're going to get all those in either.
Tomorrow's more problematic than today, dramatically so. So I sort of think about today that this has to be a 2 in 1 day. It needs to be a day when 2 days worth of action, or should I say wickets, happen in the space of 1. That's my feeling.
And that is why, for Hampshire, their chances of winning this game are almost nil.
Correct.
It would require something completely bizarre. So for them, the path is very simple. They've got to try and draw the game, and the first staging post on the way to that draw is to score another 149 runs and avoid the follow-on, because it's a rare occasion this when you can be pretty sure that Surrey would enforce it if they could.
They would have to. Oh, bowled by Fisher. It's on that nagging line that makes you play.
Can I just say, though, that even though he's beaten the bat there, I quite like the look of that forward defensive. Now, I know the bat was not next to the ball, but there was some decent foot movement there.
He's playing the line, as they say.
He is playing the line. Now, the fact that the ball's likely to deviate from that line at this time of day is another matter. And Fisher, if you're not familiar with Matt Fisher, he's mostly going to take the ball away, but he can bring the ball back in. That's solid as a rock.
It is indeed. He made it talk yesterday. Might get Andrew Sampson's with us here. I'll get Andrew to rattle through some of the, while he's batting at the moment, give us some of the moments from Sonny Baker. And you know what? Don't restrict yourself to what he's done at first class level because the sample size will be too small. Jump into that cricket archive. Has he made a club ton? Has he made an underage representative 90? Give us something. We'll give Hampshire fans something to grasp onto here. What he might be capable of as a night watchman. Gets his first run of the day. He'll retain the strike. With it, Baker 4, 124 for 4. So I completely agree with you. In the 101 overs remaining, let's say they get 90 of them in, allowing for bad light. Because, of course, in the UK, for some unknown reason, we're incapable of moving playing hours forward. Of course, we should have started at 10:30 today. There's no fault of anyone here. It's a structural failing that we've just made our minds up that play can't start earlier. Anyway, I digress.
He's weird.
Because we could have got on at 10:30. The rain came. I mean, I know there was a burst of rain at about 10:45, but the wider point stands that the probability of getting all the overs in far deeper in the day out of that 101 will diminish. But Reece Topley is going to get the first crack from the pavilion end. Bowled 5 overs yesterday, none for 20.
Somebody who we haven't seen yet. We haven't seen Taylor, have we?
I believe you're correct, yes.
Off the back of...
4 of the 5 seamers used, not Taylor.
Yeah, had a cluster of wickets for him. He went to Kent on loan.
Had a very good game there, didn't he? No ball to start from Topley. 2 runs. That helps Hampshire there reduce that number in the bottom right-hand corner, the most important on the screen perhaps, 295, because you're right. If Surrey's most viable route to victory is taking 7 further wickets for fewer than 148
now.
8?
Yep.
7 for fewer than 148, and to make a decent start on the next 10 wickets before they go to bed tonight. If they can do that and they can get themselves a sort of 40 or 50 overs of cricket tomorrow, catch is the call, and catch it will be. Reece Topley straight into the book. Baker, the night watchman, caught at third slip for 4. That's the first of those 7 that Surrey need today. 126 for 4.
Well, that is a pretty good start because the last thing you want when you're desperately trying to get wickets is to have a night watcher hanging around. And Sonny Baker, although he looked nicely organised there, has just gone after a full ball. Good sharp catch. Low down by Dom Sibley. And that's the first job done for Surrey, to get rid of the irksome possibility of a tiresome night watcher. And then to get into that middle order. And they will hope beyond. So it's not ideally played, that. It's almost a half volley, that. But he's gone at it so tentatively. If I think he'd flung his bat at it, he's actually just done a little pokey prod, and the bat's slightly angled as well, which
kind
is...
of steered it into third slip more than edged it, didn't he? A little bit
catching practice.
Yeah, a little bit like what we saw with Will Jackson the first innings, although the angle was different, spitting out to point. It'll render Andrew Sampson's research on Sonny Baker's youthful batting redundant. Although
no. Who knows what we might have found?
That's true.
What have you found?
I have found, as you know, it's only his 14th first-class game, with his highest score is 27 that he made against Nottingham last year. Now, the Cricket Archive, obviously, as we know, has got substantially more games than just the first-class career. So his career goes back to May 2017 at the age of 14, playing for King's College Taunton versus the Footy Club. They've got 150 games of his career in there, and that 27 is his highest score.
27?
In any game, that one that he made.
Oh, right.
Maybe we've overestimated, and maybe we've overestimated the weather as well, by the way. There's an enormous cloud we saw on shot there behind our JM fin stand. Anyway,
But that's weird, though, because that's north.
It is.
And the weather's supposed to be coming from the west today.
Well, maybe that's what was here for 5 minutes before.
I don't know.
Let's be optimistic. Tom pressed in.
Yes, it's slightly alive. It's a very filthy looking thing. But
I'll give you a little quirk, Samo, that you might enjoy on that front. Ooh, wide and full and left alone. Yeah. I had a look at Jimmy Anderson's, all the scores he made in all cricket in the miscellaneous tab on Cricket Archive. I was just curious, has there been a day for him?
There was 81, was it, he scored?
Yeah, sure. There's a test match 81, but is there another?
Yeah.
There is. He opened the batting in the Burnley third 11 when he was 16 and got a 50.
Did a 50?
He opened the batting. They're all batting 4. You can find it, Samo. You'll find it very quickly.
Yep.
It was as a really young lad playing third team. I remember that bit, and there was a half century there. Oh, that's a genuine player miss.
So have I got 2 more centuries than Jimmy Anderson?
You do indeed.
Get in.
I wonder, wasn't there the story of Ewan Chatfield? We've got the great JV Coney with us today.
Yes.
Ewan Chatfield was so determined to finish his cricket playing life with a century that he kept playing to the age of 70-odd, and he finished playing 611. And the sadness of all of this?
He still didn't get there?
He didn't get one.
Oh, chat.
He didn't get one.
Oh, chat.
Quick single. Bit too much work to do.
Well, I mean, if it rains today, and it looks like a shortish rain break, I think getting JVC in to describe the 10th wicket partnership between him and Chats to win a game against Pakistan.
Perhaps the bravest.
I mean, really, it's very little work for either of us.
Oh, hang on. I'm sorry to say that that cloud behind us has brought drops of rain. I'm looking over to my usual reference point at the SSE Energy Solutions stand where those corporate facilities are. There's the blacked out glass. You can see the rain on that, and I can see the rain on that. So we'll have a pause here. Sorry about my earlier optimism. I was bullish.
I think having optimism is a great thing. But don't apologise for it. I remain perpetually bitter, cynical, and pessimistic about all matters of life. But no, someone here's got to try and keep us buoyed and in good spirits.
I genuinely thought I'm not the kind of guy that carries that sophisticated rain app around with me, but other people do.
Yes.
I'm always the guy in the dressing room who's like, someone else can work it out. And I was told by reliable people, no more than an hour ago, that we won't see rain till 1 o'clock. Well, they were wrong. The rain had other ideas. There's something in this, Daniel. We saw so much said on the weekend about how everybody should have just known at Lords on Saturday. They should have just known it was going to be fine then and rain then. Yes. We should have just played when we knew it was going to be sunny.
Or just completely changed the entire playing
and we should have taken lunch when we knew it was going to rain.
Yeah.
Because we knew, of course. Since when in the UK have we been certain of when rain's coming?
Well, have I not told you this story? I mean, I don't know if I mentioned this recently, but when I was at Glamorgan many years ago, seven or 8 years ago, deputising for Ian O'Brien, I was the Derbyshire County Cricket Club commentator for that game.
Wow.
And suddenly the players went off around about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Couldn't understand why. They stayed off. The covers were out there. I got somewhat peeved and frustrated. I went down to the groundsman's hut. I said, "Excuse me, what's going on?" He said, "Well, it's going to rain, see." I said, "What?" I said, "It's going to rain. We're supposed to rain an hour and a half ago, but it hasn't yet." So we were off for anticipated rain. So just speaking to your point, no one knows. As you see the match summary there, Hampshire, having lost the night watcher, Sonny Baker, this morning for 4, caught by Sibley off the bowling of Reece Topley in his first over. We've had, what have we had? An over and a half, something like that?
We had in total, he finishes
1.4 overs, and we've had a no ball in there as well. So,
yes, so 11 balls, 10 of them legal.
What you'd say is
wicket.
Unequivocally Surrey's session. Far.
Wouldn't doubt that. Another quirk here is that it's quite dark suddenly. So dark that if the players were on right now and it weren't raining, they would have been taken off, which does raise an interesting question about the ICC trial that's being rolled out.
Oh, yeah. Pink ball.
That and other matters, probably not that exactly, but matters like that will be discussed today at lunch.
Lovely.
Where I have Fraser Stewart joining me.
Oh, joyful. Excellent.
The great man who's the head of cricket at MCC at Lords. But what he does, I was going to say in his spare time, not in his spare time, one of his hats that he wears is the boss of the laws of the game. So Fraser runs the laws subcommittee, which means he is the man who talks to the laws when they're updated each year. And of course, there have been quite a number of them that are set to come in on the 1st of October in 2026 in the usual way. They're always trying to remain 1 or 2 steps ahead. Anyway, I want to put it out to the audience who are listening right now, and I suspect not that many because it's raining, but if you're with us and you have got a question about the laws of the game, surreybroadcast@gmail.com.
I've got one.
Send an email. Got George in the back of the box. He'll collect the. You put. Okay.
I will.
George can write it down.
I'll send the email, but I'll tell you what the email's going to say.
Yeah.
It's when are they going to make bowlers responsible for the leg byes off their bowling? They keep getting away with this. They keep bowling filth down the leg side. It flies away down to the boundary for 4. 4 runs goes on the team score. It doesn't appear anywhere else in the ledger. I'm not happy about it. I want bowlers to be shamed by their leg side bowling antics. And before they say, well, he hasn't hit it, I don't care. I don't care. You bowled it down there.
Well,
you cost your team 4 runs.
They did make that adjustment with no balls, didn't they? Which didn't count to the bowler's tally.
Exactly.
But I'm against it being a bowler.
I know you are, but I'm not. I'm not.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, that and other questions. You may have I may indeed talk to him about a discussion that backing over a discussion we've had many times about what happens in the event.
Yes.
What happens and it will happen one day.
Oh, yes.
Where DRS
Well,
is
very
involved.
nearly has done quite recently.
Where DRS is involved and there's a leg before shout and the umpire says out
Yes.
on field. The ball deflects off the pad and runs away for 4 leg byes, only for DRS to then say it weren't out.
Yeah.
And the runs don't count because as soon as the finger goes up, the ball becomes dead.
And you know,
And there's a way of resolving it.
there is a way of resolving
Leaving
it. And there are so many applications to this that are bad because it could be a little tickle by a batter on the ball that could have taken him from 96 to 100.
That as well. The James Taylor thing that happened with him, where there was a similar thing. When
Exactly.
in the
These
2015
things,
World Cup.
These things need to stop.
And that's
Fraser?
that's not strictly an MCC laws thing. That's more an ICC playing conditions thing because of the
But he has influence.
because of the
He's an important
DRS
man.
application. However, I'm told through my ears, I'm afraid to report there's lightning in the area, which means they
Oh, they hate lightning.
there's
Quite
a
rightly
formal process that is gone through when there's lightning in the air, which is half an hour. So
Oh, right.
well,
Shall we?
should,
Toddle off.
maybe we shouldn't have reported it. Maybe we should have hoped that they didn't see it.
Well, maybe they're not listening. And maybe they still haven't seen it.
Maybe. We will be losing overs from the 102 that we started with because that's the expanded allotment. But that's okay. You know what we'll do? We'll go and grab a cup of tea. We'll consider our...
Because we've got a big day today.
You know what?
We got Fraser.
We've got Fraser.
We've got JV Coney.
Got JV. And we have the former Prime
I
Minister.
think we might have the former Prime
The
Minister.
former Prime Minister.
I tell you,
You should ask the former Prime Minister
yeah.
about how he was depicted in Dear England, which I completed watching on BBC iPlayer last night.
Okay.
I thought they made him appear... You know what? I'll save this for off-air. I don't think it was as a generous interpretation of Major in the way that he presents himself, the way he communicates. They made him appear like a bit of a toff, really. And that's not how I see John Major. It's about as far away from John Major you can get.
It's very far away
Boy
from
from
John
Brixton.
Major. Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I may raise that. He's got to get through. He's got 12 Surrey players he's got to get through because that's what we're talking about is all-time Surrey 12, 11/12.
So there's that coming up. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. Questions about the laws of the game. That'll be done at lunch. If you've got a question for John Major, pop that in there as well. Can't hurt.
And do you know what? Can you name the only British Prime Minister to have played first-class cricket? I think you can.
It's going to take a moment to consider. Yes, Hume.
So Alec Douglas, or Lord
Lord.
Hume of the Hersal.
Yes, he played fixtures for, was it for MCC?
Oxford
University,
MCC, and Middlesex. And weirdly, he played for Middlesex against Oxford University when he was at Oxford. And hadn't got into the Oxford team yet.
Really? Was he a blue?
Yeah.
He must have been.
He must have been, I think.
Yeah.
He must have been. He was pretty
An
handy.
unusual. He came down from the Lords
Medium
to the
pacer.
Commons to be the PM.
In order, yeah, and then went back up. Yeah, so, cricket and Prime Ministers, there's a lengthy tradition
Well, there we go.
love of cricket.
127 for 4, only 5 runs added to Hampshire's overnight tally. They lost their night watchman, Sonny Baker, for 4 to the bowling of Topley from his first legal delivery. Corpo Dom Sibley at third slip, which means they remain 294 behind or 144 behind the follow-on mark, which might become relevant with time likely to continue to be taken out of this game. We'll return when we have more news.
past 12. 12:10 restarts. Calculations just been made for the loss of overs. We'll bring that to you when we have it. But for now, some good news. Assuming there is no further rain, a 12:10 restart. As I just mentioned, the restart now is scheduled for 10 past 12, but as ever is on the presumption there is no more rain. 12:10 restart. We've lost a few more overs, so now 87.2 overs remaining in the day. Today's intervals remaining the same, 1:10 for lunch, fixed tea time of 4 o'clock, scheduled close on 6:30. So whilst we wait for the restart of play, a chance to remind you that at lunchtime, Ollie Randall is here signing copies of his new book, Writers in Whites, How a Group of Literary Cricketers Changed English Culture. Ollie will be signing copies of the book in the club shop, which as you know is located under the SSE Energy Solutions stand. And Ollie's book tells the untold story of cricket's central role in a slice of London's literary world from the 1880s to the 1960s. Make sure you head to the Kia Oval shop at lunchtime, pick up a copy of Writers in Whites and meet Ollie. He'll be signing copies of that book in the club shop during today's lunch. Umpires called Willard, David Bells. Number 17, Rory Burns, leading the Surrey fielding side. And resuming Hampshire's first innings on 127 for 4, trailing by 294 runs. Number 33, Jake Lehman on 33 not out. And number 24, Tom Press on 1 not out. 87.2 overs remaining in the day. Number 33, Jake Lehman on strike. And bowl the final 2 overs, final 2 balls of his over from the...
Well, the rain has stopped. The sun is out and play will resume after a frustrating rain delay of about 45 minutes or thereabouts. We had just the 10 legal deliveries before rain got the better of us. Reece Topley picked up a wicket in that space of time, continuing that over here. Jake Lehman, who's added 1 run to his overnight tally. Hampshire 5 runs along from where they were at stumps last night, but they lost their night watchman, Sonny Baker, caught in the cordon by Dom Sibley from the bowling of Topley for 4. We only had 24.4 overs of play yesterday here at the Keir Oval, where 3 wickets were taken. Albert, Orr and Gubbins, a couple of them to Fisher, 1 to Clark. Successful over complete, 127 for 4. And what that means is that having made 421 on day 1, it's pretty clear with time, so much time already out of this game and the probability of more rain tomorrow, the job for Surrey becomes an increasingly obvious one. They need to dismiss Hampshire short of the follow-on mark, which of course in the county championship is 150. So they've got about 144 runs to play with, precisely 144 runs to play with. And they need to get 6 further wickets to open up that avenue to victory. Matt Fisher, who was superb yesterday, he's going to bowl again from the Vauxhall end. He bowled 1 over before the rain this morning, had the ball swinging nicely. And yesterday he was untouchable, knocking over Albert with an absolute beauty that went completely viral overnight, I should say. Bowling to the new man pressed here, 3 slips straight away. As Ali Brown jumps in with me as well. Good morning to you, or should I say good afternoon to you?
Good afternoon, Collo. That was a nice start by Matt Fisher there. Plenty of zip off the wicket, which is what Surrey would want to see. And when the skies are turning blue, but a little bit of rain around, so yeah, nice bit in the wicket. And if anyone hit a better length, more than Matt Fisher, I didn't see it yesterday.
Might be one of the finest spells I've seen from him in a Surrey shirt. You know, he was just relentless in the amount of swing he was generating. It's essentially why he's been in England squads, right? It's that his best ball is right up there with the best on the circuit, and the ball he sent down to Albert was the definition of unplayable. Wide of the crease. Wide of the crease and then angling in towards middle and leg and hitting the top off, having it cartwheeling. The definition of unplayable for Albert to get Surrey going yesterday. We'll take another look at it after this ball, actually. Why not? I had a look on Instagram last night. Oh, shout. Close. Fisher is denied.
Hit it.
Couple of noises. The question I'm sure Surrey will be pondering, was it inside edge onto pad, or was it the sound of the bat hitting the pad at the same time as the ball arrived just underneath the knee roll?
Couple of things
see
for
that
me
again.
there. I thought just could have edged it and just a little bit on height, but do like the appeal.
What can we glean from this? On the knee roll, I thought it might have been just below it, but so height a consideration as well.
Just sound-wise, there were 2 noises. That could have been pad, but yeah, a fair decision, I would say.
Squares him up. Lovely stuff this from Fisher. Straight back on it where he was yesterday. Yeah, I mentioned that ball yesterday. He went from being in the Surrey squad, of course, here last year for his first season. How about this? Bang. Delightful. As good as it gets. I saw it had 300,000 views on Instagram last night, so people liked it.
Yeah, I like the reaction of Rory Burns, which is just hand up in the air and just clapping, which is fair enough. It's like you doff your cap. That's pretty good. But I think at a time when we haven't got Dan Worrell in the side, it's important that Matt Fisher's sort of leading the attack in that sort of, in the fact that he bowls that length that you've always really got to play at. He's constantly challenging the off stump.
And quite handy for him and Surrey indeed that he's able to play this week because he's in the England squad. He was at Lords last week. Seeing the different angle here. But had to play that Midland leg line. Nothing he could do about it. Too late to adjust from where it pitched. The ball he picked wasn't so much the ball to get Ali Orr later in that spell. It was the setup. So they brought in a forward short leg after an inside edge who jumped in there. They popped in a catching mid-wicket and they waited for that swing to take effect. He was bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. The bat turned in his hands as contact was made and it ballooned up to Tom Curran at mid-wicket. So both wickets in their own way were both class.
Yeah, I think the Albert wicket will be seen as the primary wicket. I mean, you could argue that the Orr wicket was a little bit user error as the hand, the sort of bat twisted in the hand, but he just kept hitting a good area and he had great shape in both directions and real good energy and zip off the wicket. And this is the sort of wicket I think Surrey want to see. It's one that obviously they batted very well on, and Dan Lawrence's double 100 was just a joy to watch. But now they're getting the rewards of plenty happening.
Got 5 seamers at their disposal. Surrey get to see James Taylor, who's in the side this week, back from his successful time at Kent on loan, and then presumably the spin if needed of Jacks and Lawrence, who are both in the 11 this week.
Well, I think if spin were to come on, I think Hampshire would attack that the way the ball is moving at the moment. So I think we'll hold off on spin. But I really like that what Surrey are producing with the ball.
And that point with Fisher is that if you've got that high ceiling, that wicket-taking ball that can beat anyone. Of course, he has played Test cricket before a fair while ago now, but went from changing clubs to Surrey into a Lions squad in the winter, in no small part due to the way that he bowled against Nottinghamshire in what became the quasi-final last season here at the Oval. Had a magnificent game against Notts in a losing effort. Bowled well for the Lions. The reports were that he was the best of England's bowlers in that unofficial Test match. He was added to the England squad when Jofra Archer went down. Couldn't have been too far away from playing at Sydney, I reckon. Matt Potts got the final spot, but Fisher must have been close. And then as part of the England 15 at the moment. So he's trending well in terms of getting another opportunity.
Well, if there's a time to be performing well at the Oval with the Test match coming up in not too distant future, you can't be doing yourself any harm.
Yes. Yes, quite. Unclear where the England 11 might be when they front up here next week. They were 8 days away from the Test match, and I suppose it is the elephant in the room, isn't it, what's been going on overnight, but still waiting for more information. Also, if you even put that to one side, there's what they may or may not do with Shah Bashir. Didn't bowl a ball in the Test match at Lords. If they form the view that the Oval surface might be the type that you would take all seam into, that could see another spot rattling around for a seamer like Fisher, or indeed Jofra Archer, who's not in the squad right now, but we expect that he'll probably be added to the squad when he returns from... Well, I believe he's been in Barbados, hasn't he, after his stint at the IPL, then back here and then into the groove as far as the Test squad's concerned.
I mean, firstly, I think the Test wicket that we'll see at the Oval will be far superior to the one we saw at Lords. So you do need to have sort of depth to your bowling. But I mean, I don't think with the ball doing so much for the seam as last week, it's no surprise that spin wasn't introduced, and I think anyone would have just charged at the spinner under those circumstances. So you can understand why he didn't get a gig.
Yep. It was a funny one where they kind of committed as the over ends here with a third single, 131 for 4, 290 behind. They'd committed to Bashir 2 days out through the McCullum press conference, and then Stokes at the pre-game presser provided a bit more flexibility with the forecast deteriorating. If we have a late toss, if we lose, he even said they might lose 2 days off the top. It didn't turn out to be that way at all. But if it were a shortened test match, they might need to consider not playing spin. In the end, the toss was on time. They played Bashir, but the surface was such that spin wasn't required at any stage. Upish, not far away. Topley away to his left.
Good bit of fielding at mid-wicket.
Yep.
I'll just give a quick shout out to Reese's father, Don, who
Yes.
I was lunching with. He's got a small operation today, so I hope that goes well. I was inquiring to Don where Reese gets his pace from, because it certainly wasn't his father. But yeah, so I hope that all goes well today.
I've just spotted the ground staff moving over towards the SSE Energy Solution stand. Nice tuck there from Prest. His first boundary. Put away comfortably. That didn't move off the straight from Fisher. But yeah, I can see the ground stuff lapping towards where the big sheets are in front of the Peter May terrace.
It doesn't look, I mean, you look at the cloud, it doesn't look too bad. Maybe they know that John Major's popping into the Prince of Wales room and they're heading around in that direction, but they are heading towards the covers.
Yeah. A group of 6 of them. So they've got the ability to move quick if rain does come. You wouldn't know it looking right now. Sun across the middle of the pitch.
I mean, they'd have better radars than us, so it has been a bit stop-start, but you can see in the distance, I mean, we're talking about 10, 15 minutes away probably, where some of the rain has come from. The sort of Dulwich area, it looks a little grey, but not immediate, I wouldn't have said.
Let's hope not, because we really need to get a lot of these 84.3 overs in today if we're to see an opportunity for a result. Otherwise, it'll get harder and harder. With tomorrow's forecast, not too crash hot either. Yeah, really well timed. Second time in a couple of overs that Prest has gone square of the wicket. Once through to leg side, once through point. Moves him into double figures, his second boundary.
He's in full control of both of those shots, isn't he? The clip off the legs was very good through square leg, and just punching off the back foot with a lot of control. Very impressive.
Few starts this year for Prest without really having a big day. Couple of 50s, couple of 40s. There's that response from Fisher off the seam, back towards the right hander. That's his variation. Yes, I spy a darker cloud over the back of the JM fin stand. Weirdly, that's where the rain came from when we stopped before. It was lovely conditions in front of us, and then we got the shot behind our commentary box where it was quite dark, and the rain started about 20 seconds later. So let's hope that it misses us this time. Athletic Fisher it is. Follow through. 2 boundaries from the over, 139 for 4.
Started nicely, hasn't he, Prest? I think
Yeah.
he's looked pretty much in control.
So to the left there, that's where you're talking about, Ali. And then as you move across, that's where it was coming from earlier.
That's generally where it comes from.
Yeah.
But it's not filled in, is it? It's sort of patchy today. But when it's come, it's been fairly heavy, hasn't it?
Lehman was very good yesterday, getting through that tough passage of play. Put on a 50-run stand, 58-run stand with Nick Gubbins just when things were teetering a little bit, when Fisher had it going round corners. But Lehman 102 not out in his most recent first-class innings. That was against Notts. Down at the Rose Bowl, he got 89 against Essex. A couple of half-centuries against Somerset and a couple of half-centuries against Yorkshire. Don't say that very often. Would have been good had it worked. Remember Mark Wood nailed to run out with his foot once and celebrated accordingly. Wasn't to be for Jordan Clark.
You never know where to go with those. Do you go with a toe poke in the hope that you get... I mean, from that distance, you've got to get fairly good connection. And if you get it on the soft part of the foot, it's
can really go.
Not very comfortable.
So of those 1, 2, 3, 4, of those 5 half-centuries to go with the ton, 4 of them have been between 76 and 92. So he's making solid contributions consistently through the season. Jake Lehman. Ooh, gets big on him. Nice piece of bowling from Topley, a cross-pressed. Wonder whether his old man's watching. Of course, normally when Jake's playing, his dad would have responsibilities as the coach of Northants in Division 2, but no Northants game yet, with this round broken up with white ball cricket and the requirement to get this round away here ahead of the Women's World Cup. If you are watching Buff, g'day.
Did you see a lot of Buff play?
Certainly did. Big part of my childhood watching Darren Lehman smash hundreds.
Yeah, we got the wrong side of him a few times. Very good player.
You can see there his son Jake looking to carve away through the offside, a shot that Lehman the elder played for season after season, whether it was in Australia or the UK. One of these cricketers who made so many runs when playing as a county pro, finished with 82 first-class hundreds at an average of 58. Nearly 26,000 first-class runs for Darren Lehman. Well deflected by Lehman Jr., 142 for 4.
He'd be right up there with one of Yorkshire's finest overseas players, wouldn't he? I mean, I know Sachin was one of the first, or if not the first, overseas player Yorkshire had, I think. But yeah, he was at Yorkshire for many years, and it was very difficult to dislodge. We used to have a leg slip for him a lot. He used to pick up a lot, go across his stumps and pick up a lot, but he scored a lot of runs against us.
Average 69 for Yorkshire in first-class cricket. Huge number. Yeah, again, pressed organised. Off the front foot, makes a nice thud when it hits the Kia boards there out towards the groundsman's hut. 17 with 3 boundaries, but yeah, looking like he's come ready to try and put pressure back on Surrey. 146 for 4.
Well, he's found timing very easy, hasn't he? I mean, he hasn't tried to overhit that, just a good push, and timed it very nicely.
So Darren Lehman, 8,800 runs, an average of 69 with 26 hundreds for Yorkshire. He got 42 Shield hundreds. Well, 42 hundreds for South Australia. Some of them would have been outside the Shield, but point stands. In a career there that netted him over 12,000 runs. Andrew Sampson, tell us more.
Well, Darren Lehman's his county championship average 68.76, which is the most of anyone who got at least 8,000 runs. He got 8,871 at 68. The only other one with over 60 having scored 8,000 or more county championship runs was Ranjit Singhji, average 62 with 16,000 runs.
Shot. Playing from the crease, but still playing it under his eyes. Timed away to move Lehman to 40.
That was an exquisite shot, wasn't it? I mean, I think Hampshire, the last sort of 15, 20 minutes, they found some boundaries here. There's the pitch just, I'm not saying it's easing, but the ball getting a little bit older, but they're playing some very nice shots.
Yeah, that was a lovely shape that he made. His contact was
none of
Lehman.
them really overhit as well.
Tried to go again in cavalier fashion. He's got that big trigger across to about 5th stump, doesn't he, before the ball arrives, with Fisher around the wicket to him.
Whooshka. You feel there's a chance at third man for that sort of shot, but totally different to the one he played beautifully through the covers, but I love his positivity.
Variation there from Fisher. So angling in and steering away. Didn't quite carry to the gloves of Pope, but threatening both edges. Of course, now Jake Lehman, when he plays for South Australia, will do so as an overseas. So he's now decided to primarily play with his British passport, if that makes sense. So he'll play under that, and he'll go home to Adelaide to continue a couple of excellent years where they've won the comp last 2 seasons, the Redbacks, or beaten again. That time on the front foot. So an eventful over this. Lavish boundary to start, followed by a trio of plays and misses. Feels like the rain's close in as well. Back goes the second on the leg side. I think we've got one of those quirky ones where it's raining at one end of the ground. We're being told from our cameras downstairs, but not the other end. We'll see. We'll see. Ground staff are ready if it does come down again. That's better. Back in defence. That's a remarkable stat from you, Samo. Only 2 players in championship history with 8,000 plus runs have averaged 60-something.
Yep, there's not many, as we say. I mean, there were a couple of guys with 6,000 runs who averaged a bit higher than those two. Mike Hussey averaged 73 with 6,000 runs, and Jimmy Cook averaged 69 with 6,000 runs.
Excellent from you. Great to have you back. I'm sorry to say that the rain at the Vauxhall end has made it to the middle, and that will be that for the time being. 12:31 local time. I don't know whether it will be an early lunch. I like to think it'll be an early lunch. We'll see. We'll keep you updated on that. Lunch was scheduled to be at 1:10. We lost 10 minutes earlier today, and they extend each session by 10 minutes in that scenario anyway. So they'll just about have provision to go early, I reckon. Doesn't look to be too heavy at the moment. The Hessian's going down, as you can see. The sheet's coming over from the gasometer side of the ground.
A few of the players slow to go. Ollie Pope showing where the cloud is, but I think they will go, and I think an early lunch is probable.
And yeah, unless it's one of those where it just stops. That's the other one. Like, you can occasionally see ground staff go, hang on, just wait a minute. We can get these covers off as quickly as they came on. Doesn't feel like now the hosing's down, the Hessian's down, the sheet's coming, so the players now will go. Just for a moment I thought they might pause them, but frustratingly another rain delay, the second of this first session on the third day here at the Kia Oval. I should say that at the lunch break, whenever it is, whether it's soon or whether it's far away, we'll have Fraser Stewart with us from MCC. He's the head of cricket there, and one of his jobs at MCC is to run the Laws Subcommittee, which means that he's the man who is in charge of each year updating the laws of the game, which is an exhaustive process. They come into effect on the 1st of October in each year, and we've got him with us at lunch. If you've got a question for Fraser, surreybroadcast@gmail.com about the laws of the game, or anything else for that matter. But if it's about the laws of the game, it's more likely to get asked. So Fraser will join us when that comes up soon. So surreybroadcast@gmail.com if you have a question about the changing laws of the game, as the rain, as I can see over to my left, is definitely getting heavier now. So they made the right decision to get that sheet on nice and quickly. I would imagine, Ali, that in a moment or two we'll get confirmation of this being lunch. I'll be very surprised if they don't try and take that long break now. What we've seen so far this morning was Hampshire move from 122 for 3 when they were 299 behind to 150 for 4. They lost their night watchman, Sonny Baker, from Reece Topley's first legal delivery of the day, caught in the cordon for 4. But since then, it's been pretty smooth sailing, with Jake Lehman moving to 40 and Tom Prest striking 3 crisp boundaries on his way to 17. That partnership worth 24 for the 5th wicket. And that number down the bottom of the screen, 271, is what Hampshire trail by, acknowledging with the state of play and all the rain yesterday, and again this morning, that the follow-on is significant for Surrey. Can they take these 6 wickets quickly enough to open that up for themselves? But Ali, before we pause here at the Kia Oval, your thoughts on what we've seen so far today?
Yeah, it's been an intriguing day. I mean, we're just seeing waves of rain come in, which is a bit frustrating for Surrey, but I think it's been a a good morning. I think Hampshire have played pretty well, especially in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
They've really counter-attacked well. The ball's come on nicely, and Surrey will be mindful of that follow-on target, because I think if Hampshire get past it, I think it leaves Surrey in a position where winning the game is probably pretty difficult. But if they can just pick up some wickets, there's still plenty happening.
Yep.
But it is the way the game is going with on and off is not great for both sides. But hopefully after lunch we get plenty of good play, which I think is forecast.
Yep.
And there is plenty happening in the wickets, so I think wickets will come in clusters. You could easily see 2 or 3 going down, just as players get used to the sort of wicket and what it's doing. But the last 20 minutes, I think Hampshire play very nicely.
All right, let's take a pause here as the umpires make their way out to the middle, and presumably lunch will follow, but we'll keep you updated on that. The screen, of course, will reveal that too. When lunch is taken, we'll get told on the bottom. It's also pretty dark too, so I suspect common sense will prevail. 271 behind Hampshire. They've lost 1 wicket in this shortened first session. Only a handful of overs bowled on this third day. And we'll keep you updated when we learn more. Speak soon.
Subject to there being no further rain, the restart at 12:45. start at 12:45, subject to there being no further rain. With one ball remaining in the 37th over of the innings, bowling from the Vauxhall end, number 15, Matt Fisher.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval, where we're back on. Matt Fisher to deliver the final ball of the 37th over, bowling to Jake Lehman, who's unbeaten on 40. Down the leg side, completes the over. Hampshire 150 for 4. It's been a frustrating couple of days here. Fewer than 30 overs possible. Yesterday, Hampshire resumed this morning on 122 for 3, but nearly 2 hours into the day, we've only had 7 overs of cricket. Reece Topley dismissed the night watchman, Sonny Baker, for 4 in his first over this morning. Caught the third slip by Dom Sibley. We've had a couple of pauses in play for the rain. And it'll be Reece Topley again from the pavilion end, bowling to Tom Prest, who defends. He's 17 off 18. Alongside me, for the first time today and this season, Jeremy Coney. Jeremy, welcome to the stream. How are you doing?
Yeah, thank you. I'm good, thank you. Yes, I'm a bit bemused and befuddled. As you know, I come and accept this task, and it is a task for me. Probably once a year, and so I don't see a lot of Surrey playing. But I have over the years accumulated a number of games, so I know a few of them now. But I'm just looking at how they're going this particular iteration of the championship in their 7th round here against Hampshire. And the number of runs that they've conceded this year: Warwickshire first 544, Leicestershire 691, Essex 472 here at the Oval, Sussex 358, and they managed to win that game. Nottingham, everybody getting 400 plus, a good match apparently. And then here, well, we'll wait and see what happens. That is a lot of runs they've conceded. Now, my first thought is, how does that happen? Well, it could be the surface, lack of bounce, but I noticed by looking out there, they're relatively green pitches, so they have, if they're not getting bounce, they have compensated in some way that they might be able to claim a few wickets. It's a seam-driven side, Surrey. They don't have their own spinners, they'll buy them, and that's the truth. Chahar was supposed to be here, had problems with a visa. I've seen Ashwin here, I've seen nice fielding to the left at backward point. But so their seam attack, where would you think, if you make the surface pretty green, you'd probably get bowled in LBW, as we saw at the Lord's Test. But you'd also get a lot of catches behind the wicket. And because the bounce, it seems to me, isn't so pronounced, that you'd have to come perhaps a pace closer. My question to you is, and I know you'll follow this, you can't avoid that, you can't get away from that one. Are they taking their catches in the cordon? And are the bowlers, I've just mentioned the runs, are the bowlers conceding more runs because they're not as accurate this year as they have been? They've been relentlessly accurate in the past few years, particularly through Worrell. Okay, and I can see that he's not here today. How's the catching?
It's not been great. It's not been great.
Does that surprise me? No.
But I also think, to your broader point about Surrey's struggle to take 20 wickets this season, it's basically everything that you've mentioned. So if you go back to the start of the season, pitches across the country, as they always are in April, they're very, very difficult to take 20 wickets. We'll get back to it. That discussion is a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions, your business energy partner, meeting you where you are on your sustainability journey. Short first up from Jordan Clark, top edge from Lehman for 4. He moves on to 44.
Wasn't a shot with conviction though, was it? It was nicely directed, slightly to the offside, I think, of the batsman. That was the impression I got, and it's taken a kind of a top edge. He hasn't kind of managed to get inside the line of the ball, which you need to, so you end up with a wide stance, and you actually get over the ball. That was not controlled, so it went fine.
So to answer your question.
So catching, and have they they've changed wicket keepers. I mean, we've got Pope there at the moment. Folkes has been away for some time, which is, it's fun when you're doing it and it's all grins when you take the ball as a keeper. It's not quite so funny when it becomes an injury because of it. So there's been other keepers as well. Who else has kept?
Jamie Smith's kept as well. Josh Blake's kept as well.
Right. So this is the third keeper. Fourth. Okay.
Oh, doesn't move his feet, and very nearly edges one through behind to Ollie Pope.
Yeah.
Clark's so good against left-handers. So yeah, I think Dan Worrell, for example, he's the champion bowler in this side. He hasn't actually played a game of cricket here at the Keir Oval this summer. He's played 2 championship games, both away from home. Missing him is a huge blow. Atkinson hasn't played loads due to England availability. He also was concussed in the game against Nottinghamshire too. This week there's no Tom Laws, who's played for England Lions. He's out injured. Sean Abbott is out injured as well. Jamie Overton's not playing first-class cricket at the moment, and he's someone who adds something different to the seam attack. He's just a little bit quicker.
And fields in the slips.
And fields in the slips too. So they haven't been able to have...
So changes is the theme that you're talking about.
Nope. I'll have to go again.
Yeah, well, that certainly goes part way to explaining. I mean, this is a pitch that has had, in the last, 2 seasons, 2 results. The one at Sussex, in this championship, and then the final against Notts last year. 2 games out of maybe 7 last year, at home and 7 away. And 4th, this is the 4th this year. So 2 out of 11. You start thinking then about those kinds of figures, I think, if you are a Surrey player.
I think it's also a reflection of Surrey's own relative strengths and weakness. They are an incredibly strong batting unit. And at times, I was talking to Cameron Steele, recently retired here at Surrey, who was part of the live stream on day one. He was saying that sometimes when you've got someone like Dom Sibley in the side, when cricket in early season in England, the first 30 overs with the new ball is so important. Dom Sibley almost makes pitches look flatter than they actually are because he's so good at just getting through the new ball. The game against Sussex, I think it was a few weeks ago, Sibley placed both the first and the second new ball. He batted for so long. And I think sometimes Surrey's batters can make pitches look better for batting than they actually are.
Well, I agree with that. Last time I was here, I think they made 800.
Yes.
And I think the highest score was something about 820, and there was a chance they might declare at tea on about the 3rd day. And I turned around and about 7 grown men in tears with that possibility. There's a lot of Surrey favourites around behind me.
I'm sure Dan Norcross would be the person who would have been most
he was the leader,
concerned.
the cheerleader.
Another no ball from Reece Topley, his second of the morning.
Okay, let's just switch for a moment. Time, it seems, in this match is becoming quite critical. I mean, cricket basically has 3 components, and the interplay of those 3 things are the important things. It's obviously wickets, it's obviously runs, and the 3rd one is time. And it's something that sometimes I think we waste as players, and it shouldn't be wasted in these conditions. There is still a chance for both sides, in a sense, if you take the view that Surrey want to win this game because of their position in the table at 7, which is unusual, isn't it? Let's be fair recently.
It is unusual, but it's also a very strange looking table, full stop.
It's tight together, I appreciate.
Very, very tight. If Surrey win this game, given the bonus points they've already accrued, they will go top.
Right, wouldn't that be an incentive in terms and influence the thinking of Hampshire? Hampshire are dead bottom, aren't they? And they've lost a lot of players and key players as well recently. So the chance to win a match, I would have thought, would have been a lure as well.
Oh, hugely. Hampshire.
So how can they do that? How can Hampshire win this match?
They've been positive with the bat. So if you're looking for ways in which time can be injected, scoring a little bit quicker makes the game feel as if there's more time in it. And Hampshire have been scoring briskly from ball 1. So if you look at the number of overs we have remaining today, 75 overs remaining, should Hampshire actually bat
Well,
get that far.
the run rate's 3.9, so we're close to 4s. I would suggest that's also partially the bowling as well, just from what I've seen this morning. You see, that's a leg stump line. I've seen a lot of that, and wide outside off stump as well. There's not quite that kind of, as I say, the word I used was relentless quality we've known about past Surrey sides that I've watched. It hasn't been there this morning. Now, I don't know for whatever the reason. Topley I kind of see as a slightly white ball player. Tom Curran is also playing in this match. He's very much a white ball player as I can see as well. So there are changes, aren't there, around the attack at the moment.
Oh, beats him on the inside edge.
So obviously 272 is the key number as far as Hampshire are concerned at the moment. If they can get themselves there as quickly as possible, that would be nice. And then what do they do? And I think that's where they've got to push on. Now, has that come nipped back in between? Just a little bit. It bounces a bit. No footwork from the batsman. This stage it goes over the top of middle and off. So that's cut him in half. But I think they then got to push on and use time to their own advantage and hope. So if they can get up from 272 as close as they can quickly, even if they lose a few wickets in doing so, it's 156 for 4. They may have enough time because Surrey want to win the match and quite badly. They now in the third innings, Surrey have got to do something. They might see it and seize it as an opportunity, and then then they're going to have to declare at some point. And at that very strategy, I think, might lead to a chance of Hampshire having a crack.
Pulled by Lehman, just for one. Another thing.
It's a longer shot.
It is a long shot,
you know, but it is possible. And I think you've always got to be. It's good fun to play for captains who are looking at the game in that way. It keeps the interest for all their players, and you find suddenly you find a result coming from an unexpected place in your team.
Can I throw one of my pet peeves at you? So, I would love for what you just said to transpire over the next couple of days. But Surrey have already got 4 batting bonus points. And you'd think that they'd pick up 3 bowling bonus points. Should the game end in a draw, they will leave this week with 15 points, which is only a handful of points fewer than you can sometimes get for a win where you have a first inning score of under 250.
Sorry,
because you have 8 points for a draw. And
gee, that's a lot.
In previous years,
wow.
In previous years, there have been some years where it's only been 5. And I think that in match situations like this, slightly different equation for Hampshire because of how far off they are from 8th place. They are 31 points behind Yorkshire, who are in 8th. But from Surrey's point of view, and other teams,
so you think
like
they
them,
wouldn't be that interested?
I think the point system does not incentivise captains to take risks.
Hampshire are last.
Hampshire,
everyone else might beat them.
Hampshire in a slightly different situation, as you say, they're bottom of the table. But Surrey have got to this point in the season where, as we pointed out and mapped out, they haven't quite been at their best. Driven through the offside by Lehman. Fisher chases it but can't haul it back in. So 4 more runs to both Lehman and Hampshire. He moves on to 49.
It's a nice stroke, isn't it? Some good foot movement. We were talking about lack of foot movement recently. This one's better. And a goodish stride. No, he doesn't. He's stayed quite open, hasn't he? But it's in that case, it's very full, and he's been able to play almost off the back foot. There.
Looking for the single that would take him on to 50.
Continue to peeve me.
So the bonus points being 8 points, a draw being worth 8 rather than 5, I don't think incentivises teams to do what you outlined.
What's the win then?
16 points.
double the draw. And the reason for doing that was they want batsmen to battle it little longer in the championship.
I think it was a response to, there was a brief period either side of the pandemic where, for whatever reason, the scores in the county championship were generally pretty low. So I think that the administrators at the time wanted pitches to be more batting friendly than they were. Individual batters were constructing unorthodox techniques to counteract the very specific challenges that the pitches in county cricket at that point were posing to batters. And also from Surrey's point in particular, as we've said, they've not been at their absolute best this season. They've only won one game out of their first 6, yet they're still in the title race. They will look at it and think, hang on, Rahul Chahar should be available, visa issues pending, for the back half of the season. The hope will be that Dan Worrell, who's not really played much cricket yet this season, be available. So to be halfway into the season and not having played your best cricket, had so many injuries.
But they almost said that last year.
True.
And they got through to the final.
Lehman on 49, left alone.
I would have thought they might have, had a bit of work together as a team, and they might have been in a better situation this year. I mean, there are not many changes, not really, for this group. I know you've given me some names that aren't playing because of injury and so on, but about the only change I can think of is the boss coming back, the governor. Isn't it, really, when you think of it?
Yeah, in terms of the squad overall, young Adam Thomas has come through this season. Ooh. Appeal. Topley's the only one who's gone up. Draws some laughter from the members in the pavilion. Rest of the Surrey players weren't as convinced as the bowler. Even playing away from the body. Looking to get bat on ball on 49. Have a look at that one again. Very square on. We were saying yesterday how he's reminding us all a little bit of Shivnarine Chandapal.
Yes, you'd think as if the ball was moving from Topley just a tad more, or he starts it a little bit straighter but keeps the length, that then Lehman can actually feel, I might attack this. You'd think Gully would be an interesting position because he's playing quite wide and open with the sort of the bottom hand controlling the bat a bit more and opening the face. That's a little bit full for a player, I think, like Lehman. You want to get it to come to sort of middle and off, to off stump and just outside. You've got enough room to play with in terms of line, and just a little bit shorter that he feels he can have a crack. There is a third man in place, but there's no one there at Gully. I think I'd like to have a Gully. And just not get quite so full. We've seen a couple of quite nice drives from him, but he's hardly had to get onto the front foot to play them.
Defended by Lehman, just one run from the over. He remains on 49, Hampshire 163 for 4. Interestingly, 42 overs into this innings, and we're yet to see James Taylor. James Taylor spent 2 games on loan with Kent earlier in the season. 2 games ago, he took 10 in the match against Gloucestershire. 42 overs in. We're yet to see him. It will be Clark to continue from the Vauxhall end. Appeal for LBW, but looked high initially.
Yep. Line was good. Length just a tad short that time from Clark. Clark has always been a component of this attack too. He's a dangerous player. This bowled from wide out, angling back in. It's beaten the bat, certainly, Again, coming from quite wide out across the ball. And that's why it beat him. Too high.
What Surrey have done reasonably well since the rain delay is they have kept the lid on Hampshire's run scoring. 13 runs in the 5.5 overs that we've had.
Well, they've bowled better, haven't they? They've bowled with a bit more purpose, and they haven't thrown out a wide one here and a short one there. And they've only, I mean, the bowlers have, we've all been slightly complaining about the number of overs.
Clark strikes. Press looking to leave the ball, withdraws the bat too late, and it's a sharply taken catch at first slip. And just minutes before the lunch interval, Surrey pick up their 5th.
Important wicket at an important time. They always are. And this one just prior to lunch. An away swinger. It bounced a little bit more. And just looking to leave it, really, and the ball hitting the bat rather than the bat hitting the ball. And just being guided. It's very like slip catching practice in the morning, isn't it? And it goes through, was it Burns there at first slip? Looked like him there with his floppy on.
Yeah, that's right. Rory Burns.
It was low.
Slip. Yeah.
And that says, don't get any deeper, Rory. That is as far back as you can possibly go. That would, otherwise it would have bounced. It was his catch. It was just to his right. He takes it 2 hands, which is good. The head goes with it. I like that, because as soon as you get the hands outside the compass of the eyes, the percentages drop dramatically. See, he's just a bit late withdrawing, isn't he? Doesn't really want to play it. Looking to play it for quite a long time. Leaves it late.
I wonder if the angle from Clark had anything to do with the late decision-making from Press, releasing the ball from wide of the crease.
Yeah, well, it's straighter then too, isn't it? It's nearer the stump, so that's what creates the doubt for the batsman because of the width of delivery from where it comes from.
And also credit to Surrey, as we mentioned, they've managed to exert some pressure in Hampshire the last few overs. Press eventually departs for 19 off 36 balls. Not too long ago, he was 17 off 17, so just 2 runs from his final 19 deliveries at the crease. It brings the captain, Ben Brown, to the middle. We've only got a couple of minutes until the lunch break. Jordan Clark to continue. Reminder that we've got Fraser Stewart, head of cricket at the MCC, on with Adam Collins during the lunch break. So if you've got any questions about the laws of the game, get them in surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Jordan Clark to Ben Brown.
I think I'd like to know why they, within DRS, if the umpire gives it out, the ball is dead and it goes for 4, and you could actually lose the match because of it. Now there's one for him. I've actually got the thumbs up from him. That probably means he's comfortable with an answer. But yeah, the point I was making is that the rain, of course, has been a factor in this match so far, but it means that bowlers are on and off, and they should still really be fresh.
Yeah, it's a good point that although that we're only 42.5 overs into the Hampshire innings, it's taken quite a long time for us to bowl the 42.5 overs. Hampshire's innings started on the first evening. We had 5.2 overs on the first evening. Best part of 25 overs yesterday. 13 overs so far today. It's been a frustrating day and a half. Lunch break is imminent. 1 over, we reckon, before the interval. Surrey players sprinting round between the overs, ensuring that they'll get it in.
Good over from Clark. Again, principally of the 6 deliveries, running wide of the crease and getting out and creating an angle for himself. That looked as if it's hard to get a ball on middle and leg to swing.
Tucked off Lehman's hip, and that single takes him to 50 in what has been a very difficult season for Hampshire. With the bat in particular, Lehman has been their star man. It's the 7th time he's passed 50.
Yeah, 7th time in the season, 7th time in 9 innings.
Wow.
You didn't get a 50 in the first game in 2 innings. It's a pretty good run, one of which he went on to 100, which was his last innings. And the others have all been kind of big 50s as well, as we were mentioning earlier, 70s and 80s and 92.
Yeah, Lehman's playing as a local player this summer for Hampshire on account of his UK passport. Some addition to the Hampshire top order, who of course are without the services of James Vince these days in red ball cricket, but also Liam Dawson too.
Barker's gone, hasn't he? I mean, you're talking about batting there, but a little bit more. But Barker and of course Muhammad Abbas is the big one as well. So they've lost key players, haven't they?
Yeah, and I think oddly, if you look at Hampshire as a side, certainly this season they're a stronger bowling outfit than they are a batting outfit, which, given the point system in the county championship, is the wrong way around. If you're a strong batting side but you struggle to take 20 wickets, you pick up those draws, and then you actually only need 2 or 3 wins to stay up all season.
Yeah, I don't like that 8 points. That's quite high, isn't it? Rewarding dull matches, not enterprise.
Because a couple of Hampshire's defeats have been very, very close games. So they only lost against Somerset by 2 wickets. And there was a pretty close game down at Chelmsford as well. And they were going well in a rain-affected game against Nottinghamshire. There's an argument to be made that even though they're bottom of the table, they've been closer to winning more games of cricket than Surrey potentially have had so far this season. And also quite a lot of the other team who are in the mid-table at the moment. Perhaps bounced a little bit more than Brown anticipated. Takes his glove off the bat handle at the last moment. One delivery, we suspect, until the lunch break.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised they haven't had a man in front and square to the new batsman Brown. Ben Brown, is it? Is he the keeper?
Yeah,
and their captain. So he's well back in his crease, and he's just looking as if the deliveries are quite. Well, he's looking suspiciously at them. Yeah.
Flicked off his pad for a single. Ben Brown is off the mark. That completes the 44th over and the morning session. Hampshire 165 for 5. They resume the day on 122 for 3. It's been another frustrating morning, I'm afraid. Just 14 overs possible. Couple of breaks in play owing to the weather. The forecast looks much better for the remainder of the day, as you can see on your screen there. Blue skies, we've not seen that for a while here in South London. So we should get certainly the vast majority of the 71 remaining overs left in the day. Bad light might come into it towards the close, but the forecast is looking pretty good. So plenty of time for both Surrey and Hampshire to advance their cases.
Yeah, Jake Lehman's going quite nicely for Hampshire. Obviously the key man in the whole innings really from now on. If he can remain, he can sort of manipulate the innings a little bit. Brown looks suspicious at the moment about what's happening with the bounce. There's still swing at this point. After how many overs have we had so far? 44 there. So that's not bad either. That keeps the bowlers interested. And look, at the moment you can see there are the results of this Hampshire innings. No one's really taken control. Gubbins 51 off 74 obviously, and as I've just mentioned, Jake Lehman. So yeah, there's not a heck of a lot left there, and so at the moment, as far as the bowlers are concerned, there's an opportunity. Let's have a look and see what we've seen there. Well, Fisher picked up the first 2, didn't he, quite early and bowled quite nicely. Tom Curran not yet to get any wickets in that column, and then Clark has picked up 2 and Topley the recent one. So yeah, it's I think probably Surrey slightly ahead having claimed those 2, slowly making their way through the top order. they just have to keep bowling well and claiming more, and now go the very obvious route towards some more points for themselves. It's going to be much harder now, I think, for my little sort of escapade into enterprise for Hampshire.
Beautifully summed up, Jeremy. We'll be back in 35 or so minutes with the afternoon session, but don't go anywhere, because Alan Collins will be talking to Fraser Stewart, head of cricket at the MCC, about rules, regs, laws, and everything in between.
For everyone else on the concourse, the nip back in under the SSE Energy Solution stand for drinks and for food. Crispy wicket.
Pop them on, I'll start introing. All right, yes, as foreshadowed, as trailed by Yas there, we are going to be talking laws over the next half an hour or so, which may not sound like the most riveting of topics, but if not for the laws of the game, then where would he be? Start with that philosophical poser to Fraser Stewart, the man who oversees the Lords process at the home of cricket, at Lords. He's the boss of cricket there by day, and I was joking before, by night he does the laws, but I'm sure he does a lot of the law stuff by day as well. And he's done it for a long time, and he this time of year will go on something of a PR tour explaining why the changes have been made, so that when they come into act on the 1st of October, that everyone has a pretty good idea at recreational level of what's about to occur. Thanks for joining us.
Not at all. Good to be here.
So this is a lengthy process each year. I know that you really go through it with your subcommittee, but give us a sense of how a challenge might end up in your inbox, or rather something that's happened in the game might end up with you and then being deliberated upon by your subcommittee.
Yeah, so we don't change it every year. It's the last changes were in 2022, so we're 4 years on, and it's about that. Every sort of 3, 4, 5 years we'll do something. We stay really in touch with the game. We watch a lot of cricket. We get contacted by people about cricket, and if there are things that are happening that we just think that's not quite right, we just make a note of it, and then about sort of 2 years out from when we're planning changes, we'll start to consult internally. We have a law subcommittee, and we'll also consult with ICC to get some of their thoughts as well. So Rob Lynch, the Director of Cricket and Operations at MCC, he sits on the ICC Cricket Committee, and internally we've got good working relationship with the Cricket Department at ICC. And then our law subcommittee has a really good reputation, a really good section of people from across all parts of the game. Yep. So we have Simon Torfall, Sundaram Ravi and Claire Polosak, all international umpires from different parts of the world, right the way through to people who are umpiring in county cricket, in Premier League cricket and village cricket and junior cricket. So we've got sort of all parts of the game covered, because we have to remember that the laws that we write are for the whole game and not just the televised game that we see. Obviously ICC playing conditions sort of supersede the laws, and we try and get the laws and ICC's playing conditions to mirror up as much as possible. And so we're really pleased when it was announced last week that ICC have fully adopted all the law changes that we are bringing in on the 1st of October. They are all coming and being accepted by ICC, which is good, because we want as closely as possible for what people play on a Saturday afternoon at their club to be replicated as what they see on telly. Yeah, well that's right, isn't it? I mean, the importance of these laws, sure, for the professional game and the international game there are implications there, but for everyday people who play the sport, right? And I remember in 2017 when you were at the fourth edition of the 2017 Code of the Laws, that Man-Cat edition in many respects of what it was known for, and that was bringing into line the laws of the game with something that had already been amended in the ICC playing conditions, so that it eliminated that grey area. Yeah, exactly. There was a time when it was different in international cricket as was in the Blue Book, yep. And we don't think that's helpful. There are still a couple of things. So runners, for example, the laws still permit runners. County cricket still permits runners, but international ICC rules don't permit runners. So that's one level of difference. We have got a change coming up in this new edition for when bouncer over head height, which in the laws has always been a no ball, but in all professional cricket is a wide. We're now coming into line with professional cricket, and so that will now be a wide rather than a no ball. Because generally we think it's, cricket can be a complicated game, and the more that the laws and the playing regulations are aligned, we think the better. But going back to your first question, once we've sort of got a list of things to discuss, as it were, we then look at all the perhaps consequences and particularly try and think of the unintended consequences of what this change would be. And it goes back and forth between, we have a laws drafting group, which is a sort of a subsection of the laws subcommittee, but then we have the subcommittee itself, but we have the MCC Cricket Committee, which is now chaired by Owen Morgan and has really good cricket expertise on. And so they will then look at the changes and say whether they think that's right. And then we also have the laws are finally signed off by the MCC committee. So there's a lot of scrutiny that goes into it. And by the time that something actually gets into the blue book, it's had a lot of cricketing eyes and brains on it. And hopefully we get things right.
And it doesn't take too long, I don't think, for the game to adapt and evolve to the new laws. A good example would be from 2022, the most recent update was batters crossing or not when a wicket was taken. So the way it was previously interpreted, ball in the air, batters cross, existing batter remains on strike. You scrap that, and that was something that was already being done, I think, from memory in the IPL, became a law of the game from 2022. Now it's not even controversial. It doesn't take long for the new normal to become widely accepted.
Yeah, it was actually trialled in the 100, because we spoke to the guys at the 100 and said, have you got any funky laws that we might be able to bring in? And it was one that we suggested, and then it had big buy-in from one of the people at ECB as well. And I think once it happened, people thought, well, that's entirely sensible, because the batting sides were using it to their advantage, whether to cross or not, depending on whether it was the last ball of the over and who was on strike. So this way, it was a way of rewarding the bowling side for getting a wicket, and generally, unless it was the last ball of an over, having the chance to bowl at the new batter with the next ball. So
73 changes all in this time around in substance, in addition to some language changes, which that's always part of the ongoing process of the laws, I suppose. But the main big ticket items, if you like. Let's start with laminated bats. So for all cricket, not just junior cricket and kids cricket, there's an affordability piece to this story, which I'm keen for you to speak to. The study done by MCC around scarcity of English willow and what it actually means in practice about having a laminated bat, and how that will, hopefully from your perspective, mean that bats are just generally speaking more accessible and helping that along with the laws of the game.
Yeah, so as you say, the bats are made from willow, and most of the better bats are made from English willow. There is some quite a lot of cashmere willow, but that tends to not quite be the quality of English willow. So English willow is in demand, and as we all know, this is a good news story. The game is booming, and cricket is becoming popular, even more popular, and particularly in the subcontinent, the economic boom there has brought a bat and an English willow bat within to the financial reach of far more households than perhaps it was 10, 15 years ago. And you've got the success of the IPL. Cricket is always big there anyway. So the demand for English willow has really, really boomed. And obviously you can't just click your fingers and make a tree grow. There's a 12 to 15 year process. And whilst the willow growers are overplanting and trying to make sure that there's enough wood, there's just not enough to get to satisfy the demand. And obviously economics, if the demand and supply is not in kilter, the prices go up, and that's what we've seen. And to MCC, it's really important that the game is as accessible as possible. And so we consulted with manufacturers about the idea of lamination, which is effectively sticking 2 or 3 bits of wood together. And what this means is that you can use higher parts of the tree, sort of the higher, thinner branches can be used, and some less good quality wood can be used as well. So you might have a good quality English willow face, but with a lesser quality cashmere willow or maybe another wood on the back, just to provide the ballast, but you've still got the ping off the English willow at the front. And by doing that, it would mean that although there's a bit more work involved with the gluing and clamping and everything, the raw material that is the biggest issue over can go further. And I was speaking to one of the bat manufacturers recently at the Lord's Test, and they were saying that they've just launched their laminated range, that they're able to do them cheaper, and just that they're able to use different higher parts of the tree. And it's not going to solve the problem of bats being expensive, but it will hopefully help to alleviate some of the issue. We're not going to allow it in professional cricket, and ICC have supported that. So we want the professional game for bats to be pure, but for club cricketers, for kids, because we've allowed laminated bats in kids since 2017. So if anything that we can do to try and help keep bats as affordable as possible, we think is good for the game. And we did some research and had bats tested, bats made up, these laminated ones, and tested them against non-laminated ones, and there was virtually no difference at all. So we don't think we're going to see a big performance advantage. But if it helps keep the bats more affordable, that is a good thing, because the alternative is to go down. Look at other sports like golf and tennis. As they brought in composite and other materials, the game changes. And we're at this wonderful ground here. Cricket grounds can't get any bigger. And we don't want, if we brought in carbon fibre or something like that, if the balls are flying even further, then the balance of the game tips even further in the batter's favour, and we haven't got a good game. So
it feels like that's quite important, and clearly you're satisfied with the testing that you've done, because some would say, and some have said online, that there is the ability to make bats through a laminated process with the types of wood that might sit on the back, which could create super bats. But I mean, from what you're saying, you're pretty cool at this stage of proceedings. You don't think that's going to happen?
We certainly haven't seen that in the junior market at all. We haven't seen anything like that, and we'll keep an eye on it. We want to make sure that it is just wood and glue and nothing, clever sort of put in the middle, which might be something. But no, generally we're fairly confident that this won't create a big problem.
I should say as well, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. You can send your questions in. I can see a few on the screen already, which we'll come to in a little bit once we've gotten through some of the substantive changes that are going to be in effect from the 1st of October this year. Surreybroadcast@gmail.com. I'm sat with Fraser Stewart, who's the boss of cricket at Lords, but also runs the Laws subcommittee. And this year is a year when the laws are a-changing. What have we got here? Another one here. Isn't it quite a big one for how I think people get frustrated at the end of a day's play, where if there is a wicket in the final over of play, play will continue. So we saw at Lords last week where late on day 2 it would have been, there was a New Zealand wicket that fell. There were still 1 or 2 balls left in the day, and the over didn't continue because the convention and the law has been that play would stop there and then. But you're now allowing that over to continue, so the fielding team gets another bite of the cherry.
Yep, that was a perfect example. Will O'Rourke was in as a night watchman already. He was out, I think, with 1 ball left in an over, but it was 2 minutes to 7, and so they all trooped off. And that saved New Zealand having to make a difficult decision. England had their tails up. They wanted, would New Zealand send in another white watchman, or would they send in, I think it was Ravindra who was next in. So the crowd were up. Obviously there'd been some weather around anyway, so they've been denied cricket. So and also it means that other ball and the change of ends and everything doesn't need to happen the next day, which takes time out there. So we're very happy with that change, and it's not coming in until the 1st of October. But again, ICC, that they like that change as well. It gets as long as the light is good, then let the bowling side have got a wicket. Let's reward them with the chance to get another one. Yeah,
and that's a good bit there. That accepting that the ICC, most cricket that we consume and watch on TV, that's it'll happen more there than it will in our games of cricket, where the final over of a day. How often are you playing multi-day cricket in the recreational game? It will change the role of night watchman to an extent, won't it? Because historically, if the night watchman's on strike at the start of a final over of a day's play, it's virtually guaranteed that there won't be the need for obviously not another batter, but that you will try and protect your senior partner. But I suppose now it's just a case of one or the other getting to the finish line.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a big rewrite on overthrows. There's a little bit on this at the time, sort of distinguishing between throwing at the stumps and general misfields. Just talk us through what that means in practice.
Yeah, I think particularly in white ball cricket, we've seen fielders now almost acting as in a pair on the boundaries, and one will maybe dive and stop it, have the ball in their hand and throw it to their mate, which and then the guy will throw it back into the wicket keeper. But sometimes when that goes wrong, So the guy has fielded it, as I said, throws it to his colleague, but he misses it, or he gets the throw slightly wrong, and it goes over the boundary. Under a strict interpretation of the law, that would be an overthrow.
Yeah.
So if the batter's already crossed, they would get 1 for the run that they'd already crossed on, and then the 4, so they would get 5 runs, and the batter would change ends. We felt that that's probably not what the game expected. I think we all know, if you're fielding at point and throw at one stump and it misses and goes to square leg, that's what we consider 4 overthrows. When a team is sort of trying to field the ball, and they just make a mistake. And
trying to keep the ball in from the first boundary, right?
That's not really an overthrow. It's a misfield. And similarly, we've got a good example where a fielder just takes the ball and just goes to throw it, and as he goes to throw it, it just comes out wrong and goes back out of his hand over the back of the boundary. So that will now be 4 runs, a boundary 4 rather than an overthrow. And for it to be counted as overthrow, there's got to be a sort of a throw towards the pitch, and in what we would sort of know as an overthrow, rather than a mistake in fielding near the boundary.
There's one that I liked that goes to discretion. So 20.1.1. It's around when a ball is dead. So instead of it needing to be when the keeper's got the ball above the stumps or the bowler above the stumps, I suppose, at the non-striker's end, now the umpire has the ability to determine when the ball is dead. So in other words, what it can really do, it can stop dead in the hands of the cover or the mid-wicket fielder, and the umpire can still say that's dead without needing that extra movement for the ball to get to the stumps, in effect. Is that a fair way of depicting
exactly.
it?
What we've tried to do is put in law what happens in practice. The law did say it had to be in the hands of the bowler or the wicket keeper, and as you say, sometimes it could just be played to extra cover towards last ball of an over,
last ball of a day, right? Or last ball of a match, one day,
and everyone sort of ceased to regard it as in play, the umpire can just say that's now dead. So again, it's what the game expects, which is that's what we want to do. We want to try and make the laws to be what people think they should be. If you there are obviously times when it can't be that, but if that's our main sort of premise, it's a good way of doing it.
Yeah, so it feels like there's more leeway, but in reality it just makes sure there'll be less chaos, and I suppose there's an education piece in all of these things, right? So doing interviews like this and other opportunities for these laws to be publicised through social media and whatever else, it means that by the time we get to October 1, the idea is that these have been socialised fairly widely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bonnie hop catches. Now this is a fun one. This is very modern cricket, isn't it? Very T20 cricket. It had already been tidied up by ICC, it should be said, for in the way they have their playing conditions for international matches and so on. But the Michael Neser moment in the Big Bash a couple of years ago, now it's, how would I say it, one touch when you're jumping over rather than kind of throwing the ball up and bunny hopping your way back over the boundary line. Seems common sense, but it felt that way until Michael Neser was able to drive a truck through that loophole, and now you've made sure the loophole's no more.
Yeah, this is one that actually you mentioned ICC. We work very closely. We work with them on this. We both felt that the law as written probably was just going too far and was allowing play to take place too far beyond the boundary. The Nice, for example, is a great example. I mean, fair play to him. He did exactly what the laws allowed, but he was sort of 3 or 4 yards over the boundary when he sort of jumped up and parried it back, and it probably wasn't what the game expected. So ICC and ourselves got our heads together jointly, and we went back and forth on various iterations of something that we kind of knew what we want. It's one thing, if you know what you want, then try to make the law say it is actually harder than you think to get the wording exactly right. But there was a lot of back and forth between us in drafting, and David Kendicks, who sits on the ICC Cricket Committee, is also on our law subcommittee, and he was very, very good on this. And eventually we got to some wording. Again, you think of what it actually says, but you've then got to really test it with the unintended consequences, and what if this happens and what if that happens. And we hope that we've got something that's right and will mean that the fielding has to take place closer to the field of play, and effectively they have to first touch it within the field of play, or if they're airborne they had to have taken off within the field of play. So that's as we were. But then if they then go out of the field of play to beyond the boundary and jump up to parry it, if they do jump up, they have to land back inside the boundary. Not just the ball, but they themselves have to land back inside. If they jump up and parry it back, but they land outside again, that will be a boundary, so
Yeah.
either a 4 or a 6. So again, it's stopping them getting so far beyond the boundary, like the Nisa did, like Michael Nisa did, that it's just sort of stretching the boundary law too far.
Yeah, it retains the integrity of what you're trying to achieve, whilst not detracting from the physical achievement of one of those catches, which everybody loves.
Exactly, and we love seeing the skill that's involved. And you see, but before games, you see the fielders practicing these, and it's a great bit of skill, and there will still need to be a great bit of skill to do what the laws now allow. But just it's a slightly slightly smaller area for them to perform that in. Just
to go out of order a bit here, I'm going to go to one of the questions on the screen because it relates to ICC cooperation with MCC in these matters. You could say this question's coming from Jeremy in New Zealand, Jeremy Coney, who was on commentary a moment ago. Could have just easily come in from Daniel Norcross in Tooting or Adam Collins in Bounds Green, because it's something that we've all talked about on our various platforms. This is the ICC playing condition, really, but how MCC might influence it. Let me present a scenario to you, one that I'm sure you're familiar with. World Cup final, last ball of it. Batter shapes up, given out 2 runs to win. Batter given out leg before wicket, and immediately by the umpire on the field, hits the pad, runs down to find leg for 4. But immediately the batter reviews. On DRS, it's overturned. It's not out. However, at the moment, the way it works is that once the umpire's finger goes up, the ball's essentially dead. The leg byes don't count. Too bad. Dot ball. Nothing you can do about it. But, of course, what I'm presenting here is a scenario where procedural fairness, it should be 4 leg byes because that decision was incorrect from the central standing umpire. So it's only relevant to TV games and DRS games, so it's not quite in your remit. However, I know how much influence MCC and the Laws Committee have on these deliberations more broadly with ICC. Is this being talked about? Because it feels inevitable that a high-profile game is going to be decided this way sooner rather than later. So it seems logical to me that we would tidy this up preemptively.
Yeah, and it has happened. Not so much on the last ball, but it's happened in the last over or 2 of games, and it does have an impact. As you say, it's an ICC issue, but we have. I've written a paper for ICC on this, and there's no right answer in it. There is an answer, but it's whether it's what the game expects. As you said, once the umpire's finger goes up, the ball is dead, and I think that's right, because the fielder who may be at say a wideish fine leg, as soon as he or she sees the finger go up, they're going to run in and celebrate with their team. And so rather than going down and trying to stop the ball going over the boundary. So that is right. So the only solution to this would be for all decisions for the standing umpire to wait, a bit like we see with runouts, to wait until the ball is dead to give the decision. And so for the game, it's do we want that sort of loss, the moment of theatre of the appeal and the finger going up and giving it out, as opposed to there's an appeal, the ball's gone off to fine leg, there's a diving stop, they run 3, the throw comes in, and then the finger goes up. Now, some might say, well, that's the theatre is maintained and goes on. Others may say, no, you're just losing that moment. And some people have said, the fielder could get injured for a ball that he didn't need to dive for because, the umpire's going to put his finger up. Some people have also questioned whether the umpire having longer to think about it may alter their decision, perhaps taking in the context of the game or whatever. But the option is there by just saying, right, don't give your decision until the ball is dead. And it's for ICC to decide whether they think that is a good solution or not. It would solve the problem, but is it what people want? Yeah,
I understand what you've described there quite well. It isn't a perfect solution, but it might be like a lot of things in cricket as it is in life, where like lesser of two evils, right? Let this not be the perfect be the enemy of good, because you can easily imagine, and it's not. You've made other amendments. I mentioned running out the non-striker before. Where do people expect it? It takes a while for people to accept it as a concept, as a mode of dismissal in some instances. But you've had to sort of power through and make that happen. Yeah. It might well be that the ICC simply have to accept that this is imperfect, but it's the only solution, short of something dramatic happening, and then you can be sure as anything that if it were to determine a World Cup, the law would change. Well, rather the playing condition would change promptly.
Well, it might do, and say the ball's in ICC's court on that as to how they wanted to go about it.
Back to what's actually happening this year. Another quirky one here where you now permit keepers to have their gloves in front of the ball before the ball's bowled. I think that traditionally we've expected keepers to keep their gloves behind the stumps, and if they go forward, venture forward from that, it becomes a no ball. But there's the way you've explained it before, I believe, is that you know that keepers sometimes set up with their gloves in front and now allowing them to do so long as it isn't in the delivery stride.
Yeah, so the previous or current law is that as soon as the bowler starts the run-up, the keeper has to keep everything fully behind the stumps. And sometimes if the keeper's standing up to the stumps, he or she, as they sort of go into the crouch, their gloves might just go in front of the stumps when the bowler is only 3 yards into a 10-yard run-up or something. Is that really affecting the game? No, but a pernickety, an umpire or a TV umpire looking at it will go, well, hang on, actually, his gloves came in or her gloves came in front, and it hasn't affected the game at all. So what we've done is we're not letting them come in front, but it's from when the bowler's releasing the ball to until the ball has reached the striker and either passes the striker or makes contact with the bat or the person. They've got to stay behind, but once it's made contact, they can then come back in front. So it's really, it's very, very rare that it would happen, but you could have had a situation where a ball was called no ball because the keeper's gloves were just like when the keeper was standing up to Ollie Robinson the other day, who's got a 20-yard run up. If Jamie Smith's glove came in front, 1 yard into the run up, that's not affecting the game. So let's move on and not call that a no ball. Yeah,
and this is why I like this process. There are common sense tidy ups, if you like. One of them relates to hit wicket and the definition of receiving the ball. That might require some further explanation if you want to have a go at that one.
Yeah, so the hit wicket law we've just changed. So we're certainly in white ball cricket, we're seeing batters move laterally around the crease a lot more than perhaps we used to. And we're sometimes seeing them, and we've got a good video example of this, where he sort of goes out to leg and then sort of goes across to off and is sort of moved well outside the off stump. But as he's still moving and the ball's gone through to the keeper, he's missed it, but the bat then comes through and hits the stump. He's not sort of playing the shot, but he is still, the movement is still there, even though he's no longer sort of playing at the ball or leaving the ball. And so we've just clarified that any movement, when the batter has still not retained their balance, will mean that hit wicket is in play.
So when wouldn't it be in play? Let's do the counterfactual here. When would you be able to break your stump?
So there was Toby Rowland-Jones had one in the county championship. If you sort of hit one and just sort of you're in total control, you just stand there and then you sort of just swing the bat back, as you watch it sail over the boundary or something, and then the bat just hits the stump. I think that would be one where it would be not out. But if it's still is part of the shot or the movement from playing the shot, then you would be out hit wicket.
And there's a change to how short run is worked out as well. I suppose it's a bit subjective here, working out what's intentional or deeming what is or isn't intentional.
There's three possible scenarios for a short run.
Yeah.
There's the accidental short run, which is probably the most common one, where the batter's just got it wrong and has ended, a couple of centimetres short, hasn't quite grounded their bat. There's no probably deliberate intent to do that. It's just it happens, and you see it more at lower levels of the game. And for that, even though they and I think one of your Jenny has asked about this one. So say they run two, but one run is short. They will still get. They've run sort of 21.98 of the 22 yards. So we still credit them with one run, even though effectively both runs are short. So that's for the accidental short run.
Yep.
There's then the deliberate short run, and there was a good example of this in the men's Big Bash 3 or 4 years ago with Tim David, where he was on strike and batting with a tail ender, and he hit one down to long on to Glenn Maxwell, who, as we all know, has got a rocket arm, and he knew he had to get back on strike, but when he realised that Maxwell got to the ball quicker than he thought, well, I've just got to get back to the other end, and he turned.
Just bailed.
He bailed. It turned sort of three yards short of the ground to get back to the original end, and so that is a deliberate short run, which results in 5 penalty runs.
Right. So it's not just that you lose the run, you get pinged 5 as well. I think
Yes.
that's what Johnny Powell here in our comments is asking here about. Well, it's more about if you're effectively running too short because you've turned.
So
this is more
if it's a deliberate
egregious.
one, if it's a deliberate one, it's a subjective call from the umpire because how close is close enough to be deliberate. But in the David one, the context also made it pretty clear what he was trying to do. So that is a deliberate short run, no runs, and 5 penalty runs to the opposition. The grey area, which is the one that we've tidied up in this one, is where you've got, again, probably a top batter and a tail ender who sort of start off on a run thinking, oh, well, we've got to get 2 here, but then realising they can't, and they both sort of change their mind. They're not trying to fool anyone. They go, actually, no, we're not going to get back. Let's give up. We're happy with no runs. We're not trying to sort of fool and get 1. So so they get, maybe they just cross. They go, actually, no, we haven't got time to run 2. Let's just go back to our original grounds. And that, again, under a strict interpretation of the law, would have been a deliberate short run. But that is the batters changing their mind and saying, no, we're going back to our grounds and we're happy with no runs, rather than trying to sort of make it look as though they're running 2 but not. So again, it's one of those things that you know it when you see it.
Yeah,
it's quite hard to put in the law. We have put it in the law, but you know when you see it what they're trying to do.
You're asking of an umpire there to, in a split second, determine intent. But you're right, cricket people, especially trained umpires, and look, this has been there in ICC playing conditions as well before, hasn't it? So it's not without precedent, but charging umpires with the responsibility of sort of using their cricket brains, if nothing else, right? And that's not nothing.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, umpiring is about making subjective decisions, and obviously the best umpires are the best ones at it. But they know the game. The context will obviously tell the story. Particularly if you've got in this example a top order batter and a tail ender. You kind of you know what ball it is in the over and who they think they want on strike next. So that all adds into the context, and a good umpire will tend to know what's going on.
As someone who bowls the discipline that tends to have the ball coming back towards the pads, I'm reluctant to indulge Daniel Norcross here, but I will. Daniel has been arguing forever, as we're kind of moving to audience participation here, we'll see how we go, that leg buys should be marked against the bowler rather than simply sitting in sundry, so more akin to what we have with wides and no balls as opposed to what we have with buys, although buys do effectively get marked against the keeper, don't they, where leg buys are in this limbo land. Has there ever been any discussion of moving leg buys to the bowler's analysis? And if there has, how's that deliberation gone?
Not overly. There's been discussions about leg buys more generally, whether it's fair if the batter has missed the ball and it's hit their body, whether it's right that they should be credited with runs, particularly on the evasive action one, where perhaps the bowlers had a win. So we did look at that, but we felt that it was going to perhaps create more problems than it would solve, and particularly with a view to negative bowling.
Right.
It might lead to, particularly towards tail enders, have bowlers bowling round the wicket into the pads, and if the batsman's not good enough to whip it away off the pads, you kind of get a stalemate, and it could promote negative bowling. As to whether it should be, they should be credited to the bowler, I don't personally buy into that. I think first of all it's a team game, and the batting team get the runs. The runs certainly shouldn't be credited to the batter if he or she hasn't got a bat on it. But whether it should be credited to the bowler, there are examples. If you bowl a pretty rank sort of leg stump half volley, you could maybe argue that that's not a very good ball, and that it should be credited against the bowler. But you could also bowl a really good bouncer that hits the batter on the shoulder, and the bowler's had a win, and it would be unfair if it was credited against his or her figures. So this isn't a burning issue for MCC. I had a chat to Dan earlier and tried to explain the position. And again, I stressed it's a team game. The runs go to the team. And yes, I don't think it's one we're going to be rushing to change anytime soon.
Here. And one I missed before, but it's worth commenting on is the I guess the nomenclature or the standardisation of descriptions around balls, and that's kind of mostly to do with junior cricket and the women's game. Is that right?
Yeah. So the laws, I guess the history of making cricket balls goes back a long time, and there perhaps wasn't the exact measuring tools for size and weight and everything that there is now. And the tolerances were such that a junior ball and a women's ball actually overlapped. So you could make one ball that sat just in the sweet spot of the two, and you could have two identical balls and one stamped junior and one stamped women's. And we didn't think that was right, particularly with modern technology these days. So we've now tightened up the parameters. So there's 3 absolutely distinct sizes with no overlap between the men's ball, the women's ball, and the junior ball. But what we've also done is we've changed the name. So instead of men's, women's, and juniors, we've gone to sizes 1, 2, and 3, with one sort of representing the men's ball.
So the 156 grams will just be size 1 now.
Yeah. So the ball size haven't really changed, and the cricket you will see, whether it's men's, women's, or juniors, it's going to be pretty much with the same ball, just stopping that overlap between women and juniors. But because one of the reasons is particularly teenage boys in that sort of 13 to 14, they quite often would use a women's ball, as we call it now, as a sort of halfway house between the 4 3/4 and the 5 1/2 in old money.
Yeah.
And just as we don't ask a kid to go from a size 3 bat to a full size, they go up through the sizes. So boys were quite often using the women's ball, which teenage boys telling them to bowl with a women's ball didn't always land that well. So I think other sports use sizes. So rugby, football, they have sizes 1, 2, and 3. So we've just gone to sizes 1, 2, and 3. So you'll start off with a size 3, then maybe as a teenager you'll go to a size 2, and then up from sort of 15 upwards to a size 1.
Brilliant. We're very close to play resuming here at the Oval with Hampshire 165 for 5. Final question then. Is there already something on your agenda for the next time? Is there something that's emerged in the last few months that you can give us a bit of a tip to as to what might be on the agenda when you next meet with your law subcommittee?
Nothing that leaps to mind at the moment, but I'm sure there will be things. They keep, cricket has a wonderful habit of throwing us ideas and things that perhaps should be changed. That's why we try and watch as much as we can, and we're very lucky that lots of people send in examples, and also with so much cricket streamed these days, we see some incredible things happening that you just wouldn't have thought possible. And there's a great example we put out with the straight drive that hit the stumps at the other end and came back. And we've changed the bowled law on the back of that. So we're always going to keep our eye out for anything that needs to be changed.
Indeed, we had penalty runs here just a couple of days ago. Fraser Stewart from MCC. The game's always evolving. Great to have you as a regular guest in what we do. I'll just call this first ball and bid you farewell. It'll be Clark away from us to Brown. Thank you so much for coming in and answering all these questions. And for anyone who is listening to this and you got an idea as well, Fraser is very easy to contact through MCC. We'll catch you again soon.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here.
Right, I'll bring Daniel Norcross in for me. I sense that Daniel's going to sit on the other side, which will work quite seamlessly. We could even spend a minute together. I can't see Ali Brown. So it feels like it's going to be you and me for at least a minute until Ali jumps in. How rare is this?
I know, it's time we got to go.
We get our first half an hour together each day, Daniel.
But it's not enough, is it?
We got 10 legal deliveries before we were broken up this morning.
That's brutal, isn't it?
With so much rattling around in the world of cricket.
So much to talk about. I particularly love this question here on the screen.
The one short question.
The one short.
We did address it.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
We did address it.
Well, Fraser,
comprehensively.
I bet.
The three different types of short runs.
Nothing if not comprehensive and assiduous in all that he does.
He's strutting about with a moon boot on as well.
He is. I don't know. Do you know how he did it?
Batting.
Yes.
You think a man with thousands upon thousands of runs wouldn't injure himself batting, but them's the breaks.
Well, it can happen, can't it? Well, what a fascinating session.
Yep.
And normally, it behoves a commentator to say this is a really crucial session coming up. It's a really crucial session, and you know that sometimes we're being a little bit hyperbolic. But in actual fact, this session
is the session.
It's going to determine the narrative flow of this match.
Well, because 106 away from the follow-on mark, that will be dealt with in this session one way or the other while the sun's out. So if Surrey get the 5 wickets they need to enforce it, well, that's one thing. If they don't, that's another thing entirely.
Ooh, full.
And on that thought, as that ball nearly sneaks through, I'll jump out and leave it with you. Ali will replace me.
Yeah, so just to nail that point for you, boys and girls, we've got a session here that's going to be a little bit elongated, and in the time of this session, look, it's possible that if Hampshire bat all of it, they won't quite get to the follow-on target, but it's highly unlikely. So, by tea, Surrey need to have bowled Hampshire out. Or conversely for Hampshire, by a tee, they need to have got themselves up to 272, at which point the game would suddenly become a lot safer. The key man, though, still there, Jake Lehman, he very nearly presented an edge through to the keeper. Ali Brown is alongside me, having lunched well, I hope.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, venison pie.
I like venison. Yeah, very impressive.
Do you know, don't get me, the caterers are marvellous here. They do all sorts of different variations of chicken. Normally, it's chicken done 4 ways over the course of 4 days, isn't it? The venison pie, when it arrived today, and the wonderful Isabel, a shout out for her, she brought me a little pot of mustard. Oof. The goal goes after it again. Lehman, well, a flashy start from Lehman straight after lunch. So, Ali Brown, would you say that that assessment is pretty much right? This session is going to determine whether we're looking at Hampshire backs to the wall following on, or Surrey trying somehow to manufacture a victory. It's going to be very tricky with not a lot of time left in the game if they've got to go back out and bat again and score enough runs to set a declaration.
Yeah, I think, look, Lehman is a key wicket, isn't he? He's flashed at a few of those. He's played very well, I think, throughout. He's got a technique which is different but very effective. I think he's looked very good in the middle, but he does offer that waft outside the off stump, and you fancy if they can just get an edge or something down to third man as a potential. He's the one the back they got to break.
We've got to change a bowler, and it's powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Get the whole team involved. I will finish that. Get the whole team involved and score big with sustainable energy solutions. It's taken a while, but Taylor is finally into the attack. The 46th over of the innings. These are, I suppose, the perils of being one of a 5-man seam attack, but comes in with a bit of decent form, having been loaned to Kent, picked up plenty of wickets down there, so Surrey would love him fresh here to make a couple of early inroads after lunch. No ball. So another 2 to the total.
I mean, he's not quite as fresh as Shoaib Bashir, is he? But,
yes.
Yeah, but he's bowled very well on the loan. He's got a few wickets recently, and yeah, I think it's an important session. The next 8 to 10 overs very important. If they can just get a couple of wickets, I think they might be able to break the back of the innings and hopefully get the required wickets before the follow-on.
Oh, that looks very tight. Well, I'd like to see that one again. The slips didn't go up quite as I expected them to. I don't know if there was a couple of noises there, because he was very much stuck on the crease, was Brown.
And you feel that his pads are small men's, that it might not be going over, but height was potentially an issue.
Well, it's mighty full. Well, I don't know what's wrong with that unless there's a bit of edge on that. It's the only thing I can think of.
I think that's missed the middle of middle. It's sort of 3/4 of the way out.
Shot to reply. Lovely on drive as Taylor just errs a little bit too full. But that last delivery, if he didn't get any bat on that, I'm not quite sure what was wrong with it.
I tell you what, it was a very good ball as well. Quite reminiscent to one of the wickets earlier, I think.
Jordan Clark one. So yeah.
Just held. Looked like it was going to swing and just held it. Looked at an excellent delivery and perhaps a little bit unlucky there.
Yep. Well, England. Sorry, we've had a few tight LBW decisions turned down, so we wave to our cameraman. Oh, he's gone straight through him. And he's bowling at decent pace here, 82 miles an hour. You've got a feel for Taylor, because on the occasions he's played for Surrey recently, it's been on absolute featherbeds at Edgbaston or Chelmsford or wherever. Now he's got something to work with, albeit a 46 over old ball nearly. He's beaten the defences of Brown. I don't think he got quite the support he might have wanted from his slips. I'm not sure that would have made a difference to the umpire's decision. And he's just challenging Brown here, who's a very important wicket. I don't know whether this is true, but it always feels to me like Ben Brown scores runs against Surrey. He's a
Well, if you can get a hit sort of
irksome.
halfway up the pad
In front of middle.
and still get another go. I mean, I think that was I'd like to have a look at that again, but that was an excellent delivery, and I really like the way Taylor started here. I think he's asking questions, take away at the no ball, but he's bowled very nicely and hit a really good area right from the get-go. As he fires it down the leg side.
They'll do that to you, Ali.
Yeah. Yeah.
End of the over 6 from it. 2 of them are no ball. That lovely straight on drive, but also a mighty, mighty close call for LBW for Ben Brown, which will bring Jake Lehman back on strike, who's been just a trifle skittish in this session so far. He's only faced a couple of balls, but he's gone after both of them. Andrew Sampson is back with us.
Hello.
You beavering away. What are you doing there?
Well, you mentioned Ben Brown having
I did.
a record
yes.
against Surrey, so I thought I'd better check.
Have a look. It could just be that he got one big 100 and I've never been able to forget it.
Pretty much, yes.
Right.
His highest first-class score, 165 not out at Southampton
There you
a
go.
couple of years ago. His overall average is 38 and 650 runs in 12 games. So
What's his
that's all right.
overall first class average?
Giving that now.
Yes.
His overall first-class average is 39.
Oh, right. So
39.47,
it's about much the same.
So it's marginally better overall than against Surrey.
It's a very handy first class average, that, for a man that's coming in at number 7 today. That's because we've had a night watcher. Climbed into that, did Lehman, but good bit of fielding in the covers by Reece Topley. Had a fairly long way to get down there. I like a man in a sun hat. You a sun hat kind of guy?
I was a cap.
Just always a
I
cap.
was a cap man. Yeah.
Even on incredibly hot days.
I did have a sun hat, yeah. It didn't come out very often. They didn't do a particularly good one. You just felt a bit cumbersome with it.
Were you ever kind of jealous of Richie Richardson and his maroon sun hat? Because I think he rocked that look.
Yeah, but he was just a bit too cool for school, wasn't he?
Yeah, but what a hat
As
though.
many of the West Indians are.
Many of them rocked a good sun hat, to be honest with you. Although Viv, I think the sun hat would have been too frivolous for Viv. I always felt. Oh, I say, he's gone after another one. Nice bit of shape from Clark away from the left-hander.
Viv actually sculpted me. So my 2 idols growing up were Viv and Both. So I was very lucky to play against both of them just before they retired. So probably the best time to get them at the end of their careers
Yes.
and the start of mine. But
Was he wearing a cap when he came out to bat, Viv?
Well, Viv, I played. He was playing for Glamorgan at the time, and he was on the sweep, which I couldn't imagine for someone of his age and my youth. I thought I could get up and down and get a 2 for many of those balls that I hit out there, because I thought he was going to throw it from sort of underneath his knee, sort of a low trajectory. But every time I tried to push for a 2, he kept sending me back, and I never managed to get one in that game. So, but it was a joy to play against him, having watched him
I can imagine.
throughout my youth. Yeah.
Great presence he had. He leaves that last ball alone, but Lehman's looking quite pugnacious here. The maiden over from
There has
Clark.
been a bit of lift as well, haven't there? But it's just coming from a fraction too short, I think. You don't need a lot more in terms of the length. I think maybe a foot further up. If you can just get that lift and get the batsman playing forward, then that could find the edge. But yeah, Viv, that game, that was my first ever one-day 100 for Surrey. So
In front of Viv.
in front of Viv.
Oh, you'd
yeah.
like that.
I think that
would
was
felt good.
Lenethley. Yeah.
They still play there now.
I don't know whether they played that. I had to wake him up for the 4-day game. I wasn't playing in the 4-day game. I think that was at Neath. But he was on the physio bed as I was 12th man walking around the ground. And I knew he was in. And I couldn't leave him on the bed because I wanted to watch him bat.
Uh-huh.
So I sort of said, "Oh, you're in."
So
To which, as he went out, he was putting his pads his pads on as he went out, and then unfortunately, by the time he got out, he wasn't as prepared as he could have been, and he was. I think he was LBW to Johnny Robinson first ball, which was a disappointment to me, because I would love to have seen him score runs, even though it wasn't for Surrey's cause.
It was the way he used to enter the field of play. I did an event with him in outside Nottingham for a cricket club that had an exchange program with Antigua. So Antiguan kids would come over and play for them, and vice versa. I think the lads in Nottingham got the better part of that deal.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me saying so. Anyway, did this event, and there were people there from the ages of about 9 to about 80. And it was about 6, 7 years ago. And I was interviewing him, and I asked him if he could go and replicate the way that he used to walk to the crease, because it's a nice big space here in this clubhouse. So I sent him off. It felt a strangely powerful thing to be able to do, actually. So Viv, no, keep going. I rather enjoyed it. And anyway, he got to his mark, about 15, 20 yards away. And he walked in again, and he did that, that slight rock back and forth. And this whole cricket club stood and applauded. It was like unbelievable. He was able to recreate his own presence. And, you could see like 10-year-olds who had never seen him bat before just instantly realised, oh, wow, this is this is cool. Oh, again, close, but I think going down a touch high on this occasion. A better shout in his first over. He's been right on the money here, Taylor.
Yeah, he's been very good. I mean, I feared for Viv in his last year because I absolutely idolised the man. I thought he was just just everything about him was just so entertaining, and it certainly sculpted the way that I wanted to play my cricket growing up. And but I watched him play here, and he played against Wacker, and of course he came out without a helmet, and he didn't have a helmet in those days, or I don't think I saw him with a helmet. It's a good shot.
He's got a hand on that though, Taylor. He's done well in his follow through.
Yeah,
we'll keep them to one. End of the over, just the one from it.
Yeah, so he came up against Wacker, and I was at short leg, but Wacker obviously had a very healthy respect for him and didn't bowl short to him. But then he came up towards it. There was who was that young Australian Duncan Spencer at Kent, and I knew that he was quite quick and fiery, and I watched that live on TV, and and of course Viv came out without a helmet against Spencer, who was in the top 3 quickest players I ever faced. So and he hurried him a little bit, but he sort of came away unscathed. But in my eyes, what a man, and a pleasure to watch. And he, as I said, he was inspirational in shaping how I always wanted to play the game.
Did you get to see much of him? Of course, in South Africa, don't
No, is the short answer. No. Obviously in South Africa, growing up in the apartheid eras, he obviously never played in South Africa, famously turned down rebel tour offers and stuff like that. I saw on television one game of playing live. In 1991, a one-day international in England. So we used to get some highlights packages and stuff, and just seen a bit of that. But there was a one-day game he played against England, which was I think it was very exciting because it was the first live international cricket that had been on SuperSport.
Right.
And the thing that Viv made 60 odd or something. The thing I remember the most was him walking out to bat.
Yeah. Well, it was very distinctive, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I asked him about it actually, and he told me the reason why. Oh, it's got him. Not a great lead from Brown. Clark picks up his third. Hampshire have lost their 6. It's exactly what Surrey needed pretty soon after lunch. Well, we've seen a few people leaving deliveries at Lord's. We haven't seen too many here at the Oval, and that was too close to off stump, shouldering arms, off stump flattened. 3 for Clark, 173 for 6.
It was a late decision, wasn't it? But from the angle here, it didn't look like it looked too tight, and it's a question of whether it hit off or middle. But it has removed the off stump, exactly what Surrey needed.
Well, Clark has got Taylor's wicket there. You might argue he's lucky to survive an LBW. Let's take a look at this one again. He's quite wide of the crease, angles in, and I wonder at what point he realised he'd made a bit of a mess of that. Yeah, not a great leave, that, on the angle. It hasn't really deviated particularly, hasn't cut back particularly sharply. But I think he's up at his toes. And around about then, he's gone, oh no, what have I done? Can't get the bat down.
Well, I just came a little bit wider of the crease, and on the angle, I said, didn't really nip back, but good tight line on top of off, and has removed the stump.
Now, we saw earlier some images of what looked like ground staff, but I can't see them now. Problem for us is that ordinarily at the Oval, I know this is all getting a little bit technical, but from our vantage point at the JM Finn stand, we can see exactly where the weather's coming from, because it usually comes from over Archbishop Tennyson School, prevailing southwesterlies. Today, the weather has been very sneakily coming from behind us, so I can't tell you if there are any clouds over the JM Finn stand. Now, of course, the ground staff can see that direction much better than us. That's the shot. So it's looking okay. There's a little bit of grey towards the construction-y area. So straight over the stand. It's looking okay at the moment. Right, I'm going to try this in front of Andrew Sampson. Podgieter has come out to bat.
Podgieter, yeah.
Podgieter, yeah. Do you get a very sore throat having to address people's names in Afrikaans day after day?
Fortunately, I don't have to say it too often in Afrikaans, but I can imagine if you are doing it all day, you would get a sore throat.
What a dry throat, I should think.
Dry throat, yeah.
Yeah.
Podgieter, you guys.
Podgieter. Is that where the Castle Lager comes in?
It probably helps occasionally.
Right. So, Surrey need 4 more wickets, and they need to get them without Lancashire scoring another 99 runs if they are going to be able to enforce a follow-on after Podgieter, Hampshire that is, yes. There's still a fair bit of batting to come, you know. Felix Organ's opened the batting for Hampshire before. James Fuller, Kyle Abbott, they can all hold a bat, so...
They're positive players, aren't they, the latter two?
Yep. And there's 2 left-handers at the crease at the minute. But again, there's that little bit of bounce you've been talking about, Ali Brown.
Yeah.
End of the over, wicket maiden.
That one's just come back a bit as well. And from the looks of the walk, that's not nice. I mean, it's hit him in the ribs, I think.
Yeah, let's see this one again.
Not much deflection.
And that's got up off. It's not that short, this ball, and it's hostile. Oh, right on the sternum. Yeah, that is going to hurt a bit.
I think that's going to hurt a lot. But some balls have climbed, haven't they? Just
yeah.
A little bit outside off stump on occasions, but
well, it needs to a little bit.
Yeah.
Pitch needs to have a little bit of that in it. Plenty of runs have been scored. Yes, Andrew.
He's got a pretty good record as Delano Podgieter.
Yeah.
Averaging 43 with a bat in first-class cricket. Averaged 101 in the last first-class season in South Africa, 606 runs. But he's particularly good at big games. Big match player. He's played the Lions, the team he plays for, which is the Johannesburg team. For those of you who are trying to keep up with South African provincial teams, they've been in the final the last 3 years, and he scores in those. He averages 372 in finals.
372.
Thanks to scores of 81, 155 not out, 48 not out, and 88 not out.
Okay.
And most of those innings have come when his team were in trouble. He's come in at 35 for 5. And got that 81.
So he bats about 7.
He bats 7, yeah. 113 for 5. He got 155 not out, and they went on to win that game.
Well, he's down on the ground at the moment because of this. Oh, and he's been absolutely done there. Didn't get anything anywhere near the ball other than his own body.
Yeah, the second of those finals, the second of the final was a draw. He got a 48 not out in that one. And the third final, which again they won, he came in 102 for 5 and made 88 not out.
Nice.
Quite apart from the fact that he's a fairly useful bowler.
Yes, but at the moment, I don't know whether he's been a bit winded or what.
Well, I think it's quite a high blow. so it's not so much ribs, it's a bit higher than that, which I think you've got to be pretty careful about.
Okay. Well, while he's being looked at, I'll explain. Viv Richard said to me that because you always came out, you looked so confident. It's almost like when the moment a wicket had gone, you walked to the crease. It's almost like all the bowlers' shoulders slumped. When the opposite normally happens, you take a wicket, somebody walks out to bat, fresh meat, let's get at 'em, all that kind of thing. And he said, yeah, that's why I did it, because I was nervous and I needed to change the dynamic. I needed to have control. So I had to walk out and look like I had no regard whatsoever for any of them. And it was, obvious when you think about it, but you've then got to be able to, it's all very well walking that walk. If I walked out like that, it just wouldn't work, because it would become blindingly obvious within no time at all.
And you'd be chewing gum, I assume.
I'd be chewing gum.
No
I'd just
helmet.
have a hat at a slightly jaunty angle. Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, you've then got to be able to suddenly take Bob Willis from outside off stump and deposit him over deep mid-wicket, which not many people can do.
No.
Right. Some repairs to Podkita, and we can start a new over. Taylor still in the attack. His first 2 overs have been menacing, actually. He's unlucky not to have picked up a wicket already. And he's bowling to Jake Lehman, who's yet to get a run since the lunch break. But the ball has largely come out of the middle of his bat. He's got an idiosyncratic technique, Jake Lehman. There's all sorts of different ways of playing this game, of course, but his bat starts at a curious angle away towards gully or backward point. Once he addresses the ball, it all comes back round, doesn't it? He's quite front on. His feet are in a slightly unorthodox position initially. And then he gets himself outside off stump. So far has looked pretty much rock solid. A couple of little wafts in the first over he faced from Jordan Clark after the lunch break. But it'll bring yet another left-hander on. So I've got a few lefties, haven't they?
Yeah, he's got a touch of Steve Smith to him. Not
Yes.
the same as Steve Smith, but
that business.
in the way that he sort of takes out the ball at the stumps. So where he looks vulnerable, perhaps, is when it's outside the off stump and he's having a bit of a flay. But anything at the stumps, he's very comfortable.
Podkita's another one who's getting quite far across his stumps here.
Still feeling that blow, isn't he?
Yeah. When you see that as a bowler, it's sort of almost like there's a target on the body, isn't there?
Well, I think as a batsman, when you get hit in the ribs, it hurts, but you're just outwardly you're trying to say that's nothing. Inwardly, you're screaming.
Well, he sets up nicely.
He's timed that very nicely.
Yeah. What do you make of the headband? A fan? I like a well worn headband.
Yeah, that's quite a masculine headband, isn't it? I think it's fair enough. I mean,
it's a nice thick one.
My hair's never been that long, so I haven't actually needed one.
Andrew and I have sympathy, but oh, he's had a little nibble at that one.
And I definitely wouldn't have ever had anything to hang a hairband on.
Best headband in world sport's got to be McEnroe, hasn't it? A young McEnroe.
Yeah, Borg as well, though.
Yeah.
Borg
as well. Yeah.
Back in the days.
Yeah.
Borg, McEnroe, both of them.
Yeah, that was a fine clash of headbands.
Yeah.
Trying to think of, see a few Alice bands, Nathan Bracken, he used to have a...
Jack Brooks.
Jack Brooks, yes.
Yeah.
Jack Brooks.
I think I'm playing with Jack on Friday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
End of the over, just a 2 from it. Tell us more, 175 for 6.
The PCA Legends, we're playing at Finch Hampstead on Friday. So I think I saw his name on the team sheet.
How many games do you play a season these days?
In total, there's about 8 to 10, I think. So
will you net beforehand?
No. Nets are for fish.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't netted. In fact, I've got to locate where my bat is, which I think is somewhere under the stairs. Haven't seen it for 8 months. The problem with these games is everyone thinks you've just been netting or playing club cricket every other weekend, but it hasn't quite been the case. So I'll try and find some footwork.
And there's a bit of a target on your back as well, isn't there? Because the person who gets you out has got an England player out. That sort of counts as a wicket.
Yeah, I don't think they realise quite how little I've
Nice.
held the bat
Tickled
recently.
away.
But I'll be locating I've got a couple of bats under the stairs somewhere, which are both very nice. Got a couple of Keeleys that were made up from my old Slasengers back in the day.
They don't care how much cricket you've played, though. By the way, if they get you out, that's an England one-day international wicket.
Yeah, I mean,
That's the
as
point.
I said, I'll be trying to find my feet in the kitchen tonight, and if I can get some sort of rhythm.
You do a little bit of shadow batting in front of a cheval mirror.
Absolutely, a cheval mirror. I
Yeah.
used to have my mirror in my parents' bedroom. That's where I used to go and shadow bat all the time. So
Yeah.
if I could ever find a window.
Oh, beats the outside edge again. It's great stuff from Clark since lunch.
It was always good because you could actually tell how far your head was falling over and trying to keep a still head, ideally. But
Did you ever get out when you shadow batted?
I don't think I practiced getting out. I think shadow batting is trying to mentally tell yourself you're quite good, and
That's what I think.
I think that's negative shadow batting.
I asked the question because I was doing a podcast during the winter called Cricket Cliches. And on it came up the subject of shadow batting, and it was, what do you routinely use to shadow bat? A lot of people, because it was around about Christmas time, a lot of people will use Christmas wrapping roll, and what shot do you tend to play when you shadow bat? And we amateurs, you find quite a lot of us will play the late cut when we shadow bat because we weren't good enough to play it in real time.
So you use wrapping paper?
Yeah, well, in the tube, as a tube,
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have a bat. I would have my hands.
Just the hands.
Yeah, I would.
Oh, got away with that, this Clark.
I would move into my set position and then tell myself what delivery was coming. And one of the deliveries that I would want to know that I could get early into position was the short ball.
Right.
So I'd want to move, and then I'd want to tell myself it was a short ball without any wrapping paper in my hand.
No wrapping paper. No.
And just feel that I could either sway or, in particular, go underneath it.
So you'd shadow.
Yeah. So I'd
you'd
make
shadow
those
sway.
movements and then say, right, it's short, go underneath it. That's the more than anything. That's a position I wanted to mentally know I could have.
And when you were shadow swaying, you were never hit.
No,
No.
and there was no injuries while
No.
while shadow batting.
Now you see, I sense that you think that I'm completely berserk, but there's a reason for this that I asked, because when we put this out to tender and said, what shot do you play, what do you use, etc. A lot of people use rolling pins, or just their hands, or spatula. Quite a few people got in touch. The first one who got in touch, I poo-pooed, who said, I often, when I'm shadow batting, I nick one behind off an absolute ripper.
Isn't that a negative? I
Correct.
mean, surely the whole
Well,
idea of shadow batting is to give you a
you and I-
positive mindset.
We're on the same page here. I was astounded, genuinely astounded. So I said, nobody can be doing this. What's going on, Andrew? Or is it a short leg? No. Oh, a change of bat is coming out, but he still doesn't look 100% happy here, Podjita. So this gives me an opportunity to continue with this madness. So, yeah, put it out and said, what? Nobody does this. It turned out that one of the people on the podcast did it. Daniel Gallen, a South African. He used to like shadow nicking Dale Steyn. He'd get an absolute ripper and say, and then he would nod, he'd shadow nod to the imagined bowler and then walk off with, I've got a good one. I think, you guys are all mad, right? And I stuck to my guns that they were all mad. We reached the apotheosis of madness when this bloke got in touch and said, I shadow umpire, because he does a lot of umpiring. That's nearly sneaked through. Instead, it's been squirted away through deep backward square. They'll get a couple more valuable runs. Podjita is hanging on here. He's on 7, 181 for 6. Just another 91 needed to avoid that follow-on now. So, the guy said, I shadow umpire, and frequently I have to overturn my decision on DRS. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? So he's going, He's standing in front of the mirror. He sticks his finger up, and then he gets. Okay, we have got a player's review for LBW. I've checked the front foot
for a hypothetical.
Yeah. So Daniel, yes, you're going to have to overturn your decision. Then he would practice slapping his hands on his shoulders. That's a really good stop at backward point. They're thinking of a run that is not there. Good work from Sibley there. I mean, that really is the apotheosis of lunacy, isn't it?
That's taken it to another level. Like, unfortunately, I never had that sort of imagination.
No, you never got out when you shadow batted. Thank you. A proper pro does not get out shadow batting.
I would get under the ball, so for the extreme pace that you might want to get under that, I wanted to get in position where I felt I could pull it.
Yep.
I wanted to get in a position where I felt I could either drive or whip it or get into the ball, basically. And I think a lot of shadow batting, so when you haven't got a mirror, my prep would be for a game, I'd go out, before 20 minutes before the game, and I'd stand at the crease just so that I could visualise what that felt like. So in terms of your first ball doesn't feel like your first ball because you spent about 5 minutes there looking at what the field looks like and the where the shorter parts of the boundaries are and the diameters there. So that was all the visual key that I was looking for.
Brilliant. You see, some of our correspondents, are so crazy that they would visualise. Oh, it's been angled away, but there is somebody down there at deep third can keep the scoring to 1. That I think some of my correspondents would have visualised it and then hit to the wrong side, because. What I learned was that the self-destructive power of amateur cricketers is truly, unquestionably extraordinary. Why would you do that to yourself?
But I think so. You had shadow batting, but I used to knock my bats in as well.
Right.
So that wasn't actually shadow batting in front of the mirror, but when bats used to be knocked in, my father used to work at Slazenger's. And my uncle was a farmer, so he used to have some baler twine, and we used to attach a ball inside one of his old hockey socks, and they used to send me out as a young child with ADHD out into the garden, go and hit the ball, and it used to be attached to the washing line.
Yeah.
So I used to have to hit straight to knock it in, and then when I got a bit bored, I'd sort of slog it over the plum tree, which it used to get caught up in, but you'd feel the timing of it.
Yeah.
And that was another visual thing, and then also a way to knock in the 80s and certainly in the 80s, 70s and 80s, to knock your bats in. But just speaking on, we're speaking about Viv being one of my idols. One of my other idols was Ian Botham, and he was someone. Again, I was very lucky to play at the end of his career and the start of mine. But my father working at Slazenger with. Mickey Stewart, actually, they both worked in Mitcham at Challenge House, and of course I could go in and get a couple of bats from there, like Slazenger Colts or whatever. But I was very keen on having a bat from Botham, which of course was a Magnum. And so I said to my dad, when he was offering me about 100 bats I could choose from, I quite like that Botham bat. And he was like, he said, why would you want to spend £100, which it was then, it's a lot more now, on a bat. So we agreed that I actually had the clothing from Botham. So I had the attack from Botham trousers, and I went with the Slazenger bat, which I had for many years.
Okay, what do you use to shadow back? Get in touch via email, broadcast@gmail.com. I once used a rolling pin. It flew out of my hands. I was playing the square cut, and I knocked over and broke 8 sherry glasses on a draining board. So don't use a rolling pin. Adam Collins is coming in. I imagine he actually shadow bats with a top-of-the-range bat. But we're thinking, spatula, rolling pin, whatever you want.
He's brought in the Magnum that I was asking my dad to get me. There we go.
I remember we'd had this conversation before. I haven't used it much yet, but it's the Duncan Fernley's back in business, and I've got a couple of them, and that's what I shadow bat with at the moment. New bat, and so on. It's a great topic. How did you stumble upon this, you and Daniel?
What, shadow batting?
Yeah, what was the context?
Oh, I don't know. You never know where
never know with him, really,
mind goes.
Yeah, it's fair enough. Umbrellas are a real danger, aren't they? Because they're about the right.
They're a bit long, aren't
they? Long handle.
Long handle.
Yeah, long handle. You'd use an umbrella.
I mean, I'm 5'10" at best, and that's, you know, probably some people say standing on a shoebox, but yeah, so I always had a short handle.
Andrew Sampson had some shadow batting.
Well, rather oddly, bread knives inspire me to shadow bat.
Bread knives?
There's a bit of there's a handle on a bread knife, so it feels a bit like a bat with a handle on it. So when I'm slicing the bread, I might nick her through the covers or whatever.
I saw a thing on one of the social media platforms the other day where someone's made the point about shadow batting. That you, if you're doing it right, not only do you cream your cover drive, you also kind of nick off. Like there's a bit about shadow batting when you kind of have to do the, oh no, got a good one, and it's kind of looking at the way. Like, why do we do that to ourselves? Why, even in our imagination, do we nick off? We do.
But if you're shadow batting, surely you should be leaving the ball that you're
You
nicking
should.
off to.
It's an emblem of our vulnerable, flawed state. It's
And
the human
If
condition.
Samo goes in with a bread knife, surely he's just trying to work on the late cut.
Very good. Centimetre perfect.
Yeah, there's a few late cuts played with the bread knife.
2:38 behind. The number is so relevant to the state of play because this session, where there ain't any rain around, will likely be the one that determines whether Surrey have the chance to enforce the follow-on or not. And that's so relevant with weather around and what Surrey might have the ability to do through the match. So they've picked up 1 wicket since lunch. Ben Brown, bowled by Clark, leaving alone, stump out of the ground for 7. This pair have put on 10 since then. But wickets either side of lunch, both to Clark, continuing this probing spell from the end he doesn't typically bowl from. Vauxhall end today, but we're conditioned to watching Clark do his thing from the pavilion end more often than not. One yesterday, Gubbins, who was 50 and set at the time, and Prest, who also looked pretty organised for 19, and the captain Brown for 7. One more in this spell would mean an awful lot.
I think it was the Gubbins dismissal that we thought looked like the Ben Brown LBW shout that didn't actually happen. The ball that sort of was going away and just held.
Maiden bowled 183 for 6.
I do feel that this is the sort of wicket that Surrey, if they could roll one up and say this is a fair wicket for all, I think this is the sort of the right blend for Championship cricket. There's enough in it to, as Dan Lawrence has showed, and obviously Lehman as well. You can bat on it, and but there's also a little bit of carry, a little bit of bounce, and movement. So I think a good cricket wicket.
Lots of people in to watch, over 3,000 in today.
Not quite as noisy as the kids yesterday.
No, yesterday was very busy.
Yeah.
Ooh, inside part of the bat, Taylor into his 5th over. My kids have got small bats, but I can't help it. Whenever I've got to pick it up and use that to, in theory at least, show them what to do. One coming in here, I used an old school Sky remote, which is longer than the modern ones, always playing a straight drive, but I am yet to middle one. That's come in from Jamie in Bournemouth, where my family are from. Hello, Jamie. Where my mum was born. As for Hampshire, if they can get beyond that 150 mark, and Lehman will be central to that, it will make it very difficult for Surrey to manufacture a result. If there's weather around, of course, that's all assuming that they'll lose time tomorrow. So that's the goal for Hampshire in the first instance. Get rid of that follow-on mark and then try and build, but they're going to need a partnership. Biggest partnership of the innings was 58. That was yesterday between Gubbins and Lehman. He's still going strong.
What's the coaching advice then if you're shadow batting with the Sky remote? If it's not going right, you better have a nick. What do? Phone up Sky and they just tell you to turn it off and turn it back on again in 30 seconds or something? Should be all right. Should find the middle then.
Seems to be the prevailing advice when you make a phone call like that. Have you turned it off and on again? I feel that sometimes I'm on a plane that's not moving. I'm like, something not. Turn the power on and off and we'll have another go. Back in the crease, Lehman, where he's comfortable. No run there.
Defends well, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's, defends his stumps well.
There's also a difference, I think, in shadow batting, with a bat that is, doing it without gloves compared to with gloves. You're so much more languid, I reckon, when you've got no gloves on.
Yeah, I think if I had to do it with a bat, it would be gloveless.
Mm. Ooh, wafting. I mean, it is one of his most productive shots, the cut shot, Lehman, but not quite the right ball for it there. Extra bounce from Taylor.
I did actually practice, because I was a leg spinner as well, I did actually practice the googly, and this is what put an end to my shadow batting. And my parent, I had to explain to them that as I bowled the googly, this is absolutely true, the ball came out almost in slow motion. It wasn't meant to. And went straight in just slow motion towards the mirror, and actually broke my shadow batting mirror. Having to explain that to my parents was hard work.
So you were shadow bowling with the ball itself as opposed
Very
to a piece
rarely.
of fruit.
Well, after I broke that, I wasn't doing that again. But
Single to keep the strike,
yeah.
184 for 6, Hampshire.
I think it's underrated though, shadow batting. I think it is important, the mental side of the game, and how you believe that you can deal with different situations. And I guess the one for me is when you come up against that extreme pace that you have to face, and whether you like it or not, and you're facing someone 90 miles an hour plus, do you have an escape route? And your escape route isn't to back away to leg stump. You know, your escape route is to, in those shadow batting moments, to have found a solution to how you're going to play. And the likes of the Andre Van Truce, who was the quickest bowler I ever faced, and the Curtly Amroses and all these sort of guys, how are you going to deal with that when those situations come your way? And
So
if
sort of having the muscle memory just from shadow batting.
Absolutely, muscle memory.
Change of bowling here for Tom Curran. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Blow the competition away with renewable energy from one of SSE Solutions named Wind Farms. Tom Curran replacing Clark after his excellent spell. Yeah, so like you just by dint of doing it at home in front of the mirror, you can kind of see what it looks like and feel your way through it.
And the same with spin as well, having that forward press and then being able to use your feet to where you say the ball is. I think that's also very important.
I mean, you often hear spinners talk about their process involving a cricket ball on the sofa. Nathan Lyon says he still does it. 570 odd test wickets is he up to, whatever it is, and he says he's got cricket balls all over the place, flicking to himself all the time.
Yeah.
And even though it's different to letting the ball go the way he does over the top of the ball, flicking it from hand to hand, it's just that feeling the ball with the seam.
But as a part-time leg spinner myself, and one they wanted me to bowl more, I'd always get a Satsuma and just spin it in my hands. Because it was a bit small, a little bit, it was a little stickier as well, but that was quite good to feel that grip.
My wife hates that. I mean, I really should grow up, but I'm still doing that. Bits of fruit around the house, cricket balls all over the place, just one hand to the next.
I actually, for my in my ODI, my third ODI, we're playing at Old Trafford, and the physio, Wayne Morton, was warming up with me, and he threw me 2 cricket balls, and then what I thought was the third cricket ball that I drove, and it was actually an apple. And I didn't realise until it was just, and I thought there's no way he could do that playing for England, but he did in front of the pavilion at Old Trafford.
Lots of emails coming in on the shadow batting. Nice drive for none there for Lehman.
And in a strange way, that was incredibly relaxing. It almost took away the fact that you're playing for England. It was like, hang on, I've got to clear half an apple from my match bat, and that was my, as it turned out, was my highest score for England. So maybe I didn't do it enough.
Meant to be.
Yeah.
Throw more fruit at batters when they're young into their England career. That might be the answer. Take the tension out. SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. Tell us about your shadow batting. What do you use? Lots of people have. Got a message in here from, I'm not sure who, but I'll read it out anyway. I was never much of a batsman, but I played with a guy, a good left-arm bowler, at the level he played at, who only practiced his batting to work on his excuses. That makes sense, I suppose. There it is, bottom of the screen, SurreyBroadcast@gmail.com. As a child, my irritatingly talented son would shadow bat with anything, and then when told they should use a bat, they would proceed to demonstrate that they could bat with anything too, the cheeky so-and-sos. That's from Eddie. Thank you, Eddie. Again, finding extra cover with that lovely drive from Lehman. He's faced 99 balls through his 53. And then Chris, I shadow bat with a French baguette when shopping. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Careful where you grip it, otherwise it'll split and fly out of the wrapper, which I did once. G'day to Chris and to everyone at Sunbury Cricket Club, where he is a member. Chopping down, so busy over there. Maiden the result 184 for 6, 237 behind. And Jason from the Isle of Sheppey in Kent. I mostly use a frying pan or a saucepan, purely because I normally sneak off to first slip.
Well, I don't think a saucepan would get through the old bat gauge that we've got this year. And a saucepan, if you're nicking with a saucepan, I mean, you're going to play and miss with a normal bat, aren't you? I mean, that's why I think some of the players, Aaron Haranath used to play with like in the academy, like a half bat a lot of the time. And I think it was just getting used to that, you know, and then you stick with a half bat. Obviously, it doubles in size when you go to the real one. But
do you mean a half bat like a mongoose style?
No, just like
the thin version. Yeah. Sorry, other way.
And at the academy at George Abbott, that's where they'd have a number of those.
Played against a bloke who walked out with a mongoose the other week. Real throwback stuff, that. From the first ball, trying to clout everything.
But wasn't there a Newbury Excalibur or something?
Was that also a similar shape?
There was a VWG. That was that's where I think, was it Chris Cairns had one of those?
Nice. Good era for fun bats. Bowled there from Taylor, working himself into a nice rhythm. From David here, as a young lad, probably age 10, I was watching a test on the Beeb, either England versus Australia or the West Indies, I can't remember which. And in practicing and emulating some shots, I played an extravagant drive, and in the follow-through, broke a couple of glass shades in the lounge. Mum and Dad not pleased. Beautiful. Very relatable, people breaking stuff in living rooms. I think every pro player has a story like that. The Chappell brothers used to throw fruit around the table. Partly what they attribute their sharp catching skills to. 3 Chappells, and of course having a very strong cricketing family, they had good reflexes.
Yeah, I was invited actually not far from my home when I was younger to a friend's house, and we were playing cricket in the back garden, and I ran in and I actually missed the stumps, and that went through one of the windows, which was I mean, they were slightly smaller in those days and more fragile. They weren't necessarily double glazing, but and I had a problem. I'd chip as well for golf. I'd chip around the house and tell myself, oh yeah, I just chipped there, and one time I thinned it, and it went through the window, which my father was incredibly patient for. He should really have scolded me, but actually he's very patient, and he sort of mended it. So
there's a great book that goes to this as well called First Tests. Steve Kinane, an Aussie author and journalist, wrote this maybe 15 years ago, where he went and interviewed a whole bunch of greats of the game. And the sole purpose of that's a great stop at mid-off. Looked like he snuck that through, but gets up, but no run on offer. So the idea of this book was ask greats of the game what were the dimensions of their backyard, what sort of backyard cricket did they play, or indeed inside their hallways or whatever it was, to try and form a view about the type of cricketer they would become. Some great stuff, the War brothers and how they were so strong off the pads. One of them, the Hussey brothers, or another 2. Always great links in the chain about players who'd seen other players in the nets. I think there's a link between Arthur Maley and Bill O'Reilly, which then extends to Richie Benaud, with the way they learnt how to bowl wrist spin. And how they would then practice in their backyards to emulate what they'd seen, all that type of stuff that, you know, gets passed down from generation to generation.
Well, my backyard, as I mentioned earlier, my father worked at Slazenger's with Mickey Stewart, so it's quite ironic that about 20 years later, Alec and I actually both opened the batting for England at some stage. But yeah, because of that and working at Slazenger's, my backyard was full of all the old tennis nets from Wimbledon. So
Oh, wow.
ones that had been used there, and they were all around the garden. There was probably about 4 or 5 of them, and they were generally to protect my father's greenhouse, which had the tomatoes in. But of course, I wanted to hit the ball as hard as I could, so there was enough protection. But yes, there were two layers, so the net would go one place, and then there'd be another one slightly higher. So it was around about, I don't know, was that 6 foot in total, something like that, all around the garden.
Was there anything about the dimensions of your garden that you think shapes the way you would ultimately turn out as a pro? Were there certain areas of your garden that were either off limits and you wouldn't play the shot there, or you needed to be precise to not break things?
No, not really. I mean, my father would bowl at me in that regard, and the nets would save, the greenhouse and the plants that he had around there. But there was also this plum tree in the middle that was attached to the garage, and on that was the washing line, and that was where I did a lot of my batting on my own.
So well timed by Lehman. Cutting from close to the body, under his eyes more or less, advances to 57.
Just like a short arm jab, that
Yeah.
wasn't it? A nice punch. Yeah, so I had that washing line was instrumental to my batting, because I could be out there for hours just hitting the ball, and it taught me to hit straight, because I'd have to punch it straight. And the baler twine, which was a farmer's string basically, that would go round and then it would come back straight.
Right.
So that taught you to hit straighter, and as I said, once you'd got a little bit bored with that for 5 or 10 minutes, you'd then, as it came back, you try and hammer it over mid-wicket.
Going all the way back, that's akin to Bradman with the water tank and the stump, right? Needing to hit it dead straight to get another opportunity.
Well, the dead straight for me was making sure it came back quicker, because if you hit it towards the plum tree, it would get caught up in the tree.
Ooh, pulled out, or looked to pull out after the ball had passed him. Extra pace there from Tom Curran. Andrew Sampson.
Barry Richards in his prime, apparently, when he was playing club cricket, sometimes he was sufficiently bored he decided bat with the edge of the bat rather than the front, full face obviously, which, especially bearing in mind that the bats were not as thick in the 1970s as they are now, is a pretty good effort.
Picks out the sweeper, but again right out the middle of the blade. I suppose a different world now when professional cricketers, indeed any cricketer on the pathway, has endless access to bowling machines and can kind of self-feed, can't they? Inside part of the bat, probing over, at least in part from Curran. He's still wicketless. 194 6, 231 behind. I think Jeremy Coney's jumping in for you, Ali.
He's just signing autographs.
He's just doing autographs. That's okay. That's okay. Good to chat, Ali. We'll see you again later on today. I've got almost no doubt that JV Coney will have something to add to this conversation. I'd be staggered if he doesn't. Change of bowler for Surrey in the meantime is Reece Topley. That's for SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game. Implements a winning sustainable strategy. Reece Topley picked up a wicket earlier today. Sonny Baker caught in the cordon in the second over of play. Before the rain came, there's been 1 wicket since lunch. That was Brown, bowled by Clark for 7. This pair have subsequently put on 17. As I say, good afternoon to former New Zealand captain, great of the game, Jeremy Coney. It's so lovely to sit next to you in a commentary
How are
box
you again? My word.
Oh,
it's been a while.
Probably a good 18 months since we've done this together.
Yeah, it has. It's a pleasure.
Topley, first ball, a loosener, but at genuine pace to Podgita, who lets it go through.
Well,
we are talking. I'll bring you straight in. We'll touch on it for you, then we'll move off the topic. We keep emailing in surreybroadcast@gmail.com about shadow batting, and how do people choose to shadow bat? What do they use to shadow bat with? Which household items? Andrew Sampson uses a bread knife to shadow bat with. Umbrellas, and we've got so many emails on this that we're just going to keep rattling through them. But I mean, it's been a long time since you played professionally, of course, but
Well, shadow batting, for the first thing, is you've got to make a noise, don't you, when the ball arrives. That's quite significant. You want to create the impression, I think, that you're hitting the middle of the bat.
Yes.
It's quite a deep tock like that. You don't want any of these little light ones that are hitting the outside middle. So the next thing is, I didn't really have to do a lot of shadow batting, in the sense of I'd do it perhaps in mum and dad's long mirror. No other long mirrors in the house. But that's why I developed a leaping backward defensive stroke. In my room, it was a bit higher, you see, above the wardrobe. So I was lucky enough to play as a child. We had a tennis court at the back of our place, which probably was the best thing Dad gave me, now I think of it. And the twilights of my childhood were spent either with a friend, with my older brothers, or perhaps, just by myself. And you could call that shadow batting perhaps, but I would throw against a concrete wall and then I could play it rather than just imagine where the ball was. And I think that's better than... You never get a shadow batting wrong, really, do you? You shouldn't.
We did
it's
talk
your
before
own
about
fault.
the phenomenon of shadow batting and nicking behind, which I think is a reflection of the vulnerability of the human mind. That you still nick when you're shadow batting.
Oh, you shouldn't.
You shouldn't in theory, but we all get good ones.
Yeah, but you don't in a shadow batting operation.
Above the shoulders you do.
That's when you're playing your best. No, you're letting that go down here like that, you see. I'm actually doing it as I'm talking about it as well. It's ridiculous.
Muscle memory.
Yeah, well. So I didn't have to do that quite so much. And I would just form friendships around cricket, really. They are the people that I remember of growing up through Nio State School.
Uppish to finish off Topley. Good first over from him back in the attack and maiden. A lot of dots since lunch. 190 for 6, 231 behind. A reminder that in a 4-day game, the follow-on is 150, which is very relevant to this game. Sorry, please continue.
Yeah. Oh no, I agree with you. Let's just talk very briefly. Just a moment ago, Hampshire needed 94, and Surrey needed 4 wickets.
Yep.
So that on the current rate that they're scoring is about 28 overs until Hampshire would get there. That's if they score at the current rate. Depends if Lehman goes out or not, because he's really the key for the rest of this innings anyway. And then a wicket is falling basically every 9 to 9.5, 10 overs. So that gives you an idea how long things are taking. Needing four more wickets. Of course, remember Baker is one of those 6 wickets that has been taken. Yep. But the tail is remaining, and so it may take up to 30 overs at the current rate for Surrey to dismiss the Hampshire side. That is starting to push towards when? Would you say just after tea? I don't know how tea has been altered now.
Today we're because there was time lost. We're reverting. It's not when 32 overs are to go. It's at 4 o'clock. It's a fixed tea today. So 57 minutes from now, that probably takes us 18 overs on from where we are here. If they go at a decent clip, maybe 16 to 18 overs.
Right.
So we would be into the final session.
Right, okay.
That tipping point either way, unless they can get a wriggle on here. And removing Lehman is clearly central to that.
Well, I was a bit disappointed to hear earlier, because I didn't know the point system, to hear 8 is a draw. And it means that sides like Surrey, for example, are still kind of in the competition, even though they've only won 1 match out of 7
it's quirky.
So far.
Yeah, it's that quirky situation where if you are consistently not beaten, you will remain in touching distance till quite deep into the season. There's only a 16, 17 point differential between first and 8th, so not even a full win separates. So 1 win when you consider how many draws there are around the country. That changed about 5 seasons ago, I reckon. They moved from 5 points to 8.
To counter that, this is the bottom side that Surrey are playing. And they really would probably target that fact alone as we kind of got to go for this. We got to win this. This is a better chance.
Ooh, good length there from Curran.
Well, that's a sign, certainly, I think, for Curry to see that. At the moment, I've had the impression as I ate my lunch, I was thinking, not shadow batting, but I was thinking it's very much a Clark-driven attack, particularly with the guy who got the 10 wickets a couple of games ago. That seems to me to be the 2 most dangerous bowlers I've watched here today, providing the most difficulty.
Ooh, through. Something on the way through, a belated appeal from Curran.
He wasn't convinced, was he?
He went up because the cordon went up. Either way, it's his best over, I would say, of the innings, Curran. 191 for 6.
Yeah. So somehow they've got to get to the 4 bowlers are actually providing the options for the captain. The danger of getting a differential between your top 2 and your bottom 2 is that the top 2 tend to bowl too much and you end up pulling them back towards the bottom 2. And so often you see that in games. And so it's the bottom 2 have got to push up. So it's the Topley and the Curran who have got to say, I can bowl a very good spell here for you, even if I pick up 1, even if I keep the score very, very slow, and I can keep the pressure on here, and we'll get more than just 30-odd overs. We might get 40, and that brings the top 2 into play then. So those things are going on all the time, I think, in a match.
And the benefit of having Fisher return from England duty as well, having bowled so beautifully yesterday. Now, they're really leading the Surrey attack at the moment in the absence of Dan Worrell, along with Clark, albeit with Clark in that all-rounder position. So how they deploy Fisher, and from a Surrey perspective, if they can take these 4 wickets and they can get Hampshire following on, then having that balance of 5 seamers to turn to, not to mention a couple of spinners in Jackson, Lawrence, who might be more useful tomorrow pending how the game and how the pitch evolves. So they've got plenty of options, put it that way.
How many overs to go today? You're good at these things.
56 on the bottom of the screen there. But whether they get 56 in, though, Jeremy, I mean, a combination of light and weather, you'd be surprised if they got them all in, I reckon.
Right.
But let's
but
call
they
it
might
50.
get 50.
Yeah, let's call it 50 for the sake of that. There's not meant to be much more rain, if any at all.
See, I would also, I would see both these sides. I know the draw is the one that I'm just vacillating about, you know, at the moment. But I would like to see Surrey have a crack and go for a few more runs. Even if they, you know, and give their bowlers a bit of a, you know, because of the 2-2 situation I've described. I just feel then it keeps the other side in the game. And I like that. I like that as a captain because it puts pressure on my own players for a start. And I don't want them to, by tomorrow lunchtime, to be out of gas.
The only challenge there is, I think if it were situation normal, if it was situation normal, Surrey would do that. I just feel as though, and time will tell.
They're happy with bonus points and they get 8 for the draw.
No,
and
not
so on.
less that, more that their pathway to victory is compromised by tomorrow's pretty lousy forecast.
I see.
So they'll feel as though, I think, that it's not about getting the next 4, it's about the 4 after that. Maybe they come back tomorrow with 6 to get. And that's a different dynamic for Hampshire, who are holding on for dear life, even in a session. But they might be able to achieve that. So a lot of water to go under the bridge.
Yeah.
But that's the
I
sort of
didn't
scenario
know the
building.
forecast for tomorrow.
Look, it's not as bad as it. I gather it's gotten marginally better, but you know, it's got hairs on it, right? It's not perfect. It's not going to be a 104 over day or a 96 over day. Topley to continue. Pavilion end 2 slips.
Well, of course, the other option is that they do get to 272 and then you've got to bat anyway. So, to me, it doesn't make a loads of difference. Okay. But anyway, I mean, well, let's just wait and see how Surrey approach this next kind of 10 to 15 overs. I would think they're pretty important overs. And I don't know, at the moment we're seeing Topley. Can he get the ball to swing after this many overs? At the moment, I haven't seen one really move off the straight. I'd like to see that.
It's undoubtedly it's a huge hour. I mean, some hours are bigger than others. This feels like a decisive hour coming up here. If Surrey can, before tee, give themselves a real look, like you said, it won't happen before tee as far as the Hampshire runs to get. If they can get 2 more before tee and open up that window, then we might have ourselves a really exciting back half of the match. But a lot relies on what happens in the next hour. Can Topley get going again? Nice soft hands there, albeit from the outside part of the blade. I'm going to be jumping off shortly, Jeremy. I think Daniel's coming in a sec, but a couple more emails in here just to round these off. We've got a note in from Chris in Newbury. Good afternoon, gents. I'm guilty of breaking a lamp at my parents' house while shadow batting using a Stewart Surridge. Thankfully, I only received a rebuke that was still going on 20 years later. My mother had a long memory. They tend to, Chris. Good stuff.
Oh, yes. It depends what the quality of the lamp was. If Mum didn't like that lamp, you get away with it.
And then we got one here from Nathaniel. I'll read out the email. It comes out with a photo, so I'll sort of ponder through this one.
A lot of people did use a bat, rather than something that would represent the bat.
Well, I was saying
like
before,
a stick of rhubarb.
I've been using this. I've not used it too often, but I've been using this new bat of mine to do exactly that at home.
You're using it. Just don't make sure you shadow bat there. Just
I won't whack you
too
with it.
Close
I
to
won't whack you with it. Don't worry. But no, that's been my preferred mode. A new bat. You just want to pretend.
You were a bowler. You were always tossing a ball.
Still am, but bat at the moment. 1 ball left in the over. So I will say here we've got. And by the way, it looks like Rory Burns was shadow batting with the opposition during drinks. I'm just told on my screen. This is from Nathaniel. I use a rather nice wooden badminton racket used by Grays of Cambridge, same parent company as Grey Nick. It's nicely weighted with a red toweling handle. Thanks for your coverage. So we've got that photo from Nathaniel, which will flash up at the end of the over as Daniel comes in to replace me after this delivery. I'm sure Daniel will have further views to convey. He started this, you won't be surprised to learn, this conversation half an hour ago. Last ball, Pogita moves into double figures and keeps the strike. It's 228 behind at 190, 3 for 6. Here's Nathaniel's badminton racket, then Jeremy, then Daniel.
Yeah, it looks like so. 97 plus 72, something like that. There we are, look at it. Is badminton, I would say that's a squash racket. Personally,
it's old, whatever it is.
Pardon?
It's not young.
No, it's been.
It's got that toweling. And you know what that did to Graham Gooch? Made his hand go septic.
He didn't use this.
No, but he played tennis with a toweling tennis racket. Had an infected finger, and it all went horribly wrong.
Right.
Yes, he'll tell you about it if you ask him. Sorry, he'll tell you about it if you ask him.
Yes.
Right,
well,
4 more valuable runs to Potgita. It's been a slow progress for Hampshire, but they know they've got one goal in mind, and that's to get to 272. And that will certainly help. So did you use a badminton racket? Was that what you shadow batted with? Use a bat, did you? Or nothing at all?
Didn't use so much, just my arm, basically,
I
think.
Yeah.
Well, that was joined, so it was there always.
Right.
And so but I didn't need to because I had the tennis court outside and I'd played enough. By the time it came time for Mother, who was racing home, just getting there before Dad, who was like clockwork. The birds used to take the time from Dad. Right? They knew exactly it was time to start chirping or whatever it was, or go to bed by the time he was coming from the train. And Mum Mum knew it very well, so she had been out all day. And as long as the pots were on and there was water boiling and they were just rattling slightly, everything was okay with the world. I knew it, and we were complicit in part of the, fooling Dad. He would be quite happy. He would go and pick up his violin. He'd put on his paisley dressing gown, play for a while, then he'd come out to the court where I'd be waiting patiently for him to give me a few throwdowns. And he was not only the bowler, he had about 15 fielders, and he was the umpire, so it was quite difficult to score.
Do you think he ever shadow batted with the violin bow at any point without you spotting? Did he ever play a little late cut with it?
He was a tennis player, But I don't think so. No, no.
Have you been asked if you ever got out shadow batting?
Never got out shadow batting.
No.
Well,
This
this
is
is
where it
always hit it in the middle.
This is where it all began. You see, this is where
You
the
can't
conversation began.
you can't allow that thought.
No,
I mean,
I know it's weird.
it happens enough when you play.
Exactly.
So don't make it worse.
No.
Bring it into your games and bring it into your practice.
You see, an amateur, I tend to find when I've talked to amateurs
Well,
about
what did
shadow
you
batting.
use? May I ask?
Well, I
first?
had a variety of items. It would
Okay.
depend on the time of year.
Oh,
But if there's, I mentioned earlier, if there was a bit of, Christmas wrapping in a roll,
yes,
nice.
yes, you're
Nice
true.
and light. You could play a lot of back foot shots with that.
Oh, you were practicing attacking the ball as well.
Yes, definitely. Well, the shot that I loved the most, but I always found quite hard to play, was off the pace bowler, end of the over, 197 for 6, was just to be able to play it so late and just guide it past the hand of third slip down to the boundary for 4. So frequently when I shadow batted, I would wait and I'd play it so late, right behind me, and I could see the shadow bowler kicking the shadow ground with his shadow frustration. It was marvellous. But
no,
you see,
I was more straight bat.
but I would never get out.
Oh no.
Turns out that there's a few here. John Surtees used to get out shadow batting. He used to
Regularly?
He used to edge a good one behind. Well, that's been hammered away, but there is a fielder out at deep extra cover. I think we saw. Was there somebody in the crowd there who might have been doing a little bit of the old working from the oval? Did we see that? Have you heard about this phenomenon?
Yes, I
he
have.
is. There, look, and actually proper work. Look, there's he's got a
comfortable too,
mouthpiece.
isn't he?
He's got a mouthpiece on.
He's commentating.
I'm not sure.
Oh,
I think he might be having a logistics conversation over a Zoom chat. Yeah.
Okay.
We need to make sure that all the butter sachets have been correctly diverted from
It's-
Folkestone
Yeah.
to the Travelodge in Maidstone.
He certainly looks as if he came prepared. It's not as if he was heading off to work first.
Well, apparently it's Jake Symes. He works for the ECB, so you get away with that.
Can you?
Yeah, I think if you work for
What,
Morgan
because-
Stanley, well, it looks like you're at work if you're at a cricket ground. If you work for the ECB, doesn't it? Wouldn't you say?
Don't know. It's a good ploy.
It's a good ploy, isn't it? It made a bit of a sensation. I heard it was talked about quite a bit in Australia and in New Zealand, the work from the Oval. I think it became a bit of a...
They made an announcement, didn't they? That you're
Yes.
welcome here.
Yeah. Bring
And
your
it was
laptop.
almost encouraging people to leave work.
That's right.
You can still do it all down here and enjoy the cricket.
Well, I'm all for that,
Yeah.
really. There's plenty of time not to be at the
Entertainment in the
cricket.
round.
Plenty of days when there isn't cricket. When there is, you need to be at it. But would you shadow leave quite a lot? Because a good pro, the leave is a very important shot, isn't it?
Yeah, that actually is quite an important distinction you've made there. It is a shot without bringing the bat down. So the pad, it's a forward defence, so the pad, you shouldn't really be bowled as often as I saw players bowled at Lord's just recently,
And indeed today.
and, without covering your stumps.
Now you see, I say that's climbed a touch. What you just did then, and I'm afraid we didn't have the camera on you. Maybe if we can get the camera on Jeremy. With this is the classic pro leave or very, very good amateur is that. Show us.
Whereabouts?
There's the camera. There's the camera.
Oh, I didn't have my glasses on
Right.
either.
Yeah. So
But
show-
just imagine I've got my
Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah.
there and there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm up here letting
Yeah.
it go, but then you see my leg? Yeah, they
Yeah.
can't get my leg, but I'm coming forward and I just leave it there, you see. That's
yeah.
where it is, and it's gone. It's either hit me on the pad and I might be out, which is a mistake again.
Yeah.
Or it's just gone through and you've covered, in case it comes back slightly, if you've got your pad outside the leg, it still could be given, of course.
Not if Fred Goodall's there and you're.
No, Fred was not. He was not
Yeah,
going to.
he wouldn't have given it.
That's
so,
enough of that. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, but you see, you also did the little flourish. I've noticed that.
Mm.
Whereas people leave in different ways, don't they? You've got the Steve Smith leave, which is a quite crazy, jerky thing, followed by a pointing at where the ball might have
came
been.
from. Yes,
all that business. Then you've got the Ollie Pope leave, which is often just a little stab of the gloves up goes the shoulders and the arms. And then
should have been kept for a nightclub, I might say.
Oh,
would be quite good.
Don't think we should be talking
We
about
shouldn't.
nightclubs.
No, we can't now.
No. And then you've got the Rory Burns leave. Rory's very, very careful to get all of his arms, about the whole thing, right out of the way.
Right.
Very concerned about that.
Well, it's good.
Yeah. If you're going to leave, you might as well get rid of everything.
Well, you don't want to angle it today as it went to first slip.
Absolutely. If it climbs, as we say, gets big on you. Oh. One of those phrases. Gets big on you. We all know what it means.
They're getting a bit cautious now, Rory Burns, isn't he? He's now positioned cover right out on the boundary. So anything that's slightly short and punched, and if that man's quick and he's chosen the right man, he could probably get to a drive as well and save some runs. He's trying to keep the 72 or 73. Oh,
didn't really time that, did he? Yes, he's got 72 to play with. And look, I can't remember the exact score at lunch, but Darren Lehman was on 50 at lunch. He's hit 1-4. Other than that, 7 other runs in 1 hour and 17 minutes at the crease for a naturally pretty fluent player. Gives you an idea of how tightly Surrey have bowled, how awkward it's been. By the way, Andrew, he's either called Andrew Grenoble or he's Andrew from Grenoble. Yes, Jake Lehman, I'm terribly sorry, it can't be helped. Says, so Jeremy's dad came home from work, put on a paisley dressing gown and played the violin. Was he Sherlock Holmes?
No, he wasn't, but thank you. Grenoble.
I often shoulder arms when I shadow bat, although it often ends up being the second type of leave. Oh, Tim, so do you shadow leave and get bowled? You shadow misjudge?
Yes. And you shadow go and sit down?
Yes. Well, I've mentioned this on this programme a few times, but I don't know if I've talked to you about it. The Chappell brothers, especially when Ian and Greg were playing against each other as kids, they used to recreate test matches. And Ian would be Australia, Greg would be England. And when one of them, so they'd walk out to bat, they'd come out through the utility room, go out to bat, the other would bowl at them, and they'd keep going until they were out, and that would be 1 down. It was a test match. So then they would apparently literally walk off, go into the kitchen, walk round and out the utility room, come out to bat as number 3.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, you shadow come onto the field of play, so to speak. End of the over, 199 for 6. So they were practising every aspect of...
Yeah. I did that on the clothesline.
Oh, yeah.
And in Wellington, of course, quite windy. So there's wild flapping linen hanging to dry on the line, on the clothesline. I would run in and get one of Mum's stockings and then place the ball inside. Of course, as most children do at some point, tie it up on the line and then get a stump, because I'd heard Donald Bradman used a stump and that was good enough for me. And then you'd hit the ball and it would swing, of course, in the wind and the various... And then you'd try and keep it, and every time you missed it, that was a wicket. But then you could come out again. And it's the same idea.
Oh, a little fiddle at that. He's done that a few times in this session as Lehman and got away with it.
So you of course, you named yourself in the New Zealand side.
Yeah, of course you did, yeah.
And if you failed at 3, you quite often came back at 5. And until you succeeded. But every time you missed it, that was a wicket.
That was a wicket.
So you had to watch it very closely, because it swung on. It was almost like sometimes an outswinger, sometimes it would come in and on an in-swinger, sometimes it would hit a sheet on the way back in, and that was a spinner.
Can you remember your longest innings?
No. As long as I won.
How long would you be out there doing
content and went to bed quietly. Yes. How long would I be out there?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you couldn't have friends. If you didn't have enough friends, you had to create your own.
And you were the
games.
youngest, weren't you?
I was.
So yeah, I was the youngest.
And then my brother,
yeah.
if my brother came home, he played for Wellington as well. I bowled an awful amount.
I bet you did.
Oh. We had a gentleman next door to called Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, another ball that
Bit of a
climbs
lifter.
and Lehman again. A little fortunate to get away with that, perhaps. Yeah.
He's a bit of pace, yeah.
Mr. Willoughby.
Mr. Willoughby would not give the balls back. We would,
Oh.
yeah. And I was, as the youngest, of course, was dispatched to go and get those. And I would be. He was a teacher as well, not a fairly angry teacher. I would.
Didn't care for
say,
sport?
No, but he would
Chemistry or something? Yeah.
sense my fear as I
Yeah.
hid behind a sapling to try and get the ball that had been just deposited.
Reaching
Yeah.
for it,
Oh.
disembodied arm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beneath the sapling.
Quite often
Which
at
was then
Christmas
whipped.
he'd give us a box. He'd bring a box back, and there'd be 35 tennis balls in it.
So did your brother not ever learn to keep the ball on the ground, or was it?
Though
you-
occasionally there was a hole or it had pulled up
Right,
slightly.
yeah.
Yes.
So that's when you got to practice the bowling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't show up, did it?
Oh,
really?
I know. Well,
Those hours.
Nonsense. I can't remember how many wickets you got, but did you get past 50?
Oh, I don't think so. But
I mean,
no one
bowling wasn't your
slogged me
primary
too
purpose.
often.
No.
No one slogged me.
You were awkward to get away.
And the only time that happened perhaps was in the one-day game at Brisbane when Kapil Dev had
Yeah.
extraordinary luck. Hitting me onto the top of the Clem Jones stand.
That is lucky.
It is. Had to panel beat it the next day.
Well, he did get a bit lucky in his most famous World Cup innings, didn't he? At Tunbridge Wells, wasn't he dropped against
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe?
175 when he came in 9 for 4, yeah.
Yeah, 9 for 4, 28 for 5 or something. And then, yeah.
27 test wickets for Jeremy Coney at 35s, but 2.04 runs and over.
That's parsimonious,
Yes,
Jeremy,
it is.
isn't it?
It is.
You were mean-spirited
Should have
with
been
that ball.
used a lot more.
Well, you were the captain.
But we were after wickets. No, I wasn't. I wasn't captain then. I remember bowling here for about 30 overs in
Right.
in the 1980s. We lost the match, but it was very hot. No one else wanted to bowl.
83.
Could have. It was. I think might have been even the first test, maybe, which is odd for the Oval.
It is odd, yeah. Has happened, but yeah.
There's still 199 folks. You haven't missed much.
No, it's good tussle. This, isn't
Yep.
it? You enjoying
Yeah.
it?
And and Curran and Topley, to me, slightly white ball bowlers first,
Mhm.
and then red ball bowlers second, and they're starting to play their part for Surrey, which is important.
Oh, now another factor in all of this is that at the moment Hampshire are going on quite a glacial pace, being kept quiet by Surrey's bowlers. It means that Surrey may get a second new ball before they reach the 271. By the way, we've got here something that's titled Phenomenal Email.
Well, this is our ECB man.
I think the chap in the crowd with the laptop and headset is shadow working. You might be right. That's a well taken single. Just gets it in front of square.
Well done, Scott. Are you working, Scott?
Nearly all that 200 is up with that single. That's the ripple of applause. Nearly every time I was at work, it was shadow work. There he is, shadow working. Yep. Yes. And look at the furrowed brow. That's a classic. That's a classic manoeuvre when you're shadow working. Ooh, you're going. Oh, look at that spreadsheet. When actually, what he's doing is watching the cricket via the live stream.
Yeah. He looks to be. What is he speaking?
Oh,
in?
another fiddle. Another
yeah.
fiddle and a miss. I don't know. Well, I think he's pretending to speak. He's shadow speaking into his shadow mic while furrowing his shadow brow. Look at him. And now he's checking the time. It's so important for this meeting, the shadow meeting. He's about to say, I think it's time we brought this meeting to a close. As any other business, he's going to say, to a completely blank screen. A little wide and left alone. Oh dear. Hello from the PA room. Who does Andrew pretend to be when he is shadow batting?
I think you need a bit of context there.
Yes, I do.
Bread knife. I shadow bat with a bread knife occasionally, which inspires me.
Yes.
Shadow bat for some obscure reason. Anyway, you can read the rest of that email now.
In the kitchen?
In the kitchen, yeah.
Right, okay.
Adam Wheater, Andy Flower, Josh Cobb, or is it any old ciabatta? Oh dear me. End of the over, just the one from it. 200 for 6. We shall continue this folder roll. Jeremy Coney is, fortunately for him, able to go and consider more pressing and serious matters.
And then bread knife shadow batting jokes.
Bread knife,
Quite
though.
clever that, don't you? About
It's very good.
yeah,
it's
quite
very
clever.
good, yeah.
I'm impressed with them.
So with a bread knife, it's quite perilous.
A little bit, but it's kind of like there's a handle. So
Right,
and
yes.
then, of course, the long bit, which is the business
How
end of
big
the
are your bread knives?
just a normal bread knife.
Right, okay. Yeah.
It just feels like sort of like a bat.
Again, quite light, so you're able to
So it's
play all
quite
sorts of
light
shots. Yeah.
Lots of cuts, of course.
You don't lots of cuts, yeah. But you don't want to find yourself hooking
No,
just
no.
as somebody walks in
No,
over
no,
your
no,
left
no, no.
shoulder,
Very careful.
because
about
then you could slice them from
that. No.
one side of the mouth to the other, which would be dreadful.
No, we're very careful about that.
Afternoon, Dan.
Hey, you ever shadow batted with a bread knife?
I don't think so, but my go-to shadow bat shot is one that was referenced earlier. It's one that rears off a length
Yes.
and beats me. And you might wonder,
Yeah.
why would I do that? Why would I practice that? It's because the level of cricket I play, balls don't leap off a length.
No, but do you drop your hands?
Too late. Too
So
late.
do you get an edge?
Yeah, glove it.
Oh,
Glove
you're
it through.
joking.
Glove it through.
Yeah. It's the one safe space on a cricket field is the shadow cricket field. It's the one place you shouldn't get out.
I shadow look behind.
Oh, you have the shadow look behind.
I shadow put the bat underneath my armpit.
Well, I shadow look behind now because there's DRS in the hope that they'll go up and I haven't edged it, like Joss Butler, who is, I think, the best duper of captains in world cricket. Bit of width, a rare ball that's offered the cut shot. They're going to get back for a couple. All of these runs very precious. Just mentioned earlier, Yas, that didn't seem likely at one stage in this innings, but the second new ball before reaching the follow-on target is possible because Surrey have bowled so well in this session. Hampshire just have not got away since the lunch break. They've only picked up that one wicket, that of Brown, bowled, leaving the ball alone from Jordan Clark. But Surrey have been there or thereabouts throughout. Jake Lehman, fortunate not to get an edge on a few occasions. Oh, that's being another case by this time from Potgieter. The ball has gone past the outside edge on numerous occasions. Hasn't quite found the little tickle. Is that because Surrey are bowling just a fraction too short, is it? Or just that, Hampshire they're having one of those sessions where they're just getting away with it at the minute?
I think Surrey are bowling pretty well. I mean, Hampshire barely gone anywhere since lunch. What's it, 37 runs in more than 20 overs now? I think Surrey bowl very well.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
And with the older ball, just making sure that nothing happens is sometimes quite a good way to go.
Okay, question for you.
Go on, Dan.
Given that Surrey are so keen to enforce the follow-on, if they were able to do that, they'd want their bowlers to have enough left in the tank. And we've got a new ball due in 14 overs. Is there any chance we might see a bit of defensive spin from the likes of Will Jacks?
Did you only ask that question because Will Jacks started warming up?
No, I didn't. It's just as a captain, that's what I would be thinking of now. The screen's in the way. I can't see Will Jacks. Is he warming up?
He was just before, literally, the ball before you asked that question.
Oh, well, there you go.
He was warming up at second slip.
Well,
He's picked up the ball now and he's walking towards the stumps. I can't see who else is walking towards the striker, the non-striker.
But the first over of Surrey spin, and it's not coming from Dan Lawrence. Oh, now then. He's marking out his run-up. And he's doing it. This is a very controversial way of marking a run-up. There are those who think that this is actually the precisely correct way to do it, and there are those who think this is absurd. Where do you stand, Yas? It's very much a binary thing.
I understand why he's doing it.
That's a very equivocating answer. That.
But at the same time, I wonder if there are a quicker way to do that.
It divides opinion. So Will Jacks is coming into the attack, a man who took a 6 on his Test debut. Normally, Dan Lawrence is the man who provides off-spin for Surrey, but with Jacks back in the side after his IPL sojourn and having bowled quite a lot of overs during the Ashes. He's got 2 left-handers to bowl to. We didn't see any spin on the first day from Felix Organ, really, to speak of, from the pitch. Oh, now that had Jake Lehman in 5 or 6 different minds there.
They've also got that Surrey off-spin leg slip to the left-hander that doesn't make loads of sense instinctively.
It has worked, though, hasn't it?
But it's worked a lot of times over the years.
I seem to recall Nick Gubbins getting out that way.
Did, yeah.
Since we're talking about left-handers and Hampshire, that's going to make it to the boundary, and I don't quite know how. There was nothing more than a little gentle push, but he's found the gap. Fast outfield, super timing.
The outfield has been very quick given the amount of rain that's fallen over the last few days.
Take a look at this, folks. This is not much there, is it?
It's just a gentle push.
Look at it go. And it's not speeding away. It's just not going to slow down.
Just doesn't lose its momentum at all.
No, that is, of course, against the laws of physics, but but it has done that.
Yeah, it's for that ball that sort of pitches on leg stump, or maybe even just outside leg stump to the left-hander from around the wicket, and doesn't really turn and just slides on. And the batter almost clips the ball behind square without realising the fielder's there. Plays that shot purely on instinct.
Like, sort of that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And also, interestingly, that only have 4 fielders on the offside. And given that Jacks is spinning the ball away from the left-hander, that's not necessarily a done thing.
It's almost like they're not really expecting the ball to turn. Well, just the 4 off that over, and that 4 just being a little gentle nudge into the onside. 206 for 6, another 66 needed for Hampshire to avoid the follow-on. They've got a deep batting lineup. There's still Fuller, Organ and Abbott to come. You see the card there. 2 players made half centuries. Gubbins with that 51, and Jake Lehman, who's toiled since lunch, scored just the 15 runs in an hour and 40-odd minutes. These are the Surrey bowling figures spread around amongst the seamers. Although Taylor bowled a very impressive spell, 6 overs, none for 12. I'd like to see him get the new ball, perhaps. It's Jordan Clark who's taken 3, and Fisher with a couple. Now then, we've got a change of bowler, and it's going to be Matt Fisher, and our changes of bowler are powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Blow the competition away with renewable energy from one of our named wind farms. They name storms, why wouldn't you name a wind farm? Now, if Fisher's bowling this spell, Yas, I mean, it doesn't preclude him from taking the new ball, because we saw Sonny Baker do it. But would it suggest to you that he might not be earmarked for the new ball here? Spell now, I suppose there is tea in half an hour.
Well, when you were asking me the question about Will Jacks possibly bowling before they brought on Will Jacks, you suggested that Surrey might want to keep their seamers as fresh as possible. Plan A would be to bowl them out and force the follow-on. You see teams increasingly in the modern game not enforcing the follow-on when they have the opportunity to, and that's partly because bowlers aren't fresh enough to utilise that new ball in the second innings. I wonder if actually James Taylor's almost being saved
for the second innings, you think?
For the second innings.
I wondered that.
And then Taylor starting an innings almost fresh. Only bowled 6 overs in, at this point, 2.5 days.
Impressive 6 overs,
impressive 6 overs.
I thought he was a bit unfortunate not to get an LBW decision. 1 point.
Tom Curran's not bowled loads today.
No.
Either.
He's just had the one spell, hasn't he? Of 6 overs, is it?
Yeah.
Gita is going to get a single off his 70th ball. Yet to make it to 20.
I also think the off-spinner isn't a solely defensive move too. I think that given how slowly Hampshire is scoring at the moment, at this current rate, the follow-on mark is a very long time away. And I think bringing on the off-spinner, having a change of pace might induce shots that we haven't seen in quite a long time.
And they are two left-handers.
And they are two left-handers.
There's a lot to like about this manoeuvre.
I very much enjoyed your detailed description of our shadow worker. But I've got a question for you on that.
Yes.
What is the purpose of shadow working?
Well, I suppose it's to practice being able to kind of command the respect of a meeting, to furrow the brow correctly. Also to make it look like you know what you're doing when you clearly don't. Because let's face it, all of us, when you're a kid, you don't say to yourself, do you know, I want to be the marketing manager of a financial services company.
Speak for yourself.
And you get the job and you have no idea really what it entails apart from using the words going forward and customer supply chain and asking people to introduce themselves at a meeting. And sounding and looking credible. Because nobody knows what work is. No one understands it. So clearly what you've got to do is practice being credible.
But shadow batting isn't just about practice. There's an element of fantasy in it.
Yes. Yes, I suppose a fantasy is a promotion. I don't know. I was never very good at work. As you can tell, probably. Lehman survives. Another good probing over from Matt Fisher. 68 gone, 12 before a new ball, 29 minutes before tea. Look, Andrew Sampson, you've had a proper job every now and then. Did you find it equally difficult to get any kind of respect from your fellow employee? Because I certainly did.
Well, yeah, occasionally I've had the misfortune to have had sort of proper jobs, but I've tended to try and avoid them most of my life. And
but they're awkward in those meetings, aren't they?
Yeah. And I'm pretty good at avoiding meetings as well, but you're quite right, basically.
Yeah, it's just, nod, furrow brow.
Just don't tell anyone, though.
Yeah, well, that's, yes. Don't tell him, Pike. I mean, you're now a free agent, aren't you, Yas? Are you going to do some shadow work while you're waiting for other opportunities to arrive?
I've had minimal real office experience, but I once did work experience at a newspaper, but not in a sports department when I was about 90. Actually, I know exactly when it was. It was the first day of the 2015 Nottingham Test match.
That's how you know.
And I remember thinking, as ball was taking 8 for 15 and just looking around the room and seeing no one was at all fussed by this, thinking, what is this? I'm in the wrong room. I'm in the wrong room. I left early, went to the pub and watched Root and Bairstow bat.
Correct. Oh, not far away from the leg slip, but it's going to run off down to the boundary. It's going slowly, but I think it's still going to get there. It does. Teasingly. Another boundary off Jacks. But that wasn't a million miles away from the trap that's been laid. Yes, it's weird, isn't it? You think, is this what work is all about? Work is about ignoring one of the most important moments in English cricket history. That can't be right.
It's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking, this is so seismic. This is so seismic. How can this not be a factor in your life at all?
Again, instead somebody's saying going forward. There's somebody saying going forward. Somewhere in an office at any moment, in any day. Oh dear.
That was when I knew I have no future in anything that resembles a normal job.
Yeah, I'm with you.
We're going to optimise our synergies going forward.
Oh,
things like that.
Absolutely, and the failure to do that could be a serious issue on our bottom line for Q3. Sorry, even saying the words makes me jerk involuntary spasms of horror. Oh, he's played that off the stumps there, but well enough for a single. I'm going to get out of the way. John in Sheringham has asked, and Andrew did say, when Andrew's batting with his knife, does he practice the cut? He certainly does. He does practice the cut. But, right, we've got 26 minutes till tea. It's time for a bit of Adam Collins. And there's John Major on the screen. We have. I spoke to him earlier. We'll be hearing from him, I hope, tomorrow during the tea break. We'll see how that goes. And he talked lovingly about this great place. I'm getting out of the way. Adam Collins will take you to tea.
Thank you, Daniel. G'day, Yas. First time we've been together today, belatedly. How are you travelling?
I'm good. It's been a frustrating couple of days. There hasn't actually been loads of cricket.
No. Remarkable that topic about shadow batting is extended for a whole third half an hour. That's very Daniel Norcross. Usually I find when I'm doing radio, a listener feedback bit, if you get 20 minutes of radio out of it, it's a terrific outcome. Relatively quiet session of cricket. Daniel's managed to turn that into 90. There we go. Pogita can play, clearly. Been organised so far. Just taking any sting out of this session after they lost an early wicket in at Coxbold, but that's a time away. 42 runs ago.
Yeah, and if Surrey fans look at the Hampshire scorecard and see them 6 down and sense an opportunity to end this innings quickly, well, there's a lot of batting left to come, including these two at the crease. Pogita averaged more than 100 in the South African domestic competition this year for the side that Hampshire coach Russell Domingo coaches. Gauteng, who won the competition. And you've still got Felix Organ carded in at number 9. Everyone's one spot lower than they would otherwise be because Sonny Baker was used as a night watchman. Felix Organ's opened the batting for Hampshire before. He's got a couple of first-class hundreds. James Fuller, very capable low-order batter, in at 10. And Kyle Abbott with 13 first-class half-centuries and an average of 17 in at number 11. So it's going to be hard work for Surrey.
They're going to have to get on a roll.
To take these 4 wickets.
Yeah. Sort of feels like they need to go bang, bang here. It's not going to be through attrition. They're going to have to burst through. It's a thick edge. And it runs away for 4. So it would have been in line with about 4th slip, but at this stage, with the ball nearly 70 overs old, not really a viable thing. So Pogita up to 30, 220 for 6. So his domestic cricket, Sampson puts the button on. He knows what I'm going to ask. He's not by chance at the same club as Big Byers Swanepoel, is he?
Well, not anymore because Mr. Swanepoel has moved.
I rang a bell is all. I thought he might have been.
They were in the same team
Big
the past
Byers.
couple of seasons.
Oh, he's an icon. I've got to get him on the podcast at some point, Big Byers.
I'll tell you a bit more about Pogita's stats.
Yeah,
now.
please do. Quickie shingle, well played. Only 50 behind the follow-on now.
Yeah, so 101 he averaged the past season. But as I was pointing out a bit earlier with Dan on, he's been a very good big game player for the Lions, the Gauteng team, Joburg-based team, whichever you want to call it. Yeah, they've played in the final the last 3 seasons in a row in the 4-day competition. Won 2 of them, and he averages 372 in those 3 games, with some 80s and 155, and usually coming in when they're in trouble. 35 for 5, comes in, makes 80. 100 for 5, makes 150. So he's got a very good record in those few games.
Where does he bat?
Yeah, it's about 7, yeah. He's only played 3 games for South Africa, 3 one-day games in India in November last year, but he got a 90 in his first one.
That's depth, isn't it?
Yep.
South African cricket.
And he can bowl a bit.
Picked up the first 2 wickets of the match, didn't he?
On South Africa A, by the way.
Oh, yeah. They have pounded England.
But England Lions might actually get a win today. South Africa all out for 146 in a play and miss. In a rain-affected game, it's a 47 over a side game at New Road. 146 all out. Rohan Ahmed, 6 for 34. And England Lions 36 for 1 in the run chase.
It's been interesting to me the extent to which that's been a one-sided multi-format series, really. I just took it as read that Lions at home against South Africa A, which is a good thing that we're seeing A2 has become more and more part of the schedule again. I know it's not easy for administrators. It's taken as assumed that this is where investment should be, but they are quite costly to put on. Anyway, I digress. The fact that South Africa won the unofficial test matches comprehensively and all of the white ball games to this point. That's a good sign for South African cricket, a really good sign. Will Jack's got a slip and a leg slip for our man here, Pokita, inside part of the bat to begin.
I guess that the England team has had to have been selected around various county commitments. They don't want to disrupt the county game too much.
True. Ever thus, though, with the Lions, though, isn't it? At this stage of the year, chopping down hard for one.
And also you've got the way in which England select for the Lions, which has changed a little bit in recent years, but it's still almost more a development side than a full-on second-string side. Players like Sam Hain, Tom Abel, Kieran Carlson in their late 20s, early 30s. They don't get selected for the Lions. And you look at the South Africa A side, Tony DeZorzi's opening the batting. That's not the kind of player England typically pick, certainly in home line series. I think the shame for that tour so far, from England's point of view, is that the bowlers haven't had loads to work with. They haven't had many runs to defend, so not been given as many opportunities as you'd ideally want for that series.
Bowled. That's up and down from Jacks. That's what you want as a finger spinner, giving the ball a chance to dip right on that 50-mile-an-hour mark. That's where he would be aiming for 50-run stand-up. They've taken their time, but that's totally reasonable for Hampshire at this point, taking time out of the game and systematically getting themselves up to a point where that follow-on mark could be out of their way. So they're 49 runs away, 48 runs away, my apologies, from that. At 2:23 for 6. We've got 19 minutes until tea. Long final session, of course. 44 overs still remain. Yeah, I like the idea of the A teams being, and this is the thing that Australia have gone through as well for the record. They went through a period of time where their A teams were kind of called CA11s, and they were a little bit developmental, a little bit less second 11. You get the occasional player who was pushing for higher honours, but largely it was, we're having a look at you. They've moved back to the old school, especially for 4-day cricket. They've tried where possible to make Australia A the group of players they are genuinely looking at to be the next group of test cricketers. So we saw Jake Weatherald use that to vault himself into contention. Liam Scott, who made his one-day international debut in Pakistan, in Bangladesh overnight. He's done that in no small part due to the work he's done for Australia A in the last couple of years. Bowlers like Fergus O'Neill have helped build their case, as have an all-rounder like Bo Webster a couple of years ago. So that's where it can be used really as a finishing school, the last thing you need to achieve before you get your baggy green, which I think there's some merit in that too.
I would like to see England go down that route a little bit more. Have selections of players with the profile of Weatherald and Bo Webster. I saw an interview that the Aussie overseas seamer for Glamorgan, Ryan Hadley, did the other day, where he voiced his surprise and astonishment really that Kieran Carlson's never played for the England Lions.
Yeah,
Carlson's having a really good season at the moment, both in Division 1 of the Championship but also in the Blast. He's 28 years old, and players like him, Tom Abel, Sam Hain, they're up there with the most prolific players in the country at the moment, but they're not talked about in the England conversation by people like us, partly because we know what the England selection philosophy is. And I think Weatherall's an interesting one, but Bo Webster perhaps more so because of how well he's done since coming into the Australia side. Some players just peak later than others.
Yep.
And I think it's really important that whatever your talent identification, there is room for the later development of players.
And that point's been made in various forums, including the discussions around the South Asian Cricket Academy when it started about there needs to be multiple pathways to find your way to the England 11 across the formats. What a snaffle that is. That was motoring The big man, Topley, had a long way to go to his left, and this partnership that was nagging them, was dragging out, is broken. Lehman, who's batted for such a long time and batted so well, falls on 69. It's a third wicket for Matt Fisher. But crucially for Surrey, with still 46 runs to play with in terms of the follow-on, they've picked up Hampshire's 7th wicket.
Oh, it's come from nowhere, really, for Surrey. Jake Lehman, who's been at the crease for best part of 4 hours. Wide delivery from Fisher. Slapped hard. Really well caught from Reece Topley. Surrey get their 7th wicket. Hampshire still trail by 196. And it's a wicket too, with a ball that's 71.3 overs old. So not too far away from the second new ball, and given the way that Hampshire has scored over the last hour or so, you'd think that that second new ball could become available before they pass the follow-on target. So a mightily important wicket that for Matt Fisher and Surrey. As we said earlier, this Hampshire low order is very strong. So still a long way to go yet. These final 3 wickets will not be easily claimed for Surrey.
Well, they were going to have to create something, weren't they, with the older ball. It was going to require a moment of inspiration, and they might have just had it from their big quick there. And I don't mean the man that bowled it. Matt Fisher's been terrific, but Reece Topley has snaffled that at backward point. A really important moment. We'll see a much better angle here. So dive into his right. It went quickly. That's the main thing. It went quickly. He had room to make up. He's a big man, of course, the tallest man on the field. And it just gives them, we said at the start of this hour after the drinks break, it's a really important hour for Surrey to make sure they go to tea with it viable for them to finish this off. Well, they get a new man here in Felix Organ, who started this game a couple of days ago, taking some real tap from Dan Lawrence. Clearly can play. 15 minutes till tea. Edging the first ball away for 4. Didn't quite get the second slip. You could see that Will Jacks thought he was in with half a sniff there. We saw Jacks take a magnificent catch during the Ashes series up in Brisbane.
So close to picking up 2 in 2 when Rory Burns took an excellent catch at first slip early in the day to dismiss Tom Press. Jeremy Coney, when he was on commentary, said that as the ball gets older and the pitch wears, slips need to be mindful about just how far back they are. Rory Burns took his catch very low to the ground. This one, this edge falling just in front of Will Jacks at second slip.
Maybe a foot in front of him, I reckon that was for Jacks. Back to targeting the stumps. The successful over that Surrey needed, courtesy of their attack leader, Matt Fisher. 229 for 7. Just taking a moment for the umpires to confirm the 6th ball has been bowled.
You had Fraser Stewart from the MCC on during the lunch break. He, before coming on air, told me a fascinating statistic that was measured a couple of years ago about the difference in time that's taken between overs in first-class cricket and Test cricket. So we were talking about over rates. And obviously in Test cricket you have DRS reviews and all that makes Test cricket take more time. Another change of bowler, by the way. Jordan Clark into the attack. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions, providing the energy needed today while building a better world of energy for tomorrow. He said they did an experiment a few years ago. They actually timed how long county cricketers took between overs and Test cricketers. And over the course of the day, there was a 12-second per over difference.
What?
12. Which, over the course of an entire day, equates to about 20 minutes.
Well, you know, I mean, it
which is about 6.5, 7 overs worth of time.
Which, of course, accounts for why they get through. It's as simple as having a mechanism that incentivises fielding teams to get through. And I know that whole 12 seconds, it's reductive to say it's completely the fault of the fielding team. I know that occasionally it's the batting team, but let's just focus on the fielding team to begin with. If you say to a side, if you don't get through your overs, you'll be battered with points in the county championship, they will get through their overs. In Test cricket, as we see right now, from the first innings of the match, Hampshire are 3 behind. They'll need to tidy that up in their second innings, or they'll or they'll suffer the consequence. In Test cricket, I don't care what they say. It's subjective. I know that they do have an allowable degree of flexibility in the conversation between the fourth umpire, the third umpire, the match referee, the umpires out in the middle. It's a dynamic number on the board. But the number of times I've seen at the end of a Test match, the number on the board, so to speak, being well in the red and no further comment from the match officials afterwards, where they've just kind of said, oh, well, but it was a bit hot. There isn't the same level of rigour to that process as there is in championship cricket, and it does change behaviour. I like what Clark's trying to do there, going well wide of the crease. It's something he does to great effect, but he misses his line there, leg stump whipped away. Organ gets his second boundary.
Test cricket in the 2020s so far, roughly 13 and a half overs an hour is the average. And the county championship, it's about 14.7. So more than an over and a bit extra per hour, which gets you to your 7 or 8 extra a day.
Excellent. Thanks so much.
Collar, you captain a lot of club cricket. What do you try and get the team going around in?
I mean, look. Yep. He was trying it with the previous ball. We knew it was coming. Full and straight from wide on the crease. Clark makes that an art form. 2 in 2 overs. Hampshire down to 234 for 8. They're still 37 away from avoiding the follow-on, and that is very relevant in a game where so much time has been lost.
Well, Fisher and Clark, the two attack leaders, really standing up. 2 wickets in 2 overs with the old ball. First Fisher getting Jake Lehman courtesy that brilliant catch at backward point from Reece Topley. And this time, Jordan Clark, full and straight. Attempted Yorker, previous delivery to Organ. Just missed his length. Organ managed to flick the ball through the leg side for 4. This time he nails the Yorker. Umpire took his time to give the LBW. Ooh. Probably hits him on mid and leg. Yes. Organ might put the case forward that Clark's releasing the ball from wide of the crease. Possibly that's going down the leg side, but you could also see exactly why the umpire's given it. And now Hampshire 8 down. What a little passage of play this has been for Surrey before the tea break.
First replay looks like one of those that had the ability to send it upstairs. It might be that it was an umpire's call on leg stump would be my suspicion. We'll see it again front on. Slowed down as well. Didn't have a long way to travel caught on the crease, which is in the favour of the bowler, but
I think that's the key point.
It's marginal.
I think that's the key point. The ball did not have very long to travel. Anyway, that's the 8th wicket. James Fuller, the new man in. Clark now 4 for 49.
Fuller yet to really get going with the bat this year. Limited opportunities. First ball nearly snuck through. That's saved by an inside edge. Had it been boot, it would have been leg before. Had it missed it all, it was middle and leg stump splayed. That's class from Clark, who keeps on keeping on. Yeah, look, I'm just to answer your question from before, I am more sympathetic perhaps than I used to be about overrates with Test cricket. I do understand, sort of in theory at least, that with so many other bits and pieces, all the moving parts of a Test match, things do take a bit longer. But my problem is with the enforcement or lack thereof, which means that well played to finish. Wickets in back-to-back overs for Surrey. 234 for 8. Still 6 minutes until tea. They've got that opening they needed. 187 behind the visitors. A reminder the follow-on's 150. We keep saying that because of the probability of rain tomorrow and the time that's already been lost in the game. Anyway, it's an enduring debate. We have it all the time, but that's the bit that frustrates me. What else is going on, Yas?
Well, Colo, we've been talking about shadow batting. We've been talking about shadow working. We've not talked about shadow Twitter scrolling. And I think there's been a lot of that today.
Yeah.
For people here in the ground, keeping an eye on the action, of course, but also keeping an eye on events that have been unfolding away from the Keir Oval this afternoon. I'm sure everyone watching and listening in is aware of the story that broke yesterday evening, and I guess that the latest developments have been pieces of reporting from some of the most prominent cricket journalists in the country this afternoon, suggesting that Ben Stokes' captaincy, but also future as an international player, is in doubt after the story that broke yesterday. Nothing confirmed as yet. But that's been reported in the Daily Mail by Lawrence Booth, that saw George DeBell
yeah.
putting that possibility out there. That's all we're saying at the moment. All they're saying at the moment is that that is something that is on the table.
Well, let's be clear. This story last night, Bhutishna Hantaraja had this line as well. It seemed to evolve overnight. And so it was quite big on considering position. Then that seemed to diminish as the briefings in the usual way, and that's fine. That's perfectly normal in the way that media works. When we're all on the lines of the players have done no wrong. And now we've gotten back to this place where it's, again, according to reports, considering position. That's it strikes me as though this has got a bit to play out yet. There are more things that are going to be. We're going to learn more about this story.
And I think there'll be people watching this thinking and wondering why it's taken us until 5 to 4 to mention it today. And I think a big part of it is exactly what Colo said. There will be more to follow. On the details of the story, there's a lot that we don't know. There's a lot of reporting, but there's not much confirmed at the moment. So from our point of view, we don't want to delve into speculation too much.
No, it certainly feels from the reporting that there are a number of scenarios as to where this might go from here. And Stokes, just from a personality perspective, we've covered his career pretty much from the start, Yas. He does his own thing. He's his own man, really, isn't he, Stokes? So where he chooses to land on this will be fascinating. Putting to one side where the ECB may land on it as they go through their investigation, as they put it last night. ECB investigates. Reminds me of that Office bit with Gareth Keenan.
And also, it's only been 22 hours since the statement dropped from the ECB. So, given when the next test match is, I'm sure we will have more news in the next 24 hours. Wouldn't be surprised at all if there's a significant update to that story this evening, in fact.
Well, the update came out last night at 6 o'clock on the dot, which, respect. That was designed, I've got no doubt, to make sure it missed the TV newses. I say respect. I used to work on that side of the ball in media management. I know how these things work. If you can restrict it to online and late edition newspapers, that's a small marginal gain. But yeah, it may well be that they try and do something similar tonight, and this all comes out after the time upon which you'd see that the major networks broadcasting their news 2:35 for 8. We've got one more over until tea.
Question for you, Samo. Jake Lehman.
Yep.
It's another 50-plus score this season. That's his 6th non-converted half-century.
Yep.
But you said earlier that he's getting lots of scores kind of between 70 and 90.
Yep.
Do you want to run us through his season so far?
Let's do that, yep.
Clark will get the last over before tea. Chopping down Hana. I should say, by the way, that at tea, as Daniel grabs these, as Samo grabs these numbers, Daniel Norcross talking with Ollie Randall, author of the newly released book, Writers in Whites, How a Group of Literary Cricketers Changed English Culture. That's about the original iteration of the Authors 11, a team that I've played for quite a bit, and you made your debut for last week, yes, as it turns out. But yes, Authors 11, Ollie Randall's written about the original version of it with some of the greats of the literary world, so Daniel Norcross will steer that conversation through the tea break. Samo.
So he started with 34 and 9 against Essex. And 76, 92, 76, 50, 89 and 27, 4 and 102 not out, and 69 today. I think he's the 4th highest scorer overall in the championship. He'll be 628 runs at 62.8 for the season.
It's like a pre-pandemic Joe Root with that conversion rate.
Yes.
Interesting, they're all between, was it 69 and 92? No, not out.
Yeah, I mean, overall in first-class cricket, 1,734 50s, so he's tended to convert reasonably often in the past.
Especially the last couple of years. If you look at his numbers at SA last 2 seasons, you'll see a pretty consistent pattern of him being a match winner. There was twin tons there late in the season when they won the Sheffield Shield. He made a century in the Shield final, I'm pretty sure, as well, 2 years ago. So he's been a big game performer. Excellent signing for Hampshire. Super consistent. Unfortunately for them, fell about 10 minutes ago. One of 3 wickets in the session. Got 1 more ball left. Sorry, 2 more balls left for Surrey to try and add to that. Feels like once the Stokes news is clear one way or another, it is going to be an extraordinarily busy time in cricket media, in how people are providing opinions, which is, again, perfectly understandable, in how the team is speculated upon what they do moving forward, one way or the other. It's going to be an intense period of focus.
I saw a headline of a piece that was written by someone who's not a regular cricket journalist for one of the Nationals, saying that counterintuitively, and it goes against how you're feeling, that weirdly this was supposed to be a summer where English cricket would find it really difficult to barge its way into the front pages and even to the very back of newspapers, given the football.
Last ball before tea. Worked into the onside for 1, so that'll be Pagita. He can depart the field with 37 to his name. He's batted very nicely for 92 balls. He walked in when Hampshire lost a wicket not long after lunch on 173. That brought Pagita together with Lehman. They put on 52. They batted together for 133 balls, but that was exactly what Hampshire needed to do, to take some sting out of it, having lost wickets either side of lunch. But after that partnership, there were wickets in consecutive overs. So Brown earlier on bowled by Clark. Lehman caught brilliantly by Topley, a backward point from the bowling of Fisher for 69. Then Felix Organ was adjudged leg before wicket, again from the bowling of Clark, who has 4 for. You see that he was out from 4 deliveries, made 8. And then since then, this pair have put on a further 4, which means that from the perspective of Hampshire, they are still behind by 183 runs, which means that they've got some work to do still to pass that follow-on mark, which remains relevant given the conditions here at the Oval earlier in the match and potentially tomorrow as well. I'm going to jump out of the way. Daniel Norcross will take over from me, and he'll begin his conversation with Ollie Randall about the newly released book, Writers in Whites, How a Group of Literary Cricketers Changed English Culture. Daniel.
Thank you very much, Adam Collins. Yeah, tea break. And off the back of it, Surrey looking for those last 2 wickets if they can get them before Hampshire score another 35 runs, or 34 runs or so. Then they will be able to enforce the follow-on. Frankly, if they get them even just beyond that, we've still got a game on, as you can see. If Surrey can get a quick couple of hundred perhaps in 35, 40 overs with a view to putting Hampshire back in tomorrow. So this game is bubbling up nicely, a very, very intriguing session. But we will come to that in about 18 minutes or so. First, it's the tea break. And I'm delighted to say I've got alongside me Ollie Randall, the writer of this splendid book, Writers in Whites, which chronicles, I guess, the start of a phenomenon that continues to this day with the Authors Cricket Club, which has the likes of Tom Holland and Charlie Campbell and Sebastian Folkes in it. But way, way, way back in time, back in the 1880s, I guess was the very first iteration of authors, I say authors, writers, playwrights, novelists, etc. And this book chronicles how it began, who put it all together to start with. And it is a cavalcade of names that you will know. Indeed, on the front cover, you'll see here J.M. Barrie, Arthur Conan Doyle. They were instrumental in the very first iteration of, if you like, literary cricket. Jerome K. Jerome, author of 3 Men and a Boat. J.B. Priestley, Evelyn Waugh. I mean, these are massive names. Edmund Blunden, who we talked about on this programme the other day because he was a correspondent to the great Father Marriott, a man who suffered in the First World War. There are stories of that sort that pervade this book. Ollie, first of all, just tell us what was the inspiration behind writing this book in the first place?
Hello. Just to say I'm delighted to be here. This is really, really exciting for me. Originally, in the pandemic, I was stuck at home desperately trying to cobble together some money, and I sent out a fairly plaintive email to my handful of contacts saying, help, is there any work that I can do from my bedroom? All my income streams have dried up overnight. And you mentioned Charlie Campbell, the captain of the modern day Authors Cricket Club founded in 2012. He replied to me to say, well, actually, we don't know very much about the original Authors 11 that we're based on, this Edwardian team that ended in 1912. Please, could you dig into it? I think he said, what will £500 get me, basically? And it took me £500 worth of hours to realise that there was a much bigger story here that had never been told before. And I'd been given the dates of sometime in the 1890s to 1912, and it became clear to me that the full story was 1887 to 1968, and you might notice that 1968 is a little later than 1912, and there were all of the pieces of the jigsaw that no one had ever joined the dots for before. And it also became clear to me that there was something much more significant going on here than merely a list of names of people who played cricket together. And I wanted to dig into what that was about, what had brought them together, why all of these fantastic names had been playing cricket together, because I refused to believe that it was just a piece of trivia, a coincidence. So I embarked upon a PhD on this very topic, and was delighted to discover that it wasn't just a coincidence. There was a lot going on. There were reasons why cricket pulled them together, and this group functioned over 3 generations as a faction, really, in the literary world. And so they're in the thick of these really important moments in British cultural history. And the fact that it was cricket bringing them together and helping them forge a common alliance amid these cultural changes, I thought was really fascinating. And so having finished the PhD, I rewrote it from scratch for a general audience to be as accessible to the layman as I could.
Good old COVID, eh? It's been the progenitor of many a magnificent endeavour, I guess. So, let's start at the beginning, because J.M. Barrie is unbelievably key in all this. And your description of J.M. Barrie, I've got to say that I'd never really thought about J.M. Barrie physically, corporeally. Obviously, the writer of Peter Pan, first person to make the name Wendy remotely fashionable. And as a result is almost certainly responsible for the name of Wendy Wimbush, the noted cricket scorer. So already you can feel the tentacles of literary cricket just making their way.
Yes, once you know how to look for them, exactly.
Once you know how to look. So J.M. Barrie, whom you describe as basically sort of short, fairly, not antisocial, but just not particularly... not a man with a lot of friends, let's say. Socially awkward, comes down from Scotland, comes down to London. And Scottishness is quite a significant part of the story, isn't it?
Yes.
Because we start with J.M. Barrie, then Arthur Conan Doyle gets involved. And the way you describe it, there's a key moment. And it is 1887, is it? Am I right?
The first match.
The first match. And is it Marriott? I can't remember. I'm fascinated by this guy, the secretary, who is an enormous part of the history, but seems to be airbrushed out of it later on by J.M. Barrie.
For reasons that readers will discover, yes.
Maybe you can give us some hints on that, because there's salacity in this, by the way, as well as just an excellently told story of famous names playing cricket. So it begins, and they're absolutely hopeless, as you might expect them to be. A completely random, well, not say completely random, the fact that they're writers is what's bringing them together. But crucially, as you describe it, there's also a massive publishing boom taking place, because what you've got to think, dear listener, is that this is a time of massively increased literacy. The Education Act of 1870, was it, that ensured that everybody got educated. So suddenly loads more people can read, but we have yet to get TV. The internet is but a twinkle in what's-his-name's eye. So people have got to do things, They can't go to the cinema. They can't watch telly. Suddenly they're reading magazines, enormous quantities of magazines. People have got to write these stories. So essentially there's suddenly an awful lot more writers to choose from. That's our scenario at this point?
Yes, an awful lot more writers. And suddenly people who can read aren't necessarily very well educated people. And so there's an awful lot more readers who don't bring the cultural hinterland that traditional writers sort of relied on their readers having. And so readers start consuming all manner of things that wouldn't necessarily be considered literary classics. And this gives a space for a new kind of literary classic to be born. And I think Peter Pan and Sherlock Holmes are very much in that mould of they were treated very sniffily at the time by certain sectors of the literary world, but they were selling enormously well. Peter Pan was one of the most successful plays ever. And so this whole new stratum of writers emerges, writing for the lower middle classes and writing things that are accessible, that are fun, that are entertaining. And it's really fascinating how many of these writers clump together into this cricket network. And that actually will later on, as readers will discover in later chapters, come back to bite them when the highbrow writers, the intelligentsia, strike back. And
Harold Pinter?
No, Harold Pinter is one of the quote-unquote good guys.
Right, okay.
But before then, Virginia Woolf and T.S. Eliot and the
Do they not
Sitwells,
like this?
No, they really hate it.
Right.
And they launch a massive offensive to discredit and ridicule the cricket-playing writers and drag the idea of a writer playing cricket into disrepute, into the mud. And so it becomes very ferocious. And I think that was one thing that I really wanted to get into the book, that this is not just an institutional history of one cricket team. It is this bigger story that they find themselves in the midst of. And as you say, Barry is in many ways the key figure in so much of this.
He seems to be sort of a lodestar of it, but also Conan Doyle is massive in this because he can actually play.
Yes.
So you've got this wonderful thing which happens a lot in social cricket teams, which is that sometimes the most enthusiastic people at playing cricket are in fact the most inept.
Yes.
I think it's the only sport where this happens, where people who are genuinely terrible at something, they don't tend to want to do it a great deal. But in cricket, for some reason, you're just drawn to it. I speak from bitter experience. And Conan Doyle is rare in this team because he actually does plays for lots of different teams. I think there's a great bit early on in the book when you credit Conan Doyle, or in fact Conan Doyle credits himself, with creating an entirely new literary style, which is the long short story that can be read in isolation. In effect, a little bit like how, I know this sounds a bit crazy, but how you can watch an episode of 4i50 without needing to know what happened last week or indeed what's going to happen next week.
He invented the sitcom in many ways.
Oh, right.
If you follow that through.
Yeah.
Because before then, you either have as the magazines print a story, it's either a standalone short story, we're all familiar with that concept, or it's a serial, if you think Charles Dickens, a chapter a week, and then at the end it will all be published as a novel. And it was Arthur Conan Doyle, according to Arthur Conan Doyle, who invented the third way of doing it, whereby it's the same characters, a recognizable setup, but a different story each time, so that readers can miss an episode, as it were, a chapter, an issue, and it doesn't affect their understanding of what they're reading next. So it means that you're not losing readers along the way, you're gaining them. And so what are Holmes and Watson doing this week becomes the first national craze of that type. And people don't have to worry about the previous week's mystery because they're starting from scratch, but they're familiar characters and they can plunge in.
And they can go back and get him if they want to.
Yeah. And so this becomes this snowball effect, and Sherlock Holmes becomes this. I think Sherlock Holmes was the closest thing in his day to Harry Potter, whenever it was 15 years ago, the height of Pottermania. He was a real national figure. And when he was apparently killed off in the final problem, there was this national wave of mourning, and letters started being written to MPs, to the Prince of Wales, in horror that Arthur Conan Doyle could have done this. And a lot of people seem to have genuinely thought Sherlock Holmes was a real person, which says a lot about the people that he was writing for.
Well, people who watch soap operas believe this. I have a deceased uncle who was in EastEnders, and I remember being in a pub garden with him in Warwickshire, and this woman came up to him and said, "You know Pat's cheating on you, don't you?" So, I think he possibly does, yes. It's in the script, yes.
Amazing. Yes.
Well, I know. Well, people get very, very attached, don't they, to these characters? We're short of time, so I'm conscious of this. So let's focus a little bit to start with on Barry as a man.
Yes.
What is your reading of this guy?
He's a fascinating figure. He's a strange individual. There's no doubt about that. And he has this very awkward persona, but he sort of advertises himself as an awkward persona. And it's been argued that is a defense mechanism, so that he is calling himself out before the elites can call him out. And he writes articles as imaginary journalist, interviewing that cantankerous weirdo J.M. Barrie. But at the same time, he has this sort of air of enchantment around him that he likes bringing into things, and I think Neverland in Peter Pan, and Peter Pan the character, is a perfect example of this, of how he's conjuring this enchanted atmosphere, but also the place where he really learnt to do that as this small, awkward man, cripplingly shy and aware of his diminutive stature. For him, it was the cricket matches that really gave him the chance to first be an impresario and order grown men around, and they would do what he told them, because
which
he
he
was
would
the
never have
captain.
done before because of just who he was and how he presented himself.
Yes.
This is his place where he can be in control.
Yes, and that sort of the creative power of play, which quite famously goes into the creation of Peter Pan and the Lost Boys, is something that he first harnesses in relation to the cricket, and so it's the same modus operandi from his point of view, of sucking people into this otherworldly thing, playing games with them, generating in-jokes from that, then writing the in-jokes down to consolidate something. And in the first case, it's this network of friends that he's finally managed to make for himself, these fellow literary cricketers. And later on, it's the story of Peter Pan based on the Lost Boys.
How does it maintain itself? Because obviously people get older, people
Yes.
lose interest in actually the playing of it. And, there are some occasions when actually you would rather not be playing cricket, and as you say, talking a very attractive actor through her lines in your own play and thinking, well, actually, on balance, I might do that instead. So how does this movement continue towards the back end of J.M. Barrie's involvement? Who picks up the baton, and how does it keep going?
I think that's really important, and it says a lot about how powerful this idea was, that all of these writers and cultural figures wanted to be part of this meeting point between these two great pillars of Englishness, as they were then seen, literature and cricket. And it was a very potent alchemy that happened when they met. So it every time one generation starts to get a bit long in the tooth, then there's new people ready to pick up the baton and carry it on. So the two big figures going forward were J.C. Squire, Jack Squire, the bitter enemy of the modernists in the interwar era, who again is another fascinating figure that we don't have time to talk about here. And then Edmund Blunden in the post-war era, where Edmund Blunden reinvents the formula in quite an interesting way, because he starts to bring in lots of really successful international cricketers: Douglas Jardine, Richie Benno, Leary Constantine, some really star names.
Oh, really?
Len Hutton, Dennis Compton. All
What's
of
a
these
guest
people.
for the
Arthur
authors?
Morris, Ray Lindwall.
Yeah.
Yes, well, to be official players for them effectively at their annual exhibition marquee match that they start having in the 40s, 50s and 60s. So it goes in another direction, and the celebrity pull is the thing that keeps it going after the Second World War.
And without giving too much of the book away, how do they repel the malign forces of Virginia Woolf? There's one of the most famous pictures of Virginia Woolf is her playing cricket.
Yes.
So I don't know how she dare.
Well, from her point of view, she enjoyed cricket, and so she rather resented it being hijacked by these literary types that she hated.
Right.
So it wasn't the cricket that she disliked, it was J.C. Squire and what
because they play at Rodmell, don't they? I think.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Which is where her house is, if you're wondering.
Yes, and she really resented. She had this nice village life and was presenting herself as this true English countryside writer. And suddenly all these other writers are rocking up, playing cricket and saying that makes them frightfully villagey and fit in well. And so she starts sneering at them as suburban and mocking their buffoonery and their pompousness. And it's all a caricature that she draws, but it's very effective because it does go on to be this dominating image. But as you say, there is a counterattack, and I think that's led by J.B. Priestley, who is the playwright and novelist, particularly in the 1930s and 40s, whose big role was wartime speeches when he was second only to Winston Churchill as the voice of the nation during the Blitz and the Battle of Britain, arguing for the welfare state and for England to get a chance to be England. And for him, cricket was a crucial symbol of England being England.
Before we go, because the players are coming back out, say 1968, why does it end? Why does it take till 2012 before Charlie Campbell gets it back together?
Summer of love. The swinging 60s, suddenly cricket starts to look old-fashioned for a while. And as cricket plummets out of the national consciousness in the 1960s and there's a social revolution going on, people move on to other things, very sadly. And
it becomes a bit frivolous then, doesn't it? Then
yes.
It becomes, no disrespect to them, because I love the Lord's Taverners, but it becomes then sort of celebrities playing, doesn't it? Willie Rushtons.
I think also
John
they have
Cleeses
jumped
of
the
this world.
shark by inviting too many really great celebrity cricketers to be quote-unquote authors because they wrote a newspaper column once.
Right. Yes, that's how I got to play for the Authors. Ollie, congratulations on the book. It's a
Thank you very much.
Terrific achievement. Writers in White, Ollie Randall, how a group of literary cricketers changed English culture. There's drama in this. I'm about this way through. I haven't found out what Marriott was up to, because he appears very early in your book, and then you teasingly tell me that there's scandal.
Yes, there is.
And I have to wait to find out the scandal, but I shall do that. I'm a patient man.
It's not the only scandal, so I hope you enjoy it.
Oh, well, I love scandal. Ollie, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a delight having you.
Thank you very much.
We are now going to refocus on a match that is very delicately poised. When I say that, I don't mean Hampshire in a remotely equal position to Surrey here, but it's delicately poised insofar as they need 34 more runs to avoid the follow-on. That might not be enough to make them safe in the match, but it will take them some way towards it. A new ball is available in 5 overs. And Yas Rana has come in to join Adam Collins to take you through the next half an hour or so of this session.
With just 5 overs until the second new ball comes available, Will Jacks kicks proceedings off for the start of the final session on day 3. It was hard work for Surrey in session 2. Jake Lehman and Delano Potkita battled hard. They dug in. Didn't score particularly quickly, but they frustrated Surrey. Oh, that's straight through. More buys. It's an angle that Jacks looks threatening with. Just bowling the ball almost across the left-hander. Sliding it through. Going on with the arm. 18 buys now. A lot of those buys early on in the innings, Ollie Pope could do very little about. Prodigious late swing at times with the new ball. With all the rain delays, it meant that when Surrey were on the field, bowling conditions were often very helpful. Afternoon, Colo.
Yes. Yes, went downstairs to get a cup of tea at tea, as is the way. And I mean, obviously a lot of attention on what's going on out in front of us. How could there not be? Really interesting passage of play. We've got this follow-on mark that's impossible to avoid. As the over ends, 242 for 8. The 2 wickets before tea, which felt so important to opening that up. Lehman caught a backward point for 69, and then Organ in the next over. But I must say, a lot of the attention is people updating their social media feeds still. There's been this tweet that's been doing the rounds from a station saying they've got exclusively that Stokes is leaving, and you read down the story and it's a guest on the program, a journalist albeit, who's very well connected, but saying that
it's a possibility.
It's a possibility, and he fears that they might. Instead, it's got the big exclusive tag on it, and 1 billion retweets later, and that's kind of how it works in the modern whirlpool sometimes.
Change of order, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Get the whole team involved and score big with sustainable energy solutions. James Taylor to start from the Vauxhall end, his 7th over of the innings. You wonder if the follow-on is enforced. He's got a particularly big role to play in the second innings, given how fresh he will be.
That's the only, well, to me anyway, that's the bit that makes sense to me with why they've been able to use him across only one spell so far. It's not a reflection on what he is as a bowler. It's more about what he might represent to them in the second innings, i.e. fresh legs. They would love for him to finish the job here. Both he and Jack's down the other end. If they can get it done and not need to turn to another spell for... Ooh, that'll help. Bit
Good
of extra
carry.
bounce.
Really good carry from Taylor.
Indeed. But if they don't have to turn to Fisher again or Clark again, especially those two, and have them a little bit fresher, it's all marginal gains at a situation like this, isn't it? Then it'll be a job they're pretty happy with. Second new ball, of course, around the corner too, which I expect will be a factor.
Thickish outside edge. It flies away quickly to deep third. Just one. Yeah, going back to what you're talking about and the broader reporting and framing of the story around Stokes at the moment, I find it quite interesting. We're obviously very much in cricket media, and we follow almost everything that's being said and written by all the journalists. But I think those outside it sometimes might not quite understand the order of events and how things are framed in certain ways and why things are framed in certain ways. For example, that unlike other major stories, this one wasn't actually broken by journalists. The series of events over the last 22 and a half hours actually started with a statement from the ECB. It wasn't as if there was a story that was emerging and everyone responding to it.
Well, it was a pretty quiet day by day after a test match standards. I recorded the show at about 4 o'clock yesterday, and we remarked on that. It's for the day after a test, there wasn't a lot going on outside of the debate around the squad and ongoing conversations around the Lord's pitch, as that one doesn't quite get up as much as Pogita expected. 100 balls faced for him. And we should have known better when there's a quiet day. There tends to be something brewing. At least that was my experience when I worked in politics. A quiet day never ends quietly. And last night it was a crazy few hours as our colleagues were, the newshound colleagues, the ones who are very, very good at this from each of the newspapers, were trying to get a decent timeline of what had happened. And the other thing to note is that, and I think this is important to say, 244 for 8, a couple from the over, 177 behind. Just because one person has reported it as a journo does not entitle you to report it in the same way. You can say it's been reported by someone else, but there is a process of verification that goes on, and sourcing and old school journalism, and that's what everybody's doing. They're taking perhaps their steer from what they're seeing, but then they're having to do their own work. So it is helter-skelter until any next formal communication comes out. And on the other side of it, you've got all different parties briefing out facts and adding information, how they do. And again, that's totally reasonable in this situation. But it doesn't take long before it becomes an absolute frenzy, and it had that feel last night, has a little bit this afternoon too.
Yeah, the odd thing this afternoon is I think it's really moved the story forward in the last few hours. Everyone's just waiting, really. Sorry, just tinkering with the field to the right-handed Fuller.
So you're going to send 2 back on the leg side. Short boundary, just 1 sweeper. So keeping mid on and mid off up if he wants to take Jack's back over his head.
Uses his feet.
Sure enough.
And that's exactly what he does do. Targets the shorter boundary in front of the Bedser stand. Adds 6 to the Hampshire total. Brings up the first batting bonus point for Hampshire. And it means they're just 20 runs away from that follow-on target. I think this is a fascinating battle between Jackson and Fuller. Fuller, naturally aggressive player. Only a couple of overs before that second new ball becomes available. Sensing an opportunity to eradicate that deficit. Uses his feet again. It's aerial past short mid wicket, but into the gap for 4 more. 10 runs off 2 balls. Fuller playing with intent.
Yeah, great batting. The method for Hampshire in the middle session was to take the sting out and bat time. Now it's to try and gallop to a deficit of fewer than 150 before the second year ball gets there. Fuller, experienced man, 36 years of age. He's been here before. He knows what he's doing. They've got 2.5 overs and 16 runs. Just curious as well, Samo might be able to bring this up. How many batting points have Hampshire collected this season? It can't be many. They've had plenty of days when they've been bowled out for 200 or less, let alone getting to 250 in the first innings.
And that'll be 4 more.
Wow.
Fired in. Faster delivery from Will Jack, slightly short and pulled hard. And that races to the ropes.
Oh, yeah.
14 runs in just 4 deliveries from James Fuller of Will Jacks. And now just 13 runs to go for Hampshire to avoid the follow-on.
This is really smart cricket. This was the over to attack. Over 78. Try and break. It's like a one-day chase, right? You're trying to break the back of it. You don't want to get it to the last over. It was always the risk with Jacks continuing after tea.
Use his feet. And it's another boundary. 4 more. Long off was stationed quite wide. And Fuller very deliberately looked to go over Will Jacks's head. So 18 runs off 5 deliveries. And Hampshire just 9 away from avoiding the follow-on.
Terrific batting. And, you know, you think about, we're talking a lot about the follow-on in the context of Surrey. Think about Hampshire here. If they get themselves to where they need to be here, that makes it so much more difficult for them to lose the match. In a season where they're currently bottom of the table, if they leave a rain-affected game where they've conceded 421 in 83 overs on day 1 with a draw, it would be an outstanding outcome for them from here, given that winning's all but impossible from this part of the match. So this really is, when you talk about game within a game, this passage of play before over number 80, it is as important as any we've seen. And it might look a bit odd just before the second new ball with the number 10 taking on the 6th bowler used, but it's all within context. Andrew Sampson.
It's their second batting point of the season.
Wow, there you go.
No, I mean the next lowest in the first division is 7, and their one batting point was when they made 251 against Yorkshire at Headingley.
So already their highest first innings score of the season. That's been their Achilles heel. Another run to the Hampshire total. Just 8 more required to avoid the follow-on.
Which now means that, well, we can get to it after that 150, if that's what Fuller is able to do, along with Pogita here, but does present an interesting scenario for Surrey later today. I haven't looked at the radar for a couple of hours for tomorrow. I'll do so now while you watch this ball, Yas.
Yeah, absolutely. It's fascinating to see how quickly the equation has changed. Taylor into Fuller. 2 slips in place. Just a couple of overs ago with Hampshire going relatively slowly with the mat, and as they had been going for quite some time, it looked like it would take them a while to surpass that follow-on target. But those 18 runs off just 5 balls from James Fuller against Will Jacks means that They're just 8 runs away. And Surrey's path to victory becomes a whole lot more complicated. You can almost sense it in the field. It's a little bit less energy from the Surrey fielders. But they've got to think they're just 2 balls away, in theory, from being able to enforce that follow-on. And their bowlers should be fresher than fielding sides usually are at this stage in the game, given how much rain we've had, how long this Hampshire innings has taken. Remember, it started on the first evening. Nudge past mid-wicket for a single. Fuller now on to 20.
So they will lose time tomorrow, just to clarify that point. It's hard to say from the radar, but I mean, there's enough spikes on it to think that there'll be slabs of time lost. And for Surrey to win, they'll need a decent whack of time to take 10 further wickets. And of course, they would need to manage the number of runs they have on the board to do so. So yeah, if and when, that'll be the next interesting passage. What did Surrey do to keep the door ajar? Unless Taylor goes bang bang, who's to know?
Single for Potkita. He will retain the strike. He moves on to 41. Hampshire 266 for 8.
Who bowls this over? Over number 80. If they're going to go at Jacks, do they back Jacks to the left-handed Potkita and see whether they can create something? Do they crowd him a little bit and make him hit over the top?
Yeah, no hesitation at all actually from Surrey. Jacks walks to the umpire, takes off his jumper with a sense of purpose. He will bowl the 80th to the left-handed Potkita.
I would have been tempted to have given the ball to Jordan Clark for one over here at an end that he's made his own over the years. I know he's bowled well from the Vauxhall end today, absolutely, but I mean, for the sake of one over.
Jacks in with a slip in place. Potkita goes big too. There's no boundary protection there. That goes for 6, and it means that Hampshire avoid the follow-on. Colo, it's happened quickly. And a massive moment in the game for both sides.
Yeah, brilliant batting from this pair since tea. They've added 34 runs in no time at all in 17 minutes. A couple of runs a minute. The majority of them off Jacks. Calculated hitting. Going straight where mid-on and mid-off have been up. Chancing their hand and making it work. Up to 47 for him as well. Terrific innings this.
It's 2 sixes and 3 fours in 6 deliveries against Will Jackson. Those 2 sixes were both when Surrey didn't have boundary protection towards the shorter boundary. James Fuller went over mid-off, the right-hander. And Potkita went over mid-on for the same area of the field. Quick single. Potkita on to 48.
Yeah, and it's no reflection on how Jacks is bowling, by the way. That it's a lot in life of a finger spinner, that if a batting team is trying to line you up, it's not without risk entirely, but it made enormous sense for Hampshire to take this approach, especially Fuller in the previous over. It's worked to a T. And the game, and who knows, maybe their season. You just don't know with the way that draws are weighted so heavily with 8 points for the draw. If they can, through this, give themselves a pathway to a draw, and they should get one from here, really. It would take a huge capitulation at some stage tomorrow from Hampshire to, having bowled again, be defeated from here. So well played them. They've earned their position in this game.
Fuller uses his feet, doesn't get hold of it at all, but it will run away to the vacant deep third boundary for another 4. 11 runs from the over already. And the closer Hampshire are able to get to that Surrey first innings total, it means that Surrey have to bat for more time to leave Hampshire a target.
Yep, good point there too. It's all cream here.
And Jacks this time gets his man, beats Fuller in the air, doesn't get to the pitch of the ball. And a smart piece of work behind the stumps from Ollie Pope means that Surrey have their ninth slightly later than they would have ideally hoped. But as we mentioned previously, even though the follow-on target has been reached, the bigger the first innings lead for Surrey, the less time they have to bat to set Hampshire a target in this game. A reminder that Surrey enter this fixture 17 points off Nottinghamshire in first place. Should they win this game, though they would have played one more match than Nottinghamshire and the chasing pack, they will leave this game top of the league.
That'll be, in all probability, the last ball of Jack's spell as well, you would think, with the second new ball due. One would think that this would be the time to take it, to get those batting pads back on as soon as possible with the sun beating down in South London. It's not been the case too often here over the last 3 days that we've had these conditions.
Potkita just using the forward wicket as an opportunity to take on some fluids. He's been out there for some time, faced 108 deliveries, been batting for more than 2 hours. Number 11, Kyle Abbott, very, very competent batter to have coming in at number 11. Would usually be in at 10, but Sonny Baker was used as a night watcher earlier in the day. 13 first-class half-centuries, first-class batting average of 17. So, a very, very handy low-order batter. As we expected, the new ball has been taken, and it's a change of bowler. Powered, as always, by SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game, implement a winning sustainability strategy. It's Matt Fisher who will have first use of the new ball. 18 overs, 3 for 59 so far. Struck twice with the new ball at the start of the Hampshire innings. Ball of the game so far to Toby Albert, uprooting his off stump. Then getting Ali Orr caught on mid-wicket. Really smart piece of planning as much as anything else from the Surrey Brains Trust. With work to do. Potkita has been stubborn on 48 off 108. On Hampshire, even though they've got a lot of work to do to stay up. .31 points going into this round off Yorkshire in 8th. But they've been in games. They've got good bowling attack. It's the batting that's let them down this season. So if they're able to add some consistency to that top 7, they've got a really good shot of staying up. They've been on the wrong end of some tightly fought games. Somerset chased best part of 300 at the Utilita early in the season. 8 down, 4th innings 100 from Tom Abel. Relatively close defeat to Essex 2 at Chelmsford. There was a rain-affected draw against Nottinghamshire 2, where a lot of time was lost to the weather. And that game was pretty much in the balance against a side that's currently top of the table, with someone like Kyle Abbott in the team, Sonny Baker, Eddie Jack, James Fuller. They've got a really good crop of seamers. Potkita opting not to take the single, which is interesting given how capable Kyle Abbott is with the bat. He's not a usual number 11. I wonder if it means we see a change in mode from Potkita. Left alone. The South African currently due to just feature in 3 championship games for Hampshire, this being his second. Their next fixture against Sussex in July is currently down to be his final one in this stint. Collar, you're the keenest and most energetic scenario builder of them all. Now that the follow-on target has been reached, what's the path to victory here for Surrey?
I think they've got to be eyes wide open about the probability of weather. Like, they'd be mad to assume they'll get 96 overs in tomorrow. Maybe they work on the basis, optimistically, they'll get 70. So I would start there. I would start on what does tomorrow look like and what does tomorrow feel like and how much they're willing to live a little. Now, I know that from here, across him to finish 277 for 9. I'm well aware from here that the probability of victory for Hampshire is next to nothing unless Surrey leave the gate wide open. But maybe this is one of these instances in cricket where you need to leave the gate more than a little bit open to give yourself the best chance of victory, and the extent that Surrey are willing to do that from where they are this season. That would be interesting to me. So let's play around with 70 overs tomorrow. 34 left today, let's call it 30 today. 100 overs left in the game. How many of them would you want to bowl for to give yourself the best opportunity? It may indeed be the whole 70. It may be the whole of tomorrow.
It's another change of bowler. Jordan Clark will take the new ball from the pavilion end. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Set the pace towards net zero. Drive your business forward with renewable energy. Clark bowling to the number 11 Abbott with 3 slips in play. And Abbott starts with a boundary.
And batting with real purpose in that scenario where you could have a proper crack tonight and say, look, we're going to bat for 30 overs. We're going to get no fewer than 150, 160 runs. Of course, you wouldn't pull the pin overnight, but get back tomorrow morning with a lead near enough to 300 and say, okay, we need to accept that there is a possibility that low 300s could be chased. Of course it could be. But it gives us the best chance by dangling the carrot a wee bit, giving Hampshire something to chase to help get themselves off the bottom of the table.
Oh, big appeal for LBW. Oh, not given.
Inside edge, I reckon. Sounded like 2 noises. It gives themselves the best opportunity by letting Hampshire back into the game of winning it themselves. I know that historically that's not the done thing in the championship with a draw worth so many. I get that. But from where Surrey are, 17 points adrift. See again, was it? Yeah, felt like there was 2 noises or at least a bit of a squeeze going on with the flap and the inside edge of the bat. Enough doubt there to turn it down. I mean, we'll know pretty soon, won't we? Because if Surrey are batting and it's if conventionally, and by that I mean not worrying too much about the run rate, then it'll be clear what they're intending on doing. If they bat in a more enterprising way, remembering that Daniel Lawrence has just clocked the quickest double 100 in the history of the Oval no more than 2 days ago, then having a lead of 300 and something around the close of play today does provide them with options tomorrow. That's how I'd see it.
First job, though, pick up this 10th wicket and ensure that lead is as big as possible. More runs Hampshire get, more time Surrey will likely have to bat. This is where, going back to a conversation that I had with Jeremy early in the day, it's where 8 points for a draw, I think, is a real barrier for teams playing more enterprising cricket. Because why would you?
Yep.
It's not just the points you get, it's the points you potentially lose if you dangle the carrot and don't get it right. And I think Surrey will very, very understandably look at their season so far, look at the players they're likely to have available from here on in. Rahul Chahar available, we think and hope, for the last 7 games of the season. The hope will be as Clark's over is completed, Hampshire 281 for 9. The hope will be for Surrey that Dan Worrell will be more available in the second half of the season than he was in the first.
Mm-hmm.
And if Surrey, after not being at their best, are within arm's reach of whoever's top of the table after the next round of games. And that's not a bad result to be at the halfway point of the season.
Agreed.
So why risk it?
Yeah,
And I'm not at all saying that Surrey should do anything different, but I think the point system means that there's almost less of a decision to make.
Yep. Yeah, it's not the system to encourage dangling of carrots. It's like if you were, let's change the format and change the frame a bit. If this were 1-1 in a 3-test series where you didn't hold the trophy and you were Surrey, or, you know, if you needed to win the test match to make it to the World Test Championship final or something like that. If that was the dynamic, or if Surrey, of course, needed to win this game to win the championship, let's be more in the here and now, then, of course, they would run the risk of losing in order to win, because that's the way that you would be aligned. But it isn't that, and with the draw worth so many, you pay a price for doing something that until sort of a generation ago or so was fairly common practice. How do you set up a game to give yourselves a chance of winning by opening the door to your opposition, especially in 3-day cricket? In 3-day cricket, that was just de rigueur, where you try to facilitate a scenario where you could feasibly win, knowing that it could backfire, but that was the bargain. Not quite so much now. It went from 5 to 8. Was it? Would I be right in remembering it was on Root's? And when Root was captain, he wanted to help incentivise more spin bowling by having a more punchy draw. Am I remembering that right?
Cut away for 4. And that will be Delano Pochita's half century. 52 not out of 117 deliveries. Done an almightily important job for Hampshire, making sure that they avoided the follow-on. It's his first 50 for Hampshire in just his second game. You want your overseas player to make an impact, and boy, has he had an impact.
Yeah, with ball and bat, the way he's paced his innings, he was in no hurry whatsoever earlier, and nor should he have been. Went to tee at 37 from 92 balls, which was exactly what was called for when he was putting together that longish down with Jake Lehman, which extended to about 23 overs together. That's what Hampshire needed then, to make sure that having lost 2 quick wickets after either side of lunch, that they weren't rolled, they didn't cede momentum entirely to Surrey, and they didn't end up in a situation where they were knocked over for 200 odd, let's say. But having stabilised, taken time out of the game, gotten more overs and more spells into Surrey, they've now earned the chance to knock off as much of that 136 as they can. And Pochita has been central to it from the moment he walked out. Terrific stuff. Great signing.
It only went from 5 to 8 in 2024, actually.
2024
so later than I think most of us thought, yeah.
Oh, wow.
But I think it might have been, I mean, obviously Root finished, at 22 as captain, but I think he was part of the motivation behind it, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure of that.
Hangover of the Strauss report.
Yeah.
Or maybe I've got this. Maybe I've got this round the wrong way. Maybe Root wanted it from 8 to 5. I can't remember anymore. But I know that it was.
Yeah.
It was to do with, at one stage or another, there was a discussion about what would encourage more spin. I'm not sure if it was to. Either way, it's.
Anyway, so it's a bit more recent than I think.
8 does feel heavy,
oh,
doesn't
yeah.
it? Yeah. Especially with all the batting and bowling points that are available in a match. You can have a 16-point draw. It's rare, isn't it, Yas?
It's not unheard of.
But it's 2/3 of the points you can get through a draw.
I think a massive issue I have is that exact scenario where you have 16 points, and it is possible to get 16 points and come nowhere near winning a game. Yet you can realistically pick up 19 for a relatively convincing win if in your first innings you score under 250. Because you get 16 points for the win, 0 batting bonus points, 3 bowling bonus points. To me, that's not right. I mean, if you look at the table now, we've been talking about how Surrey are in the mix despite only winning one of their first 6 games. But Nottinghamshire are top with 2 wins from their 6 games.
Yep. And we saw how quickly that all turned with, I think Glamorgan jumped in the second spot for a week, didn't they, on the back of 2 wins. Somerset similarly went down the ladder because they didn't win. There's...
Essex are 4th with 3 wins, 2 defeats and a draw. They've won more games than the team that's top. Sussex, the other team with 3 wins, but they would be joint top were it not for the 12-point deduction that they incurred at the start of the season. But yeah, number of points for a draw, something that we could talk about until we're blue in the face.
Maybe we should.
Samo.
Sorry, I'm just having another look at that. I mean, I had a look when they started 5 points in 2024, but in fact, it seems that the 2023 season was an aberration. They went back to 5 points for some reason.
Oh, right.
Having been 8 points for 2021 and 2022 seasons. So they moved to 8 for the draw in 2021 and 22, and then moved back to 5 for 23, and then back again to 8. I don't know why.
So was it always 5 before that?
No. Let's just have a look.
Short delivery, not played convincingly from Bokita, but it lands safely. There's a famous Warwickshire season where they won the league in 2004, having not won many games and drawn millions.
Yeah. Sorry, so just 5 points for a draw for quite a long period, from 2014 to 2019. Then it went to 8 for 2 seasons, then went for 5 for 1 season for some reason. And back, well, probably quite a good reason, because 5's better than 8, but and then back to 8. So I can't remember why they went, how that changed in 2023.
Slow ball from Clark, nudged into the offside by Bokita. This time he does take the single. All 9 fielders back. Yeah, I mentioned the 2004 season. Warwickshire won the championship with 5 wins, 11 draws and no defeats. They drew their last 5 games, and Kent in second with 7 wins but 3 defeats and 6 draws. Warwickshire actually won the title relatively convincingly by 16 points, and even with Kent winning their last 2 games.
I remember a decade ago, Middlesex won the comp with 4 wins, and that was when it was still a 16-game season. In fact, it might have been the final season of 16 games in 2016. I'm pretty sure Middlesex won 4 times. But again, extremely hard to beat, which has got its own.
Oh, I've got a quiz question for you, Colo.
Yeah, go on.
Which Australian overseas player averaged 66 with the bat for Warwickshire that summer from 11 games, with at a strike rate of 97?
In 21?
In 2004 when Warwickshire won.
2004, overseas. Oh.
I'll give you a clue because it's not an obvious one, as Abbott nudges it into the leg side for a single. He would have been a relatively recent World Cup winner, so part of Australia's 2003 World Cup winning campaign.
Ian Harvey.
No.
No? I know Ian Harvey did do a season up that way. Or did he? He went somewhere other than Gloucestershire at the end. Won't be Andrew Simons. Maybe it will. He was at Kent, wasn't he? I think after going to Gloucestershire. World Cup winner, 03. Tricky. Won't be Matthew Hayden. Won't be Adam Gilchrist. Won't be Ricky Ponting. Won't be Damien Martin. Won't be Darren Lehman, because he would have been at Yorkshire. Won't be Simons. Now let's get into the all-rounders. Won't be Harvey. Won't be Bickle. Won't be Warren, of course. Therefore, it can't be Gillespie or McGrath or Lee.
It's someone who definitely played most of their games, potentially all of them.
Having a shocker there. Played all of the games in the 03 World Cup.
I think it's...
I must have named every single player in the team.
One of maybe 2 players you've not mentioned.
Oh, right, okay. I've named a wicketkeeper. That was Gilchrist. Gilchrist, Hayden, Ponting, Martin was the top 4. I thought Simons batted 5. Must be a 6. Must be a swing man.
That'll be 4 more. Thick-ish outside edge from Potkita. Flies away to the Bedford stand boundary for 4 more.
I'm going to kick myself here. If Simons was batting 5...
I reckon he batted 8 or 9 for Australia.
Oh, batted 8 or 9. Okay. So all-rounder-ish. Brad Hogg? No.
Brad Hogg.
Brad Hogg. There you go. Hoggy.
Yeah, average of 66.2.
Really now?
11 games, 12 innings.
Well, that goes
107 50s and a strike rate of 96.92.
I guess he was in the test team then as well. He was playing test cricket at the start of 03 into the... I don't think he played in 03, 04, but he went to the Caribbean in 03 and resumed his stop-start test career.
Good decisive early call from Potkita allows them to come back for 2.
Well, I'm into that. George Bradley Hogg. The evergreen. And the ever-eventful on social media these days.
Yeah, leading run scorer in the championship that year was a young Ian Bell. 1,498 runs.
Beautiful.
71. We also had Nick Knight averaging 57. A young-ish Jonathan Trott averaging 53.
Yeah. So I think Trott still had 6 years to wait before he played test cricket from there as well.
That lead now 128.
Got to find a way to get Abbott to face some balls here.
10th wicket stand now worth 16. More runs for Hampshire. Potkita takes the single this time.
Yep, that sounds about right. 2 balls to go.
So brings Abbott on strike. Yeah, Potkita looking to take as much strike as possible. Carl Abbott, no normal number 11. Bit of time between deliveries. Very different field for the number 11, Carl Abbott. 3 slips in place. 4 fielders out on the boundary. 1 at deep third, deep point, deep square leg and deep fine leg. So maybe some short stuff from Fisher. Nudged into the leg side. Between the 2 fielders and the leg side boundary, but because it's the shorter side of the ground, it's just 1. It means that Potkita is on strike for the final delivery of the over. Change in the commentary box. Part 1 of a double substitution. Ali Brown in for Adam Collins. Afternoon, Ali.
Good afternoon, Yas.
Samo.
Yeah, he's saying no normal number 11. It's only the 3rd time in his career he's batted number 11, which for a kind of lower order batsman in 189 first-class games seems quite low. I mean, he's obviously always been better than number 11, but he's mostly been a 9 and 10. So you would have thought somewhere along the line he would have had more innings at 11.
Short. And 6. Pulled uppishly from Potkita. It's an expensive over. 14 runs from it. He moves on to 67. That brings up the Hampshire 300. Their 2nd batting bonus point. And now Hampshire trail by just 120. A very useful first 10 overs after tea for the visitors. Some words from Ali Brown before Dan Norcross takes over for the next 10 overs.
Yeah, some very positive batting from the Hampshire players towards the end of this innings. Surrey a little bit between a rock and a hard place as the gap closes.
I've got a theory,
Yeah.
and I'm bringing it out right now. If I'm the Hampshire skipper, yes, we might get another 49 runs, might get another point, but they know that Surrey desperately want to win this game. If they declare now and force Rory Burns' hand, oh, it'd be tempting. Surely it'd be tempting. It could create a bit of a pickle. And of course it might not be necessary, a wicket could go down, but if you just go, okay, that's fine. We've picked up a couple of batting points. You're so keen to win this game, Rory Burns. What you going to do now? Now, then you're caught in that tricky place then, aren't you?
So what if Rory reverses it and says, you're bottom of the table.
Yeah.
You need to win more than us because you need to stay up.
Yes. Well, that may be the case, but how are they likely to do that in this situation? I would posit that, I suppose, punching balls beautifully off the back foot through the covers.
That's an excellent
looking
shot
like
from a number 11.
looking at every inch like Michael Atherton batting at number 11.
I think the issue
be
is
one way of doing it.
that you could argue with the sun on the wicket, is the wicket getting better? I know the ball is older and all of that. So Hampshire are currently in a position where they feel they can bat positive. If they get out, it doesn't matter because, well, I mean, they would like the extra point, but they're trying to close that gap as much as possible. But then you're quite right. They do throw it open to Surrey, and how does Surrey go about it?
Because it's a tricky declaration to time. It's a tricky way to bat. You're thinking to yourself, "Whoa, we need to go at 4.5, 5 and over from the beginning." In which case, you might lose a couple of wickets, get yourself into a bit of a pickle. It's a new look Surrey batting lineup. So some guys with not a lot of red ball cricket under their belt. I would be doing that. I would dangle that carrot if you're listening in the Hampshire dressing room.
You fancy a Dom Sibley ramp shot from his T20 form from last year?
Could happen.
Yeah.
Could be how you get him out as well, though.
Yeah.
Again, beautifully played. He plays that shot fantastically, does Abbott. Gets up on his toes, quite deliberate, guided away through backward point for 4.
Yeah, I think the issue is Surrey will need to have 2 sessions minimum to try and bowl Hampshire out. And you'd argue that is the wicket getting a little bit easier with a bit more sun on it? And I think the way they certainly played the last session and a half, that you'd argue it could be when you've got a number 11 playing with such ease. And I know we say he's a very strong number 11 and should be batting higher, but I think it's a difficult scenario how they look to go about it.
I'll give you my logic. So if you're Hampshire, you've already got past the follow-on here. Your chances of winning, notwithstanding a last wicket partnership of 250, are by chasing down in the 4th innings. Your best way of getting to do that is one of 2 ways. One is to get bowling at Surrey, and the other one is to get Surrey setting you a target on a pitch that is easing. Now, if they end up only 40 behind, then Surrey go, right, we don't have time. It's just a draw then. You won't get to win. Whereas what would Brearley do? As people often ask. And I'm pretty sure Brearley would go, okay, let's see what you're made of, Surrey. How much are you going to set us?
I get that sort of Essex in the 80s would be going, yeah, of course, that's exactly what we'll do. I don't know. I mean, I think the problem is you get enough points for a draw, don't you?
You do.
Do they want to gamble a few more? I think the worry for Surrey is if they were to take, let's say they're going to wicket in the next 10 minutes, and then they go out and say, right, this is how we're going to play, going to be super positive. We need to get at least 2 sessions if we're going to guarantee those wickets. Can you guarantee that Hampshire will go for it? Potentially they could, but I think Surrey are in the ascendancy. I think we probably said yesterday that Surrey are very unlikely to lose. I think in that situation, and then suddenly you set a target, you wanted to set a target that is potentially gettable but not very easily.
Well, that's why if I was Hampshire, I would declare, because then you shove all of those worries onto Rory Burns. At the moment, he's powerless. Nothing he can do here apart from get that wicket. If he doesn't get the wicket, the longer he doesn't get the wicket, the more clarity comes into Burns' attitude, which is, right, well, we're going to have to settle for the points. If there's a chance of getting an extra 8 points against the bottom place team, a bit of pressure might suddenly come on him then. And, of course, tomorrow, weather forecast is a bit more iffy, a bit more juice on the pitch, bit of cloud cover. He might think, maybe if we set 290.
Look, I'd love to see it. But if you go out with that mentality tonight, if you were batting in the next 20 minutes,
could be dangerous, couldn't it?
And you lost 4 or 5 quick ones by, then suddenly you're a bit under the gun.
But that's what Ben Brown would be asking
Well,
of Surrey.
Absolutely. Well, I'd love to see positive cricket. But
If you're listening, Ben, declare.
Yeah, don't leave.
What a
those,
shot. Great shot.
don't leave those balls on off stump as well.
Yes.
They're a bit too close.
Some 75 runs in 11 and a half overs since tea. Between lunch and tea, Hampshire got 73 runs in 31 overs.
So they go 3 times as quickly, basically.
Basically, yeah.
Nice.
I think the
Nice.
problem as well is that actually the way Hampshire have played spin, they've basically decimated spin. They've gone at it hard and they've scored very quickly with it. So
Yeah. I mean, you say spin, we mean Will Jacks. We haven't tried.
well,
Haven't seen a bit of Dan Lawrence yet, who's been
No.
Surrey's #1 off spinner this season.
well, he's knackered, isn't he, from his batting? He's
I
just
suppose.
just
But sometimes
getting the energy levels back up.
bit of form
Yeah.
from the batting might give you a
Yeah.
bit of
He's got
inspiration.
nothing to lose, has he? 200 in
to
the bank.
lose.
Yeah.
No.
So you fancy him for a 5-fer as well?
In the second innings, on a turning track, I don't really know. We've seen enough cricket here at the Oval lately. It doesn't look like a pitch that's going to break up. Now, what's happening here? Field's coming in, of course it is, because there are 2 balls left in Fisher's over.
Yeah.
They still want to bowl to Abbott, who's currently playing the best back foot drives I've seen for a while. He can bat, can't he, Kyle Abbott? I believe he's got a pretty decent first-class average.
17, I think.
Yeah.
First class cricket is all right.
Well, it's pretty good for a number 11. I mean, you'd be pretty happy with it for a number 9, really.
Yeah, average is 17, 13 50s. And as I was saying a bit earlier, it's only the 3rd time he's actually batted at number 11 in his fairly long career of 189 matches. He is a number 9 or 10.
Because of Sonny Baker, isn't it? Sonny
And it's because
Baker.
of Sonny Baker, so it's not even a real number 11.
No, he's a false number 11, as they say on
Yep.
the football.
Is that what they say?
Well, I think they say
wouldn't
false
know.
number 9 mostly, but yeah,
Oh.
they like to confuse.
Football always confuses me.
I was just doing a cross to 5 Live about the snafu with Stokes, etc. And I heard quite a lot of tickled away fine, that'll be 4 more. Straying onto the pads. It means, though, that Podgita will not be on strike at the start of the next over. It will be Abbott. Yes, I heard an incandescent Ian Wright. And he's the most passionate and lengthy rant about this World Cup. He's not looking forward to it, you know. Called it the World Cup of Chaos. Will you be staying up and watching
Well, not
Honduras against Capo Verde at 2 in the morning?
Well, not so much that one, but I mean, if we just about sneak past New Zealand, then yeah. I mean, I think England always pushed up to be like you think they're going to be semi-finalists, but they often disappoint, don't they? I think we'll be watching a little bit of it, but not too much.
Awkward timings, isn't it, in
Now,
parts?
snafu.
Yes.
Snafu. Now, I have a very posh friend of mine called Nick Squire, who's the only other person who ever uses snafu.
Sorry, must interrupt briefly to tell you I'll change your bowlers. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions, bowl out carbon emissions and set your business on a winning streak with renewable energy. Oh yes.
And I've called him out on it. I said, "What is snafu?" So, what is snafu?
Well, it's a word that Gideon Haigh loves. Now, I'm not sure where it comes from. Is it an acronym for something else? I think it is, isn't it?
It is an acronym for something else.
And I fear the last 2 letters might be quite tricky to say out loud.
Correct.
Well, apart from up.
Situation normal.
Yeah.
All. Situation normal. All. And then we'll stop there.
Leave you to fill in the blanks. It sort of means slightly awkward situation, a bit of an issue has arisen.
As I said, Nick is my senior golf partner.
Yes.
And he's the only person I've ever heard use that before, and I've called him out on it, and he's mentioned what it is. So
that's why you tried to put me in the.
Well, I don't know whether he's telling me the truth or not. I mean, he's he was Eton educated, so I certainly wasn't. But that has confirmed my suspicion.
I quite like it. Oh, now he set himself up for a big wallop there, did Abbott.
So he's setting it up for the Wahoo.
The Wahoo.
As opposed to
The
opposed
Starfo.
to-
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, I can imagine he could hit quite a long ball, Kyle Abbott, when he puts his mind to it. Oh, yeah, we got quite a nice little bat twirl there from him as well. I thought Sonny Baker twirled his bat quite nicely when he came in yesterday. You know, I'm no ordinary night watcher. Manipulated his blade like Zorro. We were amazed to discover that in all forms of cricket that we could find for him on the Cricket Archive database. Am I right in saying that you couldn't get beyond 27 for Sonny Baker?
Yeah, 27. His highest first-class score is also the highest, and I think there's 150 games on Cricket Archive going back to when he was 14, and nothing higher than 27 at all.
It's my top break at snooker.
Is it 27?
Yeah. All the colours. Yeah. It's as far as I could do.
It's encouraging though, because do you know what it means?
It means I'm not very good at snooker.
No, I'm thinking about Sonny Baker in his... I don't know why I'm thinking about his post-retirement career. He's barely started. But one of the things I've noticed about cricketers when they retire is that you find an awful lot more fast bowlers willing to play good fun charity jazz hat cricket. And I have a theory about this. They don't come in and bowl fast. Or bowl four or five paces. Apart from Tina Best, yes. But it's because they've been down at number 10 and 11 their entire lives, having to face people suddenly cranking it up to 85, 90 miles an hour and putting it around their nose, that they think, do you know what? I'd quite like to fling the bat with gay abandon. End of the over survived by Abbott, 317 for 9. The deficit's still 104.
You say survived. I mean, that's
more than
pretty
survived.
solid
Yeah,
defensive shot, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yes, he was playing it with a stick of rhubarb.
Yeah.
And so what you'll find is someone like Andy Caddick, for example, will turn out for the Lord's Taverners. Go in at number
Caddick.
3. Yeah.
He's playing on Friday as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, he loves to bosh it over deep mid-wicket.
Andy Caddick.
He really does. In jazz hat cricket,
Good heavens.
he swings for the hills. I know. See, the Andy Caddick that you know and love...
Doesn't like batting or bowling.
No,
In fact, fielding is
doesn't
not too
like
keen
cricket.
either.
Yeah. Went in at number 10 and had Alan Doddle pinging it round his ears.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
the Andy Caddick elsewhere is a different Andy Caddick. Will Jacks is on, another change bowler. So 2 changes in 2 overs. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions, of course. A game changer for business. Receive renewable energy from our wind farms and hydro plants. He's moved to the Vauxhall end. The field is spread. Bodkita has got Temptation coming to him now. And let's see. Well, that's not awfully tempting. I wouldn't be protecting Kyle Abbott from Will Jacks, would you, Ali Brown?
No, I was more interested in Andy Caddick. You said pinging it round his ears, which is quite a wide
Yes, a big target.
for target.
Yeah. Be careful, his wife Sarah will come after you if you...
Well, he'll come after me on Friday, I'd imagine.
One of the great things about Andy Caddick, Paul, I love Caddy, lovely fellow. I've been involved in a number of cricket matches with him at a slightly more dismal level than you would have been. You know, he was denied entry into a pavilion named after him in Taunton.
Well, do you know what? He would have painted that pavilion as well.
Oh,
Do
yes.
you remember the winter he stayed behind? I
Yes.
think he got 100 first-class wickets, and then painted. He stayed behind and painted certainly the picket fences and everything else. He was doing all of that. He's actually a pilot as well.
Helicopters.
Yeah, yeah. He flew into one game we had in Wales a few years ago.
Oh, like Ted Dexter.
Yeah, he parked his helicopter on the rugby pitch, and he took someone for a bit of a ride, actually, as part of the auction. Yeah.
Well, yes.
Best place for him, helicopter.
You won't get me in a helicopter if I can avoid it. It's the most dangerous form of transport.
Yeah.
It's
when were you last in a helicopter?
I've never been in one, and I don't intend to be in one unless I'm being airlifted away from somewhere. That's my basic rule of thumb when it comes. You a helicopter man, Andrew? You don't strike me as a man who cares for the helicopter.
No, I've never been in a helicopter.
It's very wise.
Yeah,
that's
I
why
might
we're
try and
that's
keep
why
it
we're
that
both
way.
Yeah, exactly.
On the same principle that you have, unless I'm being airlifted from somewhere.
Yeah, Saigon or somewhere. Yeah. I don't think that'll be necessary now. But yes, he was wandering into his own pavilion, the Andrew Caddick Pavilion, And the steward said, you're not allowed in. And his wife, Sarah, found out and made her feelings known. You don't get on the wrong side of Sarah Caddick.
Fair enough.
End
So
of
it's a
the
bit
over.
like security when you turn up here to try and get in. You haven't got a media pass.
Can be like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't
I
just,
mean-
wave your finger around your face.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. Although the stewards are very understanding here at the Keir Oval.
Are
I
they?
tend to find.
But you've got a security pass.
I do have that,
Yes,
yeah.
yeah.
But we've got the lovely Dave Gangadine,
Of course we have, yeah.
who's the world's best,
Yeah.
I would say.
But when Dave's not there,
Yeah, when Dave's not there, you invoke him,
I know.
get him on speed dial.
Yeah.
I see him at Lord's sometimes for test matches, and it brings me up short.
Right.
It's like, seeing your aunt at a rave or something. It's just wrong. You should be at the Oval, the Keir Oval. Bit like seeing, Alistair Cook at deep mid-wicket.
So what's happening to your declaration?
It's not happened.
No.
No, I'm rather disappointed.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, Hampshire's over 8 is -3.
Yeah,
So they've got to get a giddy on, haven't they?
absolutely.
Part of the negotiations, maybe.
You've got to throw all these things in
I
the
know.
mix, haven't you?
Yeah. So not only will you be bottom, you get,
Yeah.
over 8 problems.
Well, they've gone up there, and if it's not an edge, then they've gone up for LBW. And either way, James Stader is not going to get the result that he would like there. Let's have a look at this again. Has he got slightly outside the
I
line?
heard a couple of noises, so I don't know whether there's a possible inside edge.
Well, I think he's outside the line, so if that's
Yeah.
come off the pad, Taylor's hoping there's a bit of inside edge, or maybe he's hoping that he's hit him in front. I think the ball would have gone on to hit the stumps, but Podgita does bat a long way across, so he does tend to get outside the line. It's batted really well here, but I am moderately baffled at this stage. If Hampshire are just taking time out of the game, then all that will happen is that Surrey will decide that there is nothing they can do but draw the game, which is why I think a declaration does put more doubt into Rory Burns' mind. And I don't know, you try to do things that your opponents don't like. I'm not quite sure that falls quite into this category, but it does present a question. He takes the single off the 4th ball, so Taylor's got 2 balls at Abbott, who's survived 24 perfectly comfortably so far.
I mean, just the sound off the bat makes it sound like the wicket is just
Sounds
getting
alright, doesn't
better.
it?
It does.
Yeah. Well, it always does here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, the colour of it still looks quite encouraging, but and this is a pretty new ball. I mean, it's only 9.4 overs old. And Taylor's a pretty fresh bowler. He's only into his 10th over.
I think he's bowled pretty well, actually,
Mm.
without much luck.
Well, I thought he had a very, very good shout for LBW
I
turned
thought
in.
it was better than that. Yeah.
Did you? Would you go better than
I
very, very
would,
good?
Yeah. Yeah. I think Ben Brown, absolutely no relation, is a similar height to me. And I didn't think it was going over.
No.
Would be my thoughts.
Yeah. Might have been missing off, though. Could have been missing leg.
I thought it was missing both off and leg, to be honest
Yeah,
with you.
I think that's what might have
Yeah.
caused that seed of doubt.
Yeah, yeah. So it was missing off leg and wasn't going over.
They might have thought there was a little tick. That's the thing. We can't really tell here. There's a little bit of bat on it. That's a vicious ball that breaks back. End of the over. And Abbott again survives. Will Jacks continue? We still haven't seen Daniel Lawrence, the only Test cricketer for England called Daniel. Which is quite weird, isn't it? Don't know what's wrong with my group. We've never quite excelled.
So you've worked through a whole list of players that, are there any Garys?
For England. for England? Oh, that's a good question. There's Gary Gilmore, of course, for Australia, and Gary Sobers. I think Australia might have produced a few Garys, haven't they? English Garys. We've had Barrys, Barry Wood. Jax is going to continue. And Borjita here is eyeing up a century, I would think. That's might be what...
There was Gary Wilson for Ireland.
Gary Wilson for Ireland, yep. Couldn't find an English Test cricketer called Ralph either the other day, which is a bit of a shame. Found a surname Ralph.
Oh, I haven't looked for Ralph yet, but there's one Gary who's played
Is there?
Test cricket for England.
Give us a clue.
He's a Zimbabwean.
Gary Balance. Did he spell it weirdly?
He spelled it
He
normal.
spelt that bit right, did he?
Well, I haven't checked for weird spellings of Gary, so I just checked for that normal.
Well, I'm always on the lookout for weird spellings. The great Joss Butler manages to spell Joss and Butler wrong, which is quite an achievement. Almost like Borjita was thinking about the reverse there, and Jack's just fired it in that little bit quicker. Tapped into the onside. The game's at a bit of a stalemate. Field's going to come in for the last two balls. Burns is beckoning in. Long leg to come up on the one. Deep mid-wicket staying out. We've got a long leg, a long on in. We do, yeah. Dan Lawrence is down below us. So 3 on the boundary. Deep mid-wicket, deep cover and long on. One ball left in the over. Jack's keen to keep Borjita at that end. Frankly, at the moment, both these batters look very comfortable against the new ball. Now, up comes long on and deep. Everyone's up on the one here. Here's a tempter.
Where are you trying to hit this?
I'm trying to hit this over where I'm trying to hit it over Cow, I think. There's nobody there. And he stands quite offsidey, doesn't he? No. Clattered into the offside. Dragged down a touch. But he's kept him on strike. Or kept him, I should say, off strike. Abbott will be on strike for the start of the next over. Is it going to be Taylor who's going to continue? It looks like he's taken his cap off. It is.
Found, I think there's 12 Garys who played Test cricket. That's not counting Nathan Lyon.
Good. Good from you. Excellent.
Bald Gary.
He's bald. Howling Gary. Oh, yeah. How many of them are Australian?
There's quite a few New Zealanders.
Oh, yes. Now then. Oh, yes. Wait a second. Oh, we can do these. Some Kiwi Garys. I've lost them. I had one there for a minute. I was thinking of Gavin Larson, of course. That doesn't count. Gary.
What, Gary spelt Gavin?
Nah. Are we talking bits and pieces, middle order dobbers? Not quite.
No, not quite.
No, okay. Oh, he's going to get a single and get off strike. All that hard work for Jax keeping Borjita at the far end has all been for naught. As another back foot punch brings Abbott a single.
New Zealanders and Gary Bartlett, who was a fast bowler in the 60s.
Gary Bartlett, okay.
Gary Stead, the opening batsman, and who's also been their coach recently.
Of course.
Gary Troop, the left-arm seamer in the 70s, 80s, late 70s.
Yes.
Australians include Gary Cozier.
Gary Cozier. And Gary Gilmore.
Gary Gilmore. Gary Robertson.
Ooh. Okay.
And then I suppose, apart from Gary Sobers, the next most famous Gary would have been Gary Kirsten. A few Zimbabweans as well. Gary Brent, Gary Crocker.
And England has provided just the one.
The one who's
come via Zimbabwe. Yeah.
Yep. So there you go. I think that's all the Garys. Gary Wilson, who we also mentioned.
Gary
Ireland,
Wilson,
yeah.
yes. Oh, a slash and an inside edge. Seen a few inside edges today, which have not clattered back onto the stumps. You see, you ask a question, Ali.
Yeah,
and
and
it
you get
gets
instant,
answered.
instant reply.
It's not bad, this, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's good, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah.
Anything else you need to know about? Heating valves,
Heating valves.
brake pads, you know. Got any domestic issues? Andrew Sampson's the man.
No, he's not.
Ooh. Has that got a bit of glove? I think it has. He's taking his glove off here. That's come up sharply. It's on his left hand, but nonetheless, it's going to discomfort him. He's down on his haunches. We might see a physio. You never know.
He does take a breather, doesn't he? Like a boxer when he gets hit. Just take the,
Mm.
you know.
Well, he's crushed on the sternum at
That
the
was a
beginning of
hard
his
hit.
innings.
That was a hard hit.
He stayed down, and I can see coming down the steps is a physio. Let's take a look at that. He's just saying, it's just, where did it hit you? Just there. Reminiscent of that moment for Mike Gatting in the press conference. You remember after he was smashed in the face by, was it Malcolm Marshall?
Yeah, that was a mess.
Yeah, the journalist in the press conference said, so Mike, where did it hit you? It's one of the more penetrating questions that's been asked in a press conference. So I think what he was pointing at was his left thumb. He's not going to go off, but...
Well, this could be the declaration you've been asking for quite some time.
I would be doing it, but, you know, it's very easy for us to say up here, isn't it? As we all, that's the other cliche. It's very easy for us to say in the commentary box, but... you know, the Hampshire bowlers might be saying, this is quite nice, actually.
Yeah.
We don't have to bowl.
Well, he's only 23 away from 100, isn't he?
Yeah, there's that as well to consider.
Unless there's some proper damage in there, I think he'd probably try and
It's not...
have a crack at it.
We made it... What's he doing there? Just take it back and forth for me. Oh, yeah.
Oh, the
it's
left
that,
shoulder dip
that
is
gives,
it?
yeah,
Ooh.
if that gives an indication, that's sore.
Yeah.
Ah, he's done it again there. You can sort of feel the pain, can't you? Who was the physio that... Was it John Embry used to talk about? A physio they had at Middlesex who sort of yank at the finger. How's that? Ah! Physios, I think, were a different breed in the 70s and 80s, weren't they?
Yeah, we had one, John Deary here, who's, I think, former Army.
Ah.
And I remember I had an issue with my leg or something like that, and he put some sort of dinosaur clamp on it to heat it up, and then said, oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I'll just go and pop round the corner. It won't be long. Anyway, after about 15 minutes, my leg was boiling. And I was shouting, John! He came back. He said, "Oh, I'm sorry, my son," and he just stuck an ice pack on it because he'd actually done it too much. I mean, obviously,
Had he forgotten?
he had forgotten. He had forgotten. And he spent the,
I'm
he spent
cooking one of the
He spent
players.
the next quarter of an hour putting ice on it. So, but thankfully, he was quite good, but not on that occasion. But I think we've gone forward since then.
Yeah, I feel we may have done. You must have had the magic spray a few times. Was it magic?
I don't think there is a magic spray.
No.
I think it's all in there.
Well, back in the 70s in football, it just used to be a bucket and a sponge, didn't
Yeah.
it? You get
You'll be fine.
clattered and someone
Run
will
it
get a sponge and whack it on the back of your neck.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Right, away we go.
Yeah.
Not really the way to go, I don't
No.
think.
I think if you sort of put the magic sponge or the spray with a sort of a 400 or 800 Brufen, that tends to do the
Okay,
trick.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember I actually broke my hand, so I had a prototype glove for Slazenger, and it had this is going back in the early 90s, and I got hit by Danny Law, and then anyway, I tried to play. I was supposed to have 6 weeks off, but I didn't want 6 weeks off. But I took a Brufen to get through a semi-final. I remember getting hit on the arm and going, oh, that just there was nothing. It was like, I didn't feel a thing.
Lovely.
And I got hit hard, and I was like, oh, what was that? So, yeah, I think if you go with a good solid proof and with a high number,
A high number, yeah.
the spray works.
Right, so it's combinations.
It's a combo.
Yes, combination therapy. I get you. I did that when I had COVID. I'm not going to recommend it, but I found that a hefty tot of brandy and some night nurse, and you basically slept through COVID.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, night nurse would help, wouldn't it?
Does help,
Yeah.
but it's a combo. You know,
Just to
decent
make it taste
cognac.
better, yeah?
Well, it was just, it just seemed to be complimentary, but it's not something generally to be recommended, I don't think. Well, at least not by doctors, who tend to know more about these things than me. So Podgieter has had his running repairs. And Taylor's got one ball at Abbott. A swing and a miss. Oh, I wonder if that indicates a slightly different methodology. We shall see. The deficit is exactly 100.
Well, the methodology could be that he said, look, my finger's not too good. You have a go at your end, and hopefully we'll just get a few more runs.
Could be that. It's on his left thumb, so it's not going to affect his bowling, but it could well affect the batting. So he did point at the left thumb, which is the unprotected thumb, isn't it, if you're a left-hander?
What, the left thumb? Be the right thumb for a left-hander, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be.
Yeah, you're trying to put your hand...
Yes, that's right, yes. So it must be the protected thumb, right.
The left hand for me is the unprotected thumb. And I'm right-handed.
That's right, yes, because your hand's that way round.
Yeah.
I'll get there in the end.
That's it.
Jax is going to continue. Has Podgieter had more running repairs at the end of that over, I think, by the looks of things. The field not quite as spread at the start here. Short extra is in place now. As if Burns has sensed the discomfort for the South African and thinks he might not be swinging quite so completely for the hills. I would be inclined to take a single there. I'm not quite sure what you're protecting Abbott from at this point, Ali.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe he doesn't trust Abbott. He thinks that boundary is within his compass. There's just a sense of just batting, isn't it, rather than taking time out of the game and basically saying to Surrey, well, if you want to create something, I think you get the feeling that they're sort of happy with the draw, aren't they, after the first day and a half?
Yeah, it's just that one of the great advantages of winning the toss and bowling first here is that it's terribly difficult to bowl a side out in the fourth innings in a 4-day game. So I would be thinking that actually I'd be fairly confident of batting out for a draw anyway, but what you might get is a sniff of a chance of victory, which you otherwise won't. Anyway, I've belaboured that point, and no one's listening to me in the Hampshire dressing room. Oh, they're going to get the single there, which means they managed to swap ends. Podgieter will be on strike unless Abbott gets out to this ball.
Do you think he's eyeing up that mid-wicket boundary?
Abbott?
Yeah.
Well, if they've faffed around this much to try to make sure, it would be a curious choice of shot. But you know, fast bowlers, South African fast bowlers especially, are a law unto themselves. Yes, he is. Spot on.
He is, but it was a bit full.
Well. I mean, I'm not quite sure what the point of leaving 4 singles was and then taking the single. At that point, the memo should be to Abbott. Big pad block.
He likes it. Well, I think if Will Jacks gets another over at him, you feel like he might give it a bit of air, but if he gives it too much air, he could end up in the Harleford Road.
At this point, I think they'd be looking to buy the wicket and get off, wouldn't they? Now then, Taylor is going to continue. It's been quite a spell, isn't it, from Taylor now? Is it just a 4 so far? Feels like he's been on a little while. Still searching for his first wicket. Four. Thank you, Andrew. The threatened rain has not yet materialised this afternoon. Tomorrow's forecast a bit more shabby, I'm afraid, but That shouldn't stop you coming down, because apart from anything else, there isn't another 4-day game here at the Oval until late August. Is it right?
Is that Notts? Is that the next one here?
Is it not? Yeah.
I think so.
Your old teams together.
Yeah.
Could be a very important game. Surrey have got another game in this block still to come. They've still got Glamorgan to play.
They're playing well, aren't they,
They
Glamorgan?
are.
I think, especially in the T20, they've really got a great thing going there.
I mean, in the Champo as well, they're holding their own.
Yep.
That's a good bit of fielding at mid-on. Saves what could have been a boundary the way this outfield's been playing.
You've got to say Surrey have fielded well today, haven't they? I think they've been pretty good. Dom Sibley, who's quite a large unit, has got down a few times and thrown himself around. I think Reece Topley as well took a great catch.
Was a
which
brilliant
I thought
catch,
was
wasn't
pretty
it?
impressive. That was hit well. They haven't really missed too much in the field. They've been very good.
They've just once again just found it difficult to extract what they need from this pitch. They've chipped away, they've kept going, but Hampshire have also shown some good ticker here. When they were, 234 for 8. Surrey were definitely hoping they might be able to enforce the follow-on. At the very least, have wrapped up the innings for 270, 280. But since then, 78, 88 runs, I beg your pardon, have come. Just the one wicket has fallen. That of Fuller. Stumped running past one from Pope. So the seamers have struggled as the pitch has just got a little bit easier. The field comes in once again. 2 balls left in the over. Looks to try to find that single just to the right of Gully. Can't find it. So you may get your wish. You may get a bit of Will Jacks against Kyle Abbott.
Well, you fancy that there might be a couple of boundaries and a wicket if that was the case.
Ah, now then. Yep. After seeing that shot, Dan Lawrence has come up from deep third up into the ring. So we've got a bit of an under 11s field here. We've got 5 in a ring and a slip on the offside. So he smashes it through the offside. So he'll take the 4 runs, or the concession of the 4 runs at any rate. Polhita moves to 83, brings Abbott on strike against Jacks.
That is a lonely walk for Dom Sibley.
That's a long way as well, isn't it?
Well, it's frustrating because there's no supporters over there. It's an extra 20 yards over the boundary.
Yes. You factor all these things in.
I've been there.
Yep.
You're kind of looking around hoping that someone else is a bit closer than you, and then you go, oh no, it's me.
Do you ever go into the red zone because you fielded so many balls that you've got to go and get from boundaries?
No, I don't think you've got plenty of time to get your breath back, but you kind of look around and go, oh. It's like you haven't got the other side of the ground. You've got, 4 or 5 yards. That one you've got 15 to 20.
I mean, then it's time surely to just get a bit of a tactical cramp, isn't it?
Well, no one else is going to go and get it. But we have got the matchup we wanted.
We have, and Daniel Lawrence is putting on his shin guards here, which suggests
he's the sacrificial lamb.
Yes. Now, Kyle Abbott's a sizable fellow, and he's shown a certain amount of aggressive intent, as Katie Martin would say.
Now, the way he's bending down there, I feel he's just flexing his handle just to make sure it's just a little bit pingy. Sometimes you sort of bend the handle a bit.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I fancy if he can just get it to the left of deep mid-wicket, he'll be in the game.
Right, yep. Every bit of protective equipment you could possibly need.
Yeah.
For
I
Boot Hill
once
is here.
went in at short leg off the bowling of James Boyling to Ian Botham.
Oh.
And I knew I was just a sacrificial lamb.
Well, all that. And he plays
Yeah,
a forward
I think
defensive
that's his
push.
sighter. I think he's.
Yeah.
kidding him. I'm just going to play a few defensive shots, but
Well,
I've got one big hoik in me.
There's a man at Cow,
Yeah,
deep mid-wicket.
and he might not be needed. You see,
Into
this
the ground,
is,
crowd catch.
This is where Will Jacks, as a bowler, is thinking like a batter, and he knows he wants to try and slot him into the stand.
He's got a bit flat at him. Flat again.
Shrewd, isn't he? He's just thinking, yeah, that's the one.
Just give it
know,
give it a little bit. Let's see. Now that's tossed up.
He
Thought about that, didn't he, Kyle Abbott?
He did. He just needs it a little bit higher. And I think he'll go through with it. Which could end up being bold. Could end up going a long way.
Well, that's gone a long way. 1 bounce, 4. With mid-off up inside the ring.
50 partnership for the 10th wicket.
Oh, is it time for you to have a look at highest Hampshire 10th wicket
No,
partnerships
it's
against Surrey at the Oval?
That's 114
At the Oval?
by Colin de Grandhomme and Brad Wheel.
Oh, I need another 65.
And he needed another 65.
Yeah. If we're attempting
62.
a commentator's curse, that's
Okay.
absolutely textbook. Yeah.
So we should get it in about sometime before close of play this evening.
Should do. Right, they're going. It's gone again. This time it just dribbles to mid-on. I don't quite know how 6 balls have come to be bowled at that over when one seems to be missing, but I think the umpires will know what they're talking about. I'm getting out of the way. 3:30 for 9. Hampshire's 10th wicket partnership continues on its merry way. I'm going to leave you in the capable company of Ali Brown, and to replace me, Yas Rana. By the way, I said they should discuss.
Replacing number 25, James Taylor, and returning at the pavilion end, number 24, Reece Topley.
Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Bowl out carbon emissions and set your business on a winning streak with renewable energy. Reece Topley into the attack from the pavilion end. Dab to deep third, but it won't run, even though Abbott's going pretty well. 18 off 35. Ali, when I left you 10 overs ago, I didn't think I'd be coming back to preside over this stand still.
Yeah.
But it's incredibly frustrating partnership for Surrey.
Well, it is. I think they've actually batted very nicely. Really, they haven't looked in too much danger, to be perfectly honest with you. I think they've looked pretty good.
And against a new ball with a reasonably fresh Surrey side. Sure, Surrey have been out in the field for 95.1 overs, but that's 95.1 overs spread across 2 full days.
Yeah, and I think Surrey will know that the game is slipping more towards a draw at the moment. I know Dan's very keen on the declaration, the setup, and the can you chase this amount in this amount of overs? But I'm not sure that's quite the way that both sides are looking at it. And the draw looks the favoured option at the moment, unless something happens.
I think especially given that there are 14.4 overs for Hampshire to potentially nick another batting bonus point or 2. Hampshire have actually tripled their season tally for batting bonus points today.
Yeah, I think most sides do. I mean, Leicester got 600 here, didn't they? And it just can. It just appears it's a little bit of zip has come out of the wicket, even though the ball is relatively new. I think with a bit of sun on the wicket's actually behaving better. It's been fairly good all the way through. There's been a bit of lift and movement. But just sort of the crispness and timing of some of these shots now is indicating that the wicket's just easing a bit.
Yeah, there's the odd ball from James Taylor when he was bowling with the old ball that really came through quite quickly, but you're right, over the last hour or so it's not been loads that's troubled the batter.
And it's very frustrating as a fielding side, because you think you're 1 wicket away from getting that sort of breakthrough and getting the pads on or your feet out, whichever is your chosen position, but it just hasn't happened at the moment. Oh, we had Durham 29 for 9 one year. They ended up getting 129. So it's a very frustrating period when you can't get that final wicket. And of course, when you have a full seam attack, I know there are, 2 spinners, although we haven't seen Dan Lawrence bowl. But I think this is the sort of where you'd love to have that Chahal or mystery spinner to mix it up a little bit and probably break this partnership, which is why it's a bit more frustrating.
No ball from Reece Topley, so another ball for him to bowl. 2 more runs to the Hampshire total. Abbott looks to take on the short ball, but misses it. It's an elongated final session because we've got lots of overs to make up. So in theory, if the light holds, 40 overs in the evening session today. We've had 20.5 so far, and the game's changed a lot. With a tea break, Hampshire were 2-3-8 for 8, with a lot of work to do to avoid the follow-on, but a quick blast from James Fuller against Will Jacks just before the second new ball was available got Hampshire past the follow-on target. And since then, they've managed to add another 62 runs to the total.
I think just the way Surrey are going around the field, they feel that you can just see that energy's gone a little bit in terms of they know that it's drifting towards a draw. They feel that the time left in the game is one that, with only, the lead is under 100 now. 88 is the lead, and they know that they'd have to get probably another 250 from somewhere, and they can't do that in a session and a half unless Dan Lawrence plays the way he did in the first innings. So just a little bit of zip gone from the fielders because they feel that's the way the game's going at the moment.
Bit of turn from Will Jacks. Ball ends up in the hands of Rory Burns at first slip, but no bat involved.
Happy to give it a bit more air to the left-hander, isn't he?
Yeah, and I guess that drop in energy, not just a reflection of the match situation, but an acknowledgement of even if they did have the time in the game to take 10 second innings wickets, the way the pitch is played and how easy it's been for Hampshire over the last hours suggests that would be a mightily difficult task.
Yeah.
Quick single, tight, given, and that will be the end of the Hampshire innings. Potkita was the one who called early. Abbott possibly on his heels a little bit, slightly slow to react to the call, and in the end is short. So Potkita ends unbeaten, stranded on 84 not out. Top scorer in the Hampshire innings. Hampshire all out for 333. They trail Surrey by 88 runs. Let's have a look at the run out again. Cuts it into the offside. He sets off straight away, but
as backing up goes, I'd say that's level 1. Samo was saying earlier how Potkita, he's got such a fantastic record in big games, and if he runs out his number 11s, he's going to continue to have a phenomenal average, I would say.
Yeah, he set off.
He played very.
Yeah,
look at him. Whoop! Oh, I've got to run. I've got to carry my gloves as well, and
yeah, nice little pick up from Ollie Pope.
Yeah,
ball arrived to him on the half volley. Clean bit of work behind the stumps, and yeah, that is it for the Hampshire first innings. They trail Surrey by 88. Polkita top scoring with 84 not out. Pick of the bowlers for Surrey. Jordan Clark 4 for 64 from his 21 overs. All 4 wickets from Clark taken today. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back in 5 or so minutes for the Surrey second innings. See you then.
Hampshire's not out batter, with 84 for 171 balls, 9 fours and 2 sixes. So with both first innings complete, the total bonus points earned by each side: 7 for Surrey, 5 for Hampshire. If you'd like to help the Surrey Cricket Foundation make more happen through cricket across Surrey and South London, then you can enter their monthly prize draw to support our game. By entering, each month you'll be in with a chance to win match tickets, signed merchandise, partner experiences, as well as much more. And if you would like to enter, just scan the QR code on the big screen or go to surreycfprizesdraw.org. Returning to the field of play with 16 overs of the day's play remaining, our umpires Paul Pollard and David Mills. Hampshire's fielding side led by captain number 10, Ben Brown. And to open the batting in Surrey's second innings, with Surrey leading by 88. Number 17, Rothesay. Number 45, Dawson.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval for the start of the Surrey second innings. We're about a minute or so away from the resumption here at the Kia Oval. Hampshire all out 10 or so minutes ago for 333. They trail Surrey by 88 runs. At the start of the evening session, a reminder that Hampshire were 238 for 8 after 75 overs, still requiring 34 runs to avoid the follow-on with just 2 wickets remaining in the innings. A quick blast from James Fuller against Will Jacks got them past the follow-on target. That was achieved in the 80th over, but Hampshire kept batting on. The overseas Delano Pothita alongside the tail got Hampshire up to 333. Batting for 17 and a half overs, putting on 61 after the follow-on target was reached. It's going to be Sonny Baker with the new ball in the England Test squad for the first test of the summer against New Zealand. Bowling to Rory Burns with 2 slips in play. Left alone by the Surrey skipper. Jeremy Coney is with me in the commentary box. Jeremy, what do you make about that last hour or so from Hampshire after they achieved this follow-on target?
Yeah. Look, personally, as we were talking before, I think when I arrived, you and I were on, and I was saying there are 3 parts to the game and they are interlinked. And the third part was always time, runs, wickets and time. Those are the 3 things. And you got to be very careful when you abuse time, when you waste it, when you throw it away, because even if you're batting, there'll be something ahead of you when perhaps you're going to be bowling and you may just have a little session of play where the other side doesn't play so well, where something happens to the pitch, someone takes a great catch, someone gets a good run out. These things are all possible in the game and can have an impact on the last day or what's ahead of you. And it's much more fun, I've got to say, playing in a game like that where something is on than coming and changing into your gear and having a warm-up on the last day and it's dead. And you've played a part in that creation of that lack of urgency about the last day. So I'm a bit against the way I saw. I'm happy for them to bat on after passing the follow-on. If you were really attacking, you might declare then. Or you might say, let's crack on and get as many as we can quickly. And that's the other option that I thought was available to Hampshire. They eschewed that, and they knocked it out to deep mid-wicket or long on and didn't even take a single. And I find that an abuse of time. I find that wasting time, because you just keep taking singles, you keep going, you keep pushing hard, you might even get a 2. And so I feel then you'd get to 3:30 quite quickly. You've still got time. You might get wickets tonight. We don't know what's going to happen. We kind of all say, oh, no, it's a good pitch and it'll be dead tomorrow. Yeah, go past the edge there, you see. Could have nicked it. But tomorrow, okay, maybe the weather's not. You still play the game properly in my... And that's an unusual way, perhaps, of looking at things, because people will, when they hear this, will be saying, oh, come on. You know it's not going to be a result in this game now. Why do we consign the last day, whether it's going to rain a little bit or not? That's just a weather forecast. That's been wrong before. But why do we consign it to death? That we've just got to all waste our time tomorrow. And yet we talk about this being an entertainment. Sorry. So end of the whatever people want to call that. And you put your own, pardon? Rant. Okay. Nice.
That's what Samo's gone for.
Another 4-letter word. So that's my feeling about it. We've now got, what can these sides do? Well, both teams need a win. One's 7th and is languishing a bit, but still near enough to the top that they might argue, 8 will be good. And the other side, bottom, with 1 win as well, very pleased to get 1 more point, because they get an extra bonus point of batting, or whatever it was. But maybe the 10. Or is it 10 extra? Or 8 extra? 8 extra.
Kyle Abbott beats Dom Sibley first up. Kyle Abbott, joint leading wicket taker in Division 1 at the moment. I completely hear what you're saying, and I go back to what we were talking about earlier in the day. The point system does not incentivise creative cricket. It's not just the 8 points for the draw. It's in the situation that Hampshire are in, aside in the doldrums, they'll look at it and think, well, we can get another couple of batty bonus points here.
Well, imagine if they pick up 3 wickets, 2 wickets. I mean, we've got a few overs here tonight, haven't we? 15, 16. They could suddenly swing this whole match around. So, so far we've seen batsmen beaten twice. And suddenly next, you've got Pope in and he's battling away against a new ball and so on. So, how many failings were there? I know that Lawrence had a fantastic innings. I know that Pope got an 80-odd, but there wasn't much else.
Yeah, they're the only 2 scores above 39.
There you go. So, suddenly you get a little run on. It is possible. Things like that have happened in cricket before.
Yeah, it feels like there are fewer creative declarations these days in the county championship than there used to be. Edge, just short of second slip. Real probing start this from Kyle Abbott. Arguably the premier new ball bowler in the county game these days against the premier opening batter in Dom Sibley. Fascinating battle. Let's have a look at the replay here.
Yeah, okay. So it's a regulation ball, really, isn't it? It's from about 2/3 of the way out in terms of the 4'2" that you've got between the stump and the return crease. And it's just angled back in, and Sibley's played kind of across it slightly, hasn't he? Coming from just a little bit wide with his backlift and coming and hitting it towards mid-on. So you're coming across the ball slightly, and he's got an outside middle. So, you know, there are half a chance there to create something. Now, how will Burns take it?
End of the second over, Surrey, 1 without loss after 2. Jeremy, I've got a task for you. So Sonny Baker bowling from the Vauxhall Lane. He is someone who a lot of people in the English game are very excited about. He made his ODI debut last year for England and T20I debut last year for England. Neither of those debuts actually went particularly well, but people who've watched him very closely this year have been very impressed by him. The general consensus is that his game's gone up another level, that last year he was used more as a point of difference bowler with the older ball, whereas this year he's made inroads consistently with the newer ball.
Yeah.
So just generally intrigued to hear your reflections watching him bowl as a young man making his way in the game.
I watched him a bit. It's an interesting start to his run-up, but he's away. And he looks as if he's just swung it gently away. A goodish pace at the moment, just warming up, and there's a natural outswing that goes with that. And I believe he can swing it in as well. So that's nice. That's a good start. He was kind of a hurler last time I saw him play. I've heard that he's actually become a bowler, a proper bowler now. So that's good for England. Yeah, they want someone who's got, what's the word nowadays? Airspeed.
I think that's exactly the word Brendan McCullum used about him, saying that Baker potentially would have come into the equation for the first test if they deemed conditions.
He's in the squad?
He was in the squad for the first test, yeah.
And we haven't heard the second, of course, because of palaver.
Yes.
Okay, so, well, if they want speed, certainly even just what I've seen now, it's a nice thing to consider.
Bit of width. Slash from Sibley, doesn't get anything on it.
I think the decision, when you looking back now, of course, at the Lord's pitch, you don't necessarily need airspeed as such. I think those long-fingered English seamers is the way to go on a surface like that was so up and down and nipping around. I don't think we learnt a lot about Robinson.
Well, in that conditions was so in his favour.
Absolutely. New ball, up and down, moving about, short spells because he could get off. I mean, the questions around fitness weren't ever answered, were they? But they might be more here. Might be, depending on what the weather's going to be like. Might be coming back for a third spell. That's what I want to see. Or not me, but I mean, obviously the English selectors want to see. Can he do that?
Yeah, the Robinson debate has long been a fascinating one. I think two things I'd say. One, he definitely had his fitness problems towards the end of his first stint in the England side. That is 100% true. But I think it's sometimes forgotten just how much he was trusted physically at times too. So, for example, in the 2023 Lord's Ashes test, that was the game where everyone just bowled bouncers. I worried about the future of the game because everyone on both sides just decided to bowl bouncers. And Robinson bowls more than 50 overs in that game. And also, I think last week at Lord's was a reminder that another over finishes Surrey 2 without loss after 3. That Robinson has just got something that very few other bowlers have in England at his level. So during the Ashes series just gone, England really struggled with the new ball. It kept feeding the Travis Head cut. And Robinson, I think even when he's at 80%, offers something that, especially in home test matches where he averages under 20, reasonable sample size now, he's got such skill with a new ball. I think even if he is not capable of coming back for a full spell in the day, he adds something to the England attack, especially with, and Shaw pushed into the offside by Sibley. That would be at least 2 and 4 in the end. Fielder unable to retrieve the ball. Obviously, things might change very quickly now because we don't know what will happen with Ben Stokes at the moment. But certainly with Ben Stokes in the side and you're able to pick 4 seamers as well as a spinner, I think Robinson's the kind of guy with England at the moment. He's so good on his day at home. You deal with the potential drawbacks.
Well, what he is he's actually a tall bowler, seamer, a tall seamer, and he uses what height he has, I think, very well. So he gets over that front foot, and that gives him a little bit extra bounce. That means he's coming from a different angle into the surface, and if there is anything there available to a bowler, he'll just break the surface just slightly enough to change its angle. You've known that, though. I mean, he's got a lot of wickets for not many test matches. You'll know more than I, but I know that. And he looks likely, yeah.
I also think...
And they'll front load him.
Yeah.
He will be the man who to control those opening periods and sections of play. And you need that, and that's what you were talking about, what didn't happen in Australia.
I also think that with Robinson that he's someone whose value is potentially exaggerated at the moment, given England's general direction in terms of what they value in their seam bowlers. So because he's the guy who's very accurate, accuracy hasn't necessarily been something that England have valued.
No, they've gone
recently.
for pace, 85 plus and all those kinds of things. And we show a skill set can cope with bowling a little less speed, but accuracy counts and consistency counts, especially opening the bowling.
I completely get your point about how helpful conditions were at Lord's, but that first over he bowled, sure, the conditions were helpful, was immensely skillful. The way in which he beat Devon Conway on the inside edge, 2 balls in a row before he gets him. He beats Kane Williamson on the outside edge first ball before getting him on the inside edge second ball, and then Ravindra first ball to finish it up.
Yeah,
and
hard too as a batsman when it's that early in your innings. You're really looking, searching a little bit for the ball. You know it's going to be on an awkward length. And it was doing a little bit as well. You don't know which way, nor does the bowler sometimes. So, no, I'm not trying to devalue him in any way at all. If one of the concerns was, do we need him to continue to bowl where it's got heat and we need someone to come in and bowl nice and tightly. Maybe that's not quite his role at this stage. I think certainly at the start of an innings, he's going to be given that to control that, where you don't get a team rushing away against you. I mean, you're going to have more slips than they've got there at the moment. You might have 3 and 1. So there are gaps elsewhere, and he has to be consistent to keep the run rate down.
Yeah, and I think it's a fascinating contrast with someone like Baker. So Baker, he was identified as someone that had England potential before he'd played in the county championship. His first class debut was for the England Lions only last year. He's 23 years old. This is only his 13th first class game. Because players are identified based on attributes as much as anything else at the moment, particularly in the bowling department, they have to learn quickly. So having someone who has that
natural
depth,
speed, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think that's where a bowler like Robinson comes into it even more, because he is someone who has this bank of experience that is potentially lacking. Even someone like Gus Atkinson, who started his test career brilliantly, averaging in the low 20s. He's not played a lot of first-class cricket. He's 28 years old. He's played 42 first-class games. 17 of them have been for England in test cricket. And you saw, especially in a world where there's no Anderson or Broad anymore, Robinson conducting plans with the other bowlers. That's something that I think was missing for England a little bit over the winter.
Well, you're starting to get a few players that have different strengths, which is what you want, and ask different questions of the opposition, whoever they are. So you've got someone who's a long-fingered bowler who's consistent, that's one, and nips it about, and can actually nip it about, doesn't need to be too green. I've seen him do that even in Pakistan, where he had a wonderful series there. So there's that kind of bowler. You've got Tung, who comes from over the perpendicular and bowls at 90. He'll also just suddenly, while he can be a little bit loose at times and probably high 3s to 4s sometimes, he'll still bowl wicket-taking deliveries. And that's what you want, I think. And then you've got someone who's got a wee bit of pace as well in Atkinson.
2 boundaries off 2 deliveries. Second one, though, off Rory Burns' thigh pad.
Who bowls very accurately and brings the top of the stumps. So they're different, even though they're all right-handers. They're all very different bowlers. So I think that's a good thing to have. And if this young man here joins the triumvirate, fine, you know. And then you've got Stokes, as you say, as well. It's interesting he's gone to 7. For me, and not bowling quite so much in the last game.
Yeah, I mean, pulled by Rory Burns. Another boundary. 3 and 3 for Surrey. 2 and 3 for Burns. 22 without loss. Now, the Stokes thing, obviously, who knows what the bowling attack will look like next week.
Sure.
There is news to come, I'm sure. The Stokes thing is interesting. It's been a long time since he's been at his best with the bat. He scored 100 last year against India.
Well, he doesn't bat much. How often does he play for Durham batting?
He's this season, in fairness, he was injured, so that
absolutely
prevented him from playing.
Hitting the nets.
But in previous years, he has barely played county championship cricket, and
so he really
no
only
longer
plays Test cricket.
Exactly, because he doesn't play white ball cricket anymore. Player miss from Burns. End of an eventful over, 13 runs from it. Sorry, 22 without loss. Now, I thought his dismissal, I can't remember if it was the first or second innings, where he acted as if the ball did loads or kept low, misbehaved. And you just saw the replay. I thought Simon Dill was brilliant on commentary for correctly calling it out straight away. That ball has not misbehaved. No. Actually, one of the few balls all game that didn't misbehave.
That's right. And it hit off stump quite hard.
Second test of that England-New Zealand series will be here at the Kia Oval.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, won't it? Very different kind of surface. The conditions are always the game's presiding geniuses, and it depends on how much grass is going to be left on the pitch. I do hope they don't use the Wimbledon method of steaming at 200 degrees. Is the steam a lot hotter than water? I thought that boiled at 100.
I'm really out of my depth there,
anyway, I'm afraid. It did certainly clear the whole pitch.
Well, that's a lovely delivery from Abbott. Wearing off a length. Yeah, a very rare early summer test match for this ground. Normally the final test match of the home summer. So
I guess, is it going to be the one to the left of this one that we're playing on today? How many over do you think?
I think it's
2 or 3 or 4. Yeah.
4.
Okay.
Very good again from Kyle Abbott. So yeah, so where we are in the JM Finn stand, it's the test pitch is normally the left-hand column of the pavilion. So almost from where we are.
So the one that's got the grass on it at this stage.
Yeah,
that looks a deeper green.
The deeper green.
Yes, okay, I got you there.
It's one of those three with the deeper green being the one in the middle.
Yeah. Yeah, but it'll be nice to see the batsmen more in the game, I think. I do prefer a game where the bowlers hold sway. That means that runs matter. But that was just a little bit much in their favour, I think. Well, not a little bit, quite a lot in the last match. Be interesting to see what they try and do about it, actually. I spoke to Rob Lynch, who's the guy in charge there, really, of the groundsman, McDermott. And they're certainly talking a long-term answer and solution for what has been occurring, and that's the portable pitches out on the nursery ground, and they're going to have to make them rather specially, I think, because of the slope at Lord's.
Surrey 23 without loss after 6 overs. Change in the commentary box. Dan Norcross will be with Jeremy until the close of play. 10 overs remaining in the day.
So it would look to be that if those pitches, those portable tray pitches, if you like, as Baker continues down leg side this time of Sibley, it means that they would be transported out onto the ground, and they would probably be left there, and you'd play some championship matches on those pitches first for a year or two, and then if they were satisfactory, you'd then move those into the main area. There's only I think an area of maybe 5 or 6 pitches that you can actually use at Lord's because of the television cameras and so on. Daniel, g'day. That was boring from me.
No,
Anyway,
fascinated.
Yeah,
Fascinated by camera positions at Lord's.
Yes.
I mean, I suppose it's true of most grounds, isn't it, really?
Yep.
Maybe along here, we've got the gantry just below us. It's got a bit more flexibility, but I think at the far end, you've still got the same sorts of problems, haven't you? And you look at, I mean, you go to grounds around the world, and you see how small their squares are. It comes as a bit of a shock sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes 8, 9 pitches and whatnot, if that.
Well, you might probably read it. Wasn't there an article to say how much it costs to dig up a pitch and renew it and leave it to
to ferment,
fallow to whatever pitches do ferment? People racing down all the ground staff drinking at it, drinking.
Yeah, you know what I mean. I'm not horticulturally that.
Scattering wheat on it, are you?
Yeah,
that's right.
yeah,
Good.
Yeah, a bit of that, some barley, some yeast.
Come on, sheep. In you go.
Well, I mean, they were steaming the last one, weren't they?
Yes, they were.
Yeah. Andrew Sampson's leaving us, as is his daughter. Off you go. Have fun. Travel well. We'll hopefully see you for the next game.
Should be all being well. I've got a train to catch to Chester right now, so I'll have to leave you. Love you and leave you
up there, up
Yep.
north.
Well, it's been brilliant having you back.
Yes,
it's been very good to be back.
Cheers.
It's good to still be alive. So,
well, there is that, isn't
yes,
there? And
yes.
that's a blessing that every day we count.
We will hopefully see you again soon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Go well.
Cheers.
Go well.
Bye.
You might need to get another belt.
I've lost 8 kilos since the
He's lost 8 kilos. Exactly. Get a nice flexible one. I got a lovely elasticated one. Then you don't have a hole in it. It's great. As you change, as you morph, it morphs with you.
Don't forget your hat.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
It's got a natty tip for, isn't it? Oh,
Yeah.
now then, pulled that out to deep square. But the fielder in a tricksy position, about 30 yards in from the boundary.
Don't mind that position, actually. You've mistimed hook with
Yeah.
the extra little bit of pace. If there is more bounce, sometimes hitting high on the bat, got a chance.
Tricky this time of day, the sun setting in his eyes. But yeah.
I supplied a rant earlier.
Did you?
Yes.
Cheers,
not
Andrew.
Not
Yep.
that I'm proud of it.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh. Okay, well, after this ball,
No,
I want to
no.
know the substance.
No.
So 4 singles off the over. Baker's got through 4 overs with the new ball. I would think maybe one more they'll try and squeeze out of him with 9 overs remaining in the day. This rant was off air or on air?
No, it was on air. It was just
yeah.
about once Hampshire passed the follow-on, which they'd got there by being relatively aggressive with 19 off
Yes.
Will Jacks is over and so on, and that pushed them there quite quickly.
Yeah.
And then to be turning down long singles.
I was irked by that, also on air. Yes.
I think you're abusing the time that you've got left, even though there's a bit of rain, perhaps forecast tomorrow.
What did you think about it? I posited
I
on
don't
there
like that.
with Ali Brown. I said once they got to 300, they're unlikely to get 350. Declare and put the onus back on Rory Burns and Surrey. Say how much do you want to win the game?
That's right.
On a pitch that's easing.
Yep. Well, it looked easier too, didn't it, with the new ball?
Yeah, I wondered about that. So you were mumbling about that. I was mumbling about that a lot. But you know, that's the thing. There are talking points and there are mumbling points.
Isn't that the good thing about it?
That's it. Yeah, that's what cricket provides us with.
Throw
mumbling
a few
points.
thoughts out, and I just think it's. I've played with captains who have made aggressive decisions and say this is the way we're going to play the game, and I've played with ones who are rather more conservative and don't take too many risks. But I know the one I enjoy playing for.
Oh, I say, chopped on, middle stump out the ground. It's a strange shot Rory Burns trying to play. There's almost like he was trying to guide the ball down a deep third. It was too close to him. I think perhaps a touch too full. And I think he's got an under edge on that back onto middle stump. We'll be able to tell in the replay, but that's sort of come from nowhere.
Well, they could have really... The play and misses that have occurred so far, they could have maybe had 2 or possibly even 3 with a little bit of luck, but they've certainly got their first one. That was quite emphatic, that delivery. I think you're right. I think it came in off maybe the inside edge. He was looking to play it, yes. He looked as though with the hands he wanted to sort of run that ball slightly with a semi-back foot sort of cutty kind of open face bat shot to get it down to sort of fine third man, fine of gully, that area. But all he's got as it comes in is the inside edge. He goes forward and pushes back, and he's dragged it from maybe 8 inches wide of the off stump, I'd say, and it's hit middle stump hard.
It's
knocked it out of the ground.
For the shot, isn't it?
It's a let go, actually, really, I suppose, your first option. Second option, you need to be in for some time before you actually make more contact with the bat. It's coming from very wide and moving across, rather like a wind wiper.
Yeah, windscreen wiper, yes. Yes, I mean, he does love to access deep backward point. He loves the cut, but that was an unusual shot, especially at this stage in the day where you're just thinking, are they looking to score runs particularly quickly? I mean, look, Rory Burns has not been in the best form of Surrey's top 7. Not in this top 7, perhaps, because we've got some players playing their first red ball cricket for a while, but a lot of Surrey players have got hundreds, and he notably hasn't up at the top of the order, and perhaps just slightly out of nick and looking to try to manufacture runs off a ball that wasn't there for it. But it was quite an unusual shot for him, because it was, as you say, I mean, leavable
round
and a
the
bit
wicket,
full.
you always get the feeling round the wicket it's coming back into you.
But the bat was both, as you say, it's both semi-horizontal, but ended up kind of vertical, didn't it? Yeah. Windscreen wiper, exactly. Brings Will Jacks to the crease with the lead 115, 8.5 overs left of the day, so no thought of a night watcher at this stage. Not quite sure who that would be. Probably Fisher, you would think. Might be thinking about getting padded up. It's an awkward time for someone to come in to bat because Surrey is slightly on a hiding to nothing in these 8 overs. If we do job forward to tomorrow, and if we were lucky enough to get 96 overs in, they'd realistically need at least 55, wouldn't they, to bowl Hampshire out, which would be, with a change of innings, about 39 overs tomorrow.
So the 88 ahead
beats the bat. But so if there were 39 overs tomorrow and 8 today, 47 overs, and they go at 4 and over, then that would set 355 overs. They might feel safe at that point, but does it give them enough time on this surface?
Well, then it swaps, doesn't it? From at the moment, we're trying to find out how the batsmen play in order to see how much do you want to win this game.
Well, this was why I thought Hampshire missed
I'd
a
like
trick
to have
there.
given them a bit more time tonight
to give them the
in
chance.
order to say, look, you can make quite a big total if you just keep going. You might bat all day tomorrow. We'll both get 8 points. We're both, whatever it is, happy about that. But you've ruined the opportunity. You haven't given yourselves even a chance.
That's right. Against us, who are bottom of the table.
Correct.
That's what I thought they went wrong, because they could have had 25 overs at Surrey tonight, 28, say, with a lead of 120, and then the equation's very different. Then you're sort of saying, do you want to bat for these 28 in an hour tomorrow, and then give us 80 overs
We've got the main choice then. We can close up because it's a shorter number of overs if we lose wickets.
Anyway, they didn't do it.
No, we have what we've got.
We have. So did you captain domestic cricket?
Yes.
Because I would tend to think
not for long.
Because it's a different thing.
Yes.
Test match cricket, very different thing, isn't it? You know,
well,
you don't want to give a sniff.
Here we've got 14 games, isn't
Yeah.
it? 14 games, and tests you only get 3 if you're lucky.
Exactly. That's tucked away nicely. Should only be the signal.
So even if you lose a couple, but you continue the process, you might win 5.
So would you, when you were captain in domestic cricket, did you sort of think
You do
like
that.
You thought
Absolutely.
about dangling carrots here and there? Yeah.
Absolutely, especially if you've got good bowlers and a decent side that can sort of look different in different situations. That batsman suddenly can, and you've got dangerous players.
Who were your spearheads?
Well, we had Chatfield,
right,
who was always
handy,
very handy. We had Cedar Walls. The Cedar Walls are an interesting family. Brian Cedarwall almost played for the All Blacks.
Oh,
that was
flash and a miss.
Yeah, he was the sort of guy who would chase everything so hard. We had to once remove it at Eden Park. There was a fence with iron railings running vertically, a way to separate the crowd from the players, and a little kind of concrete wall, maybe about 1.5 foot high. He dived into that to save a boundary and got his head. We had to remove his head from the palings, the iron palings.
Went through.
They went through, and the ears were like a butterfly screw, if you know what I mean. Yeah.
I do.
Wow. He was
How long did that take?
Very good at field, terrific fielder. I once saw him throw 6 overthrows. Took off from, and he just, and over the keeper just stood there like that and slowly went down. As it just went so high, it just kept on going up. We all watched it. I don't know, is there a 6 overthrows because it's already been on the ground?
I think it's probably 4, isn't
yeah,
it?
I think
Still,
so,
nonetheless.
I think so, yeah. But it went over. He threw it from fine leg over to long on.
Wow. That is a throw. Sonny Baker on the ground now. This is very much a 21st century thing. His fast bowlers ending up on the floor. There was a beautiful moment in the last Test match that I don't know whether you're on commentary for or not, when I think it was Nathan Smith was bowling to Ollie Robinson, and he went to pull a ball. Ollie Robinson whacked it onto his own leg and fell over in agony. Nathan Smith was on the floor in agony, and then he just saw the umpire going, "No ball." Just the marvellous insanity of our game. Yes, that's not a ball. It was like, like the end of.
I like that.
End of the over. Yeah, a bit of bounce there from Baker. His 5th over though. Is Brown going to go on, have another? Because this is where a bit of a pickle could happen if Hampshire are thinking,
if they
pick
can
up
get Sibley out.
Yes.
Because Sibley, he can play really a solid kind of stable, steadfast innings, and others can bat around him, and he just keeps collecting, doesn't he? He's got a lot of runs.
Yeah.
First division.
Yeah. I mean, it's
perhaps the selectors they didn't want to go back.
I think.
And that's why they went to a 2nd division or number 3, who can also open.
Yeah, as Fuller is going to replace Abbott. I think there's only so much that this regime could change in one go. And it turns out that so much was not a lot, as recent events unfortunately appear to have confirmed. Look, Emilio Gay had a good start to the season, didn't he? I think if you were going to go purely on hard runs against the best bowlers, you went that way,
didn't he? Kept at it. It wasn't easy. Got beaten, got dropped, hung in.
Yep. Showed some of the qualities you want of an opener.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's terribly difficult to make any sense of that match, though, isn't it? Because it was just survival. I mean, in some ways, Jacob Bethel's got among the best techniques.
I thought he looked the best of the lot, actually, of both sides, because he had time. He looked unhurried. He looked, I'm not concerned that you actually hit me on the shoulder there, and then one there. I'm still getting in behind the line, and then got the grubber, didn't he? Which you can't do much about.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd go so far as to say anything about. It was unplayable.
Right. Yeah.
Unplayable. So yeah, you got slim pickings to kind of try and read the runes, haven't you, in that game?
I just think New Zealand dropped their chances.
They did,
and it
like
could
the
have been
first
perhaps
test.
80 to 100 runs, and maybe instead of chasing 250, if they were chasing 170 or 160, it's a very different approach.
Oh, now then.
Is that runs? I bet it is.
It is
yes,
runs.
It is. I thought it was an edge. Yep.
He did get an edge on that. I did that carry to Brown. They need to take another look at that. It's a nice ball from Fuller, albeit 75 miles an hour, but it's left Sibley. He's just pushed it in a bit tentatively. Got an edge through. I'll get a better view of it here, be able to see if it carried through to Brown. No, it's landed just in front of him, I think.
He's just opened the face a bit too, hasn't he? So he hasn't got a fine edge. It's gone to the right side of a right hand as Ben Brown came to look to take it. And I just wonder, a new bowler for a start, change of pace, not quite as tall maybe, or not quite as robust in terms of bounce.
Not as quick.
No, that's right.
Also got a curious action. We see him here. He seems actually to slow down just as he gets towards his delivery stride. He begins quite quickly and then decelerates into the crease.
It is.
That's unusual technique. 35 for 1, 10 gone. So, yes, I was going to say Sibley getting away with one there. I'm not sure it was a chance. Maybe if we can get another look at it front on, might be able to tell.
It's interesting, though, isn't it, that the depth you stand at is just critical. I thought a lot of we were talking a moment ago about the Lord's Test. I thought a lot of the players, and then if you've got somebody who attacks and plays more drives, and then you're showing some depth. Just have a look at this again. You see it's kind of just short of a length, and this one is just angled in, and that's the wrong ball that we weren't going to. We were showing a great deal of interest.
Up on his toes. It could be tight, but no, he gets home. That's a nicely taken single. I think. Also,
but I think I think the slips generally.
Do they need to be a bit more adaptable? Because, looking at someone like Sibley who plays with very soft hands, you've got someone like Sibley, you've got someone like Jacks.
Yes.
They address the ball very differently.
Right.
Do you want to,
Of course you adjust. Of course you adjust yourself.
Each batter,
It's too easy to take your mark from the keeper and not move whatsoever. What about an older ball?
Right, exactly. Now then, hello. That's very aggressive from Jacks as the new bowler Potrita, who batted so well earlier today for Hampshire to get them into a position of relative safety. Has just come in for his first over. It's the first ball Jacks has faced from him, and he's given him the charge straight away.
Yes, and he's dragged it and fetched it really, and it's got the one man at deep mid-wicket there, and he's picked him out, but no catch.
what I don't know from that shot.
What do we learn from? We learn.
Well,
are we after this? Are we
that's
wanting
what I mean.
to push ahead a little bit?
Despite the fact there's only 5 overs remaining
Yes.
in the day after this.
Well, maybe they have a little target that we'd like to get to sort of about 50 or 55, 60.
60 maybe.
Today, and that would put us 140. Maybe they say 150
150,
ahead.
150 ahead.
Yeah, maybe.
And then it's a 150 run session and then a declaration.
It's a lot of wickets to get, isn't it? And 2. Oh no, there it is again.
Yeah, he's definitely going after it here as Will Jackson. Look, we saw the way Dan Lawrence batted on the first day. It was incredibly dynamic. When Surrey were in a spot of bother, 50 odd for 2, then 90 odd for 3, and he gave the spinners the charge. His 218 was the fastest by a Surrey player at the Oval in their history. Only just two balls, I think, slower than Kevin Peterson's at Guildford for Surrey. So second fastest double 100 for Surrey. It was a terrific knock. But that's again nicely played by Jacks. That's really sped off the bat. It's good work in the outfield. They'll pick up another couple. But from a Hampshire point of view, and Surrey have got some very fine batters to come. They've got Ollie Pope. They've got Dan Lawrence, who got that double 100. And the Curran brothers are very good batters. But this is only their first red ball game of the summer. Matt Fisher's batting a place higher than he normally would at 9.
Is it slightly longer in the tail?
Slightly longer in the tail,
yeah. Okay.
And Surrey did lose their last 7 wickets for 63 in the first innings. So if you're Hampshire, you've got to have these things in your mind as well. End of the over. It's a profitable one for Surrey, 43 for 1. But Will Jacks is on a bit of a charge here with 5 overs to go.
Look at the single. The way he ran in that single, he said, I'm looking for 2. If you misfield that, and okay, that was fielded quite accurately and no problem, so he settled for the single. But the message that would go to all the fielders is, and all the bowlers, I'm after you.
Now that's a moustache, by the way. That is a proud and fulsome moustache.
It is. That's almost like a hat.
Oh, now that's close. To get a bit of bat on that. It's one thing at Fuller's pace. It's not going over the top at the moment. I wonder if we can get our producer just to stay with the bowler as he runs in here, because he's quite unusual. You see, he begins quite briskly, and then there's a quite definite slowdown
through the middle of a race.
Looks quite urgent here, and then there it slows. Oh, has he got him? He has. That's terrific work from Fuller. Diving forward. It's a big wicket of Jacks, looking to turn the ball into the onside, leading edge. Very nimble stuff from Fuller to dive forward and take that in his follow-through. Surrey have lost a second. Jacks, who was looking urgent and busy, goes for 8 off 13. And now, well, it'd be interesting to see who walks down those steps for Surrey. Will it be a night watcher? And if so, which one will it be? So we take another look at this. This is terrific stuff from Fuller.
Yeah, he keeps obviously decent balance, you see. He can actually see that and come forward at it. It's just to his right, and he is a right-hander, and he gets 2 hands to it, but the right hand does most of the work, doesn't it, and gets him there. And the batsman is looking, it's deceived him. The lack of pace has deceived him. I don't know whether he's looking to go onside. Dan, I think he was just pushing out ahead of him. That's what you can do when you're starting. Your mindset is, I'm looking to score here. I'm looking to go at it.
Throw it a bit early.
Just out a little bit, further than you would like. And perhaps the bat, instead of being aimed and backwards, so the ball's going to go down, it's just gone to almost a perpendicular kind of place. And so it's just because it bounced a little bit, and therefore has just carried back to the bowler in his follow-through.
Well.
Good catch.
Good wicket for Hampshire as well. The lead 131, and it has brought out a night watcher, Matt Fisher. And Hampshire here will sniff an opportunity. Because we get this bizarre situation now where, in theory, Matt Fisher's supposed to face every ball that he possibly can.
For the next
For the next,
four or
next 4.5, yeah.
overs.
So he's supposed to block a couple here, then get a single off the last ball. Even though he's just arrived at the crease and Sibley's faced 36 balls and is a highly accomplished top order batter facing a new ball, the number 9 has to go in and face as much as he can. I think it puts a kibosh on the 150 lead by the end of the...
It says we're not quite as interested in pushing this ahead and backing ourselves. I mean, at the moment, Fuller, while he's got the wicket, you wouldn't say he's out and out pace. You wouldn't say he's got I don't know how many wickets Fuller has in the championship at this stage, whether he's got lots of them. He looks as if he's a medium pacer, basically, who comes in and relies on accuracy and a little bit of movement from the pitch, perhaps a bit of swing as well. He's got a ball that's obviously still new. He doesn't appear to be swinging it away too much. So you'd think he's just trying to be a long-fingered bowler. Haven't seen much nip either.
No, he's got a front on and sort of at you. End of the over, wicket maiden.
But he's got a wicket.
He's
got a wicket.
He has, and an important one, because Will Jacks was playing in the sort of way that could have propelled Surrey towards a target earlier and with more overs, therefore, to bowl at Hampshire than they otherwise might have done. The loss of him is a blow for Surrey. It looks to me that now the remaining 4 overs of the evening will be about survival. I'm not suggesting that survival at the moment is terribly difficult on what remains a relatively benign surface against bowling that's not express pace, but now then, hello, that has climbed. Benign surface. It's done a bit.
Well, it's of course we're now back to Baker, and so extra pace. And perhaps with the night watchman there, he won't be comfortable.
And this is what's so bizarre about cricket. For those of you who are sort of casual or even slightly more than casual observers, you'd be thinking, why do I watch so much cricket in which the established batter is forever trying to protecting the lower order batter?
Socially unacceptable. Some people matter more than others.
That's all right. Now, suddenly, the roles are reversed. He's got in well behind that one. Pushed it away for a couple. That's the other thing. You see, at another point in the game, Fisher would have taken a single there and Sibley would have gone, right, I'm in charge. But now, because we have this peculiar artificial scenario, I say artificial, it's of Surrey's making. They've sent out a night watcher. This is what he's supposed to do. He's doing his job at the moment.
Yeah, not only is he protecting the man in the changing room, but also the man at the other end.
Yeah, who was actually going along perfectly fine. Now he's got to face the fastest bowler on either side.
Oh, he's looking for a Yorker. He's in there, in amongst the pads, trying a very full ball in case Fisher misses that and he's in the game. Manages to get a bat to it, makes sure he uses the full face rather than turning it to the leg side, and only giving 3/4 to half a bat to hit the ball. Got to be very careful. He got swing earlier on too, didn't he? Just to beat that edge.
88 miles an hour. No fun for Fisher at the moment. Staying slightly leg-sidey here, as you can entirely understand. Now, in theory, Sibley's coming down to talk to him. I suppose he's going, look for the single. Try and find the gap.
I'm surprised there isn't either another slip or a gully at this
All
stage.
short leg, you like, though, yeah?
I don't think they need to protect that. I think they need, if they can get another wicket here, what do? Bring out another night watchman? Second? I've seen that before.
Hampshire did last year here against Surrey.
Bat pad in.
Now, where's that landed?
See,
This is hostile stuff for Fisher.
I think there should be more men around the bat, and either in the front or in gully. See, if that's a little bit wider, that'll go to gully, that area, and he was really shielding himself a little bit more rather than playing a cricket shot.
Well, this is intimidating pace for him, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And that's why it's a good move bringing Baker back into the attack.
He'll be saying, last ball of the over.
Get a single.
See it out.
He has seen it out. So, Baker will have one more over from the Vauxhall end. There'll be 2 from the Pavilion end. Does Fuller stay on after he's taken that wicket? Looks like he will, so they're not going to go back to Abbott. Sibley in conversation with Fisher here, saying, well, I'm sorry, chum, but the theory is I get a single now. So you take a look. The field's spreading. So this bizarre thing where the plan is that Fisher's going to face, Surrey want him to face, and Hampshire want him to face. So might as well just agree the single now and get on with it. But Sibley with unerring accuracy finds mid-on. This causes a lot of chuntering, these situations. I find myself internally chuntering a lot at this point. Yeah.
What are you saying to yourself?
I'm saying, what's going on, really? I suddenly turn into Steve Waugh. Shot from Sibley down the ground. Don't think he's going to need to run for that. But bit full. Lovely on drive. And actually, it's been a feature of Sibley's play quite a lot this summer as he's accessed the on drive and the straight drive quite a lot.
Yeah, one of the more attractive shots. Let's put it that way, I think. The lovely timing, because you go along the surface of the pitch the entire length, you get the ball sort of keeps its speed nicely before it gets onto the outfield. Mid-on is never really quite that straight. Normally to the left hand, of course, and you get a lot of right-handed throwers and so on. So you got to turn and chase.
It's a virtuous
and it's
shot,
away.
isn't it?
Yes, it gets its dessert. You know, he deserves it, I think.
I was talking today, it'll go up at some point soon, interview with Sir John Major, former Prime Minister, and his big idol when he was growing up was Peter May.
Very powerful player.
On drive, he said.
Yeah.
He said that was the shot
It
that
is
stuck in his brain.
Shot. It is an attractive shot.
It's odd, isn't
Martin
it,
Crowe.
that shots can be attractive. I
Yeah.
heard you talking about him
Martin
during the Test
Crowe.
match.
Yeah.
Slightly hopeful appeal, that one. Simply rubbing somewhere quite high up on what is quite a tall body.
Yeah, he would hit it so high, as I say, with power hidden. If you were backing up, I went out against England actually once. Jeff Howarth was run out from Martin Crowe's drive, and the bowler just getting something on it and taking the stumps.
Yeah.
Very powerful player. Didn't look it still looked aesthetically pleasing and elegant, but the power was there.
It's a weird thing, isn't it, power? When you,
it is.
I have...
You don't need to...
No. I discovered this about Jacob Bethel, and the way you discover it often is that he plays the shot and you see so many balls, don't you, over the years. End of the over, 2 to go. 50 up, by the way, with that boundary before. That you're commentating it as per normal, and it comes off the bat, or the shot is played, it comes off the bat, and your expectation takes over, because you've seen this tens of thousands of times, and suddenly the ball does something that you're not expecting. Like it soars, it skims up and over mid-off, or it absolutely pings through extra cover, and you can't quite understand what it is that's happened there, except timing, I suppose.
It's as if there's no follow-through sometimes either with the bat.
Now they've turned that over really quickly. They're obviously mindful of a couple of things, over rate and a great keenness to rough up poor old Matt Fisher. And there's a little bit of a story here. There's a bit of a sort of play within a play.
They're against each
They're
other,
against each
really,
other, yeah.
to find a place if there are going to be changes.
At this test match
Yes.
next week, if there are indeed to be changes.
Yeah.
Well, these are the two players who've been released by England following the Lord's Test, up against each other. Jaunty little step from Baker. He's got in behind that well. He's going to take the single. I'm not sure if that is the plan, but Sibley could have said no if he wanted to.
Could have.
Because now he's
That's decent
exposed
pace.
Sibley.
87 miles an hour.
Ten balls remain. I don't think the rule has come in yet. I think it's October that the rule that if a wicket falls in the last over, you continue playing. We've not got that yet. So, in theory, with Fisher now at the non-striker's end, if Sibley survives 3 balls, then he will have done his job. Or at least 11 balls of his job.
Are we past the time here?
Yes.
We are.
Yes.
This is the last over?
And this is the penultimate over.
Oh, penultimate, okay.
But if a wicket falls in the last over, then that's it.
Okay.
Yes. Now, you've seen a lot of Dom Sibley.
I have.
You,
Well, I watched the 300 he scored.
yes. Not just
you
that,
were
though.
almost in tears. Well,
I was
as
almost in
mentioned-
tears, yes.
As I mentioned to our audience, our growing audience,
Yes, yes, yes.
that when we got to tee on about day 3, and you were within 20 runs, within cooey of 820 or
Oh,
whatever.
that's right, yes.
Of the total that was going to be broken since
Yeah.
since
ever.
the Middle Ages.
That's right.
Here.
Wow.
I saw a whole line of grown men reaching for their handkerchief.
Well, when you see a stat sheet and it has the same number on it all your life, the excitement at the prospect of that stat sheet having a slightly different number should not be gainsaid, Jeremy. They've taken a single there, which is again slightly bemused me.
800.
I know.
plus.
It was a bit much.
There was no way anything was going to happen to the game after that.
No. But
Didn't
my
matter.
fondest memory of you and me and Dom Sibley, which sounds like some sort of 1960s Summer of Love track, doesn't it?
Yeah. Cliff Richard
You
was
and
there
me
in the
and
background
Dom
singing.
Sibley. Yeah.
We were going on a summer holiday.
I'll come to in a moment. This is Baker's last ball of the day. Kept out by Fisher. He survives. 1 over to go. Sibley on strike, the lead 140. When we watched that quite magnificent game at Canterbury when Surrey chased down 500, there were 3 very contrasting hundreds. There was Sibley, there was Folkes, there was
We were
Jamie
in your
Smith.
place, weren't we?
We were, and the Kent live stream isn't as fortunate as ours. It has 1 fixed camera. And you and I sat transfixed on a boiling hot day just watching Sibley bat from one end.
Transfixed.
Yeah, half of him we saw front on, the other half we saw from behind. We barely moved from our seats. You were in rhapsodies. You really were. I had to keep bringing you more gin and tonic. You could barely believe it. The glasses got bigger. They had bowls of them by the end.
Dan,
like vases.
Stop this. You're making people think it was the alcohol rather than Sibley.
No. He was the
Okay.
inspiration.
Okay.
It's a grand day, that. Now they will take the single. So Fisher is now on strike with 4 balls remaining. If a wicket falls now, my understanding is we do go off. That is the end. But I know they're trying to change this rule, and I don't know why it takes so long. When cricket's a funny game, when it discovers the right thing to do, it then says we're going to do the right thing in 6 months' time. Meanwhile, we'll continue to do the wrong thing, if that's all right by you. It's just a little bit peculiar. I mean, if you had kids who misbehaved, and you said, okay, the rule's changing in 6 months' time.
Continue to do what you're doing.
Yeah, it's not great parenting, is it, that? Yeah. Well, that looks like a play and miss, but he was in a different postcode.
Getting a bit difficult because of the shadows coming across the pitch at the moment. They're perhaps a quarter to a third of the way up the pitch at the moment. So the ball starts in light and then goes into some shadow. So a little bit more difficult for the batsman.
It's like centre court at Wimbledon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, when that happens. Hello. Well, he's just unleashed.
But I'm seeing it well.
What
Don't
glorious
worry about
cut.
that.
Yes. I'm the man for this job. Well, if he can survive a couple of balls, he'll go to sleep tonight with a memory of that boundary. He'll be thinking, tomorrow, I'm going to come out and cut the ball like Robin Smith.
Yeah, well, certainly Sibley was impressed. He left his crease at the non-striker's end and almost ran towards him. A jog.
Yeah, I mean, it's encouraging, but I'm not sure it inspires a great deal of confidence. What have you done? That's amazing. Well defended. One ball to go in the day. With a potentially intriguing situation set up here. We will go through the permutations shortly. Starting tomorrow at 11 o'clock, hoping that the weather is going to be kind to us. It's a late finish today. We had a bit of rain around. We've lost some overs. They tried to make, well, they have made up some overs. Fisher survives awkwardly, and that is the end of the day's play. The third day of this Rothesay County Championship match. Surrey go in to tomorrow, the fourth and final day, with a lead of 145. Having bowled out Hampshire earlier today for 333, they were held up by a good 9th and 10th wicket partnership. But when the 8th wicket fell, Surrey had hopes that they would be able to bowl out Hampshire and enforce a follow-on. In the end, they couldn't, thanks to a terrific knock from Podrita, who made 84 not out the back end, ably supported by Abbott at various points and Fuller. Wickets to fall there, 4 for Jordan Clark, 4 for 64, he bowled really well, 3 for Fisher, 3 for 86. Earlier, Jake Lehman had stuck around for quite a while, an overnight batter. He made 69. That left Surrey with a lead of 88, which they have added 57 to. They've lost Burns, the skipper, who played on for 10 to a ball that's a little bit too close for the shot he was playing. And then Will Jacks, who is looking to be very aggressive, even in this mini session, spooned a return catch to a diving Fuller, who took it an inch or so off the ground in his follow-through. He's taken 1 wicket. Abbott to take the wicket of Burns. Dom Sibley, like he feels like he has been for most of the season, is still there, unbeaten on 28. Matt Fisher, the night watcher, will join him tomorrow morning. That lead of 145. Well, the positive in me thinks if there's anything like what we saw from Dan Lawrence on the first day, Surrey could get a lead of over 300 and set Hampshire a tricky sort of 320 in 60 overs. You never know. At around 5 and over, and hope that a few quick wickets might cause something of a panic. At the moment, it seems more likely that the rain that we've had is going to be what's going to defeat these two sides. It hasn't been so much the pitch in this game, only 82.5 overs in Surrey's first innings, 96.4 in Hampshire's first, and 16 in Surrey's here. So we've had effectively 2 days' play. We've lost almost entirely a day's play. And had this been the situation at the start of day 3, we'd be talking about, Surrey batting on till tea, setting over 400, getting 100 and something overs back at Hampshire. But unfortunately, the weather has not been kind to both sides, who are both looking for a win. So the likelihood, it seems, Jeremy, is that likely it's going to be a draw tomorrow.
Was always the backdrop, wasn't it, really?
Yeah.
But and both sides knew that. It was just a question of how much enterprise I think either captain wanted to choose once they had passed. Of course, the big thing today was 272, wasn't it? As soon as that was achieved, then I think there were some opportunities for one side to show their hand a little.
Hampshire, would you say, at that point, really?
Yes, exactly.
Yes, yeah.
Exactly. They could have declared, perhaps.
Or even up to when they got to 300, I thought, when they got that extra batting
point. They could go
point.
a bit further. They could have said, yes, we'll take a point. That's absolutely fine. I don't mind, as long as they're not wasting and abusing time. And then it was a case of, is the other side prepared to take the risk as well? Because they're going to be out there bowling on a surface that looks pretty good for batting, and they haven't really got a top spinner. We've got a part-time spinner for Surrey until they buy another one, and the seamers, of course. So, look, in the real world for me, I would like to see both sides having a crack, and then accepting at a certain point. We've both done the best we can with the time that we have available, and we'll take the 8 points each and move away. Well done. Thanks very much. Look forward to playing you again next time. Whereas I think we're probably not going to see that. I mean, that's not quite. It was what I just described as the real world.
But as far as another day, we shall find out. And it could be that Hampshire pick up early wickets, that Surrey are bowled out. Could be the best thing for the game.
Maybe the rain doesn't arrive.
Maybe the rain doesn't arrive. Or maybe the clouds roll in. Maybe the pitch spices up and becomes a capricious beast. Anything may happen. That's why you should tune in tomorrow. But for now, from Jeremy Coney, from myself, from Ali Brown, from Yas Rana, from, I can't remember who else was here, Phil Walker, there's been a cast of thousands. Adam Collins. Adam Collins. SEN. It's time for us to say goodbye. We'll catch you tomorrow around about 10 to 11. Please do join us.